It all seemed pretty great when 2020 was new. Billie Eilish swept the Grammys, we had Parasite too. But Brexit and impeachment, when the whole thing began, should have warned us 2020 was about to hit the fan. We all went into lockdown cause of COVID-19. We kept our faces covered and our hands super clean. We couldn't get a haircut so we looked really weird. And somehow all the toilet paper just disappeared. We went to work by zooming on a pad or a phone. We couldn't go to movies so we streamed them at home. But massive crowds of citizens still took to the streets. There were marches, there were rallies, there were zillions of tweets. 2020 brought us everything from fashion sweats and Tiger King. Murder hornets, what a scare. TikTok dances everywhere. Basil's making crazy some sports and empty stadiums. And sadly we said R.I.P. to Cody Chadwick, RBG. Political debates were full of bluster and flies. Getting COVID was the president's October surprise. The counting took forever when the ballots were in. Till Biden said, "You're fired."
Let the lawsuits begin.
The whole West Coast was burning, there was financial stress.
Fly off to Wakanda and get out of this mess.
The year has kicked our butts and yet it won't lay us low. The time is up, so 2020, you've got to go. 2020, you've got to go. Your days are numbered, 2020, you've got to go. 2020, you've got to go. The time is up, 2020, you've got to go.
Alrighty, yeah, top 10 of 2020. What is going on, everybody? Carly, you're back in the house. Glad to hear your sexy voice. Am I allowed to say that, JP, to your girlfriend?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Hey.
Awesome.
What's up? Is this the intro?
You know, I'm sitting here waiting for you to go, yes, yo, what's going on, everybody?
Doing?
I'm like, it fucking throws me off.
Well, you know,
he
he stopped doing that too.
I know, but I'm so used to it.
I'm used to it too. I guess we'll just have to be mean to each other for a change.
Exactly,
JP,
exactly.
Fuck you.
I wasn't sure if I was allowed to talk to your girlfriend like that, JP, but Carly, welcome back to the show. Yes, man. Just like our last, well, I guess 2 episodes ago, we survived that big 9-hour recording. We also survived 2020. I don't want to get too deep into it, but yeah. 2020 top 10 show, man. This was one of the fucking weirdest years I think that we've probably all lived through. And I tell you, man, like, I didn't know how this year was going to go, film wise and stuff, because in my opinion, like the first 8 or 9 months was looking pretty sketchy to me. I couldn't even begin to start compiling a list. And I can't even remember any year since we started doing this podcast that, I was having such a problem with, my top shelfers, which I call, right? As the year goes along, I generally, I have this list of films that I watch, and I always, put the ones into a certain part where I know are going to be potential top teners. It took me almost 10 months to finally get, even 2 or 3 in there. What a weird fucking strange year that is, man. So 2020, man, what are your guys' thoughts on the year?
I thought it was actually pretty good for having no theatrical movies. I thought there was more indie stuff I thought this year that was pretty good than, because I didn't when you look at it, of course there's not going to be that many theatrical movies, so you have to think outside the box a little bit and watch some of the more, independent stuff. So I thought it was a good year for indies. I thought it gave the opportunity for these movies to shine because people were stuck at home and there was obviously no new movies to watch, so people were watching indie shit. So
I just feel like theatrical movies to myself doesn't make or break my lists anyways, because it seems like the majority of my top 10 lists throughout the years have been more indie type films anyways. I mean, you do have the odd theatrical and stuff like that on there, but it seems like the theatrical films are not really the big heavy hitters to me anyways. So in that regard, this year, it didn't really affect the way I was looking at the year because there wasn't that amounts of theatrical films and stuff. It was just the quality of film for so long I was having a hard time with. And it turned out, in the last couple of months where I felt like a lot more just kind of resurrected and stuff, thank the gods over at, Shudder. And even Netflix, man. I mean, Shudder was really, really killing it with the foreign releases this year. Almost everything they put up there for us to watch was these awesome foreign releases, which was really cool and stuff. I thought Netflix did a pretty decent job with a lot of the films that they added this year too. Not as good as Shudder and stuff, but again, when it comes to... I think
you got a little bit of the case of the old man Dave syndrome where you're just hating on everything. You're like 4 out of 10.
Moods was bad
everything.
at the beginning of the year. Moods was given stuff like The Relic and a 4. I was like, what?
One
The
BR
Relic?
gave a 3 out of 10.
No, I gave The Relic 5.5. And honestly, dude, The Relic is one of those movies that like I love
Rental.
everybody.
You gave
I love slow burn type movies and stuff. As long as and that's the thing with The Relic, is a lot of people are like, oh man, the payoff was so good and stuff, and I'm like, it was okay, right?
The payoff was great. The movie was good though. I thought the payoff was great.
See, I'm indifferent with it and stuff like that. So, I mean, I get why people like it and stuff like that. But, I mean, I probably was having a little bit of the old man syndrome a little bit. There was a lot of movies I feel that people loved a lot more than me this year. Movies like, like we just mentioned, Relic and Horse Girl. And the list goes on and on. The Rental. There was movies. Well, I feel like The Rental was good until the end.
I hated the ending. I thought
Well, the Rental's getting mixed reviews big time. There's a lot of
ending-
haters on The Rental. I really liked it though.
the ending ruined it for me.
Yeah, see, it ruined it for myself also. And, I mean, there's
I went from a 7.5 to 6 simply because of the ending. It pissed me off.
Yeah.
I don't understand why. Was it just too rushed for you? Because it was pretty quick.
Yeah, just like it doesn't. It has no payoff. It's like it's over.
Yeah, it just
Yeah,
it
but how many
feels
of
rushed.
the slasher movies from the 80s have no payoff? It's just some dude.
Yes.
That's all it was.
Yeah, I like the.
But slashers generally
so.
aren't like a bona fide slow burn. Generally, it's shit happening throughout the whole film and
Well,
stuff
yeah,
like that. And,
I think that it was set up though. I think
I don't
that the
think that
killer
movie
turned the
was that
people against
slow.
each other. Me either. I think that the killer turned everybody against each other, and then he could easily pick them off. I kind of like it.
That bitch is
Yeah, I get it.
my most hated character of 2020, though. I just wanted to punch her in the face.
They're all unlikable.
I hate it.
There's
Yeah,
so many
super
worse
unlikable.
characters out there that I want to.
But I actually did enjoy watching them because they were all good actors, and I believed their characters. So I
Yeah,
enjoyed
but
it.
I mean, Lip from Shameless was like, I was like, holy shit! I never thought I'd see him.
but I will
And
say,
Alison Brie, man, Alison Brie had a great fucking year. 3 movies and all good performances in all of them.
Yeah.
She was very good. Even if you didn't like the movie, you can't deny her acting ability in all 3 of the movies.
right.
But what you were saying, Mids, about the lack of theatricals, surprisingly enough, I actually still ended up seeing a decent amount of theatrical films. But you're right about typically, the indie films dominate lists anyway. But I was looking back, and last year was like the year of the theatrical. I had 6 films in my top 10 were theatrical releases.
Yeah, Us,
Yeah.
Midsommar, what else?
Climax, Doctor Sleep, Brightburn.
I had 3. I had
The
4 of those.
Lighthouse.
I had 5 of those.
Yeah.
So,
I had a
So,
couple too, and like I
huge
said,
difference.
I usually have a couple theatricals. I mean, The Lighthouse I think was my number 1 last year and stuff, and I mean, it works out like that. But if you look at the majority of the list from the time we started doing this podcast, and 2013 was our first list. Yeah.
Yep.
So what is this, 8 lists later? And I would say the majority are, indie or just, just straight to VOD type movies and stuff, not the big theatricals. But so it doesn't really affect, I was just talking about pure quality and stuff. And kind of in retrospect, looking back, just kind of through my list and stuff, I watched a fair amount of movies this year, and, it seems like I really was hating a lot of shit. I think it was hating on the movies that was kind of striking a nerve with people, or it's not even so much hating on them. I just wasn't liking them as much. There was a couple that I definitely fucking loathe that people like Spree. I hated that fucking movie.
I had a couple big ones too that I wasn't thrilled with that everybody loved. But when I saw like the trailer, I knew I wouldn't like them, but I had to watch them because they were such big, heavy hitters. But I knew they're not for me.
But I only had I don't know, maybe 15 movies under 5 this year. And I had a lot of movies 7 or higher, like a lot of movies that were 7 or higher. So, I mean, overall, it was a solid year, but I'm referring to it probably goes for everybody. When you watch a movie, right away that is going to be a contender in your top 10, right?
Right, yeah.
Right. And I felt like this year was really lacking in that category because, like I said, I was 9 months in. We're like September, October, and I'm thinking to myself, going, "This better get better, or else this is going to be the worst top 10 list of all time." Right? Because I only had maybe 1, maybe 2 in there, and I was like, "Holy shit!" And by that time, usually I have a good 5 or 6, and the bottom part of my top 10 list is battling. And I'm looking at my list, going, "Man, I got a lot of 7.5s, a lot of 8s, 9s," but I feel like these movies are really good. But are they like top 10 worthy? It was an oddball year for me, man. Really, really odd.
Well,
so
I got to actually go back to what Mark Nato said. I don't know if anybody listens to Horcast, but he's been like championing this year since the beginning, to be honest. This dude watches like 700 new movies a year. And he
still
was
champions
That's not even
He said this
that's
year,
not even exaggeration.
And
I'm
still
not.
champion
He said last year Like he said, this year had maybe the best 40, top 40, and he's right. Like literally, for my list, I'm like, I like at least 50 of these movies are good. But he said top 5 wouldn't compare. Like the top 5 of any other year is probably better than this year.
That's a very agreeable thing for me, because personally, just looking at my list this year from last year, I have more 8s this year than I did last year.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I have very few films this year that would have made top 10s last year, the year before. Like my top 10s, I loved the previous years. And there are films that would make it in maybe the 8, 9, 10 spot. But like at the top 3 to 5, you know, it's just no comparison for me. The beginning of this year, I was not happy with, even when theaters were still open. Me and Carly started our podcast in January last year, and we went and seen every theatrical film up until March, when everything shut down. And the first month was so bad until I think
dump month every 5 seconds.
It was The Grudge.
Yeah, it was.
It was Grudge.
Fantasy Island.
The Turning.
Fantasy Island was in February, I think, but still, Fantasy Island, The Turning, Underwater.
Underwater and Gretel and Hansel are both good. That's bullshit.
Gretel and Hansel, I was a little harder on than I should have, but people have it in their top 10, top 15, top 20. I don't think it's that good. I mean, it's visually nice, but the story is kind of weak, man. It really is.
Well,
and
it's not that the story it's not the story that's weak. I mean, it's generally the source material kind of thing, but I just wish he had have explored that more and made it his own vision. Like, you know, visually, you know, obviously the way it looks and stuff is the way he wanted it. That's his vision for it. But I meant, like the aesthetic is fine and stuff, but I think the narrative, like I wish he had just kind of dug into it more and made it a little bit more gritty. Taken that source material and just made it his own, but I feel like it's just kind of play by the numbers when it comes to the narrative.
Super by the numbers.
For me, it's a miss, because although that movie is really nice to look at and it's acted well and it's like the cinematography is just phenomenal in it. The music is great. Like everything about the movie is fantastic, but it would have been, you know, up in the 9s for me if it had just elevated that narrative and made it a little bit more gritty and just added some elements, added some more death and, you know, shit like that. Like it's supposed to, it's
rating holds it back,
but it's super dark. Like the source material is really, really damn dark. Like you can explore that so easily because it's there for you. It's a big miss for myself.
But there was a scene towards the end where the girl was in the basement, watching her in a big empty room, and I'm like, she's literally out in the open. How can the witch not see the girl? Like it was just infuriating to me. And
magic, JP.
I haven't heard anybody. The girl's not magic. The hell are you talking about?
Magic.
And nobody pointed that out.
I'm just making it up. I don't fucking know.
What the hell? I was like, that's so stupid. It was filmed poorly or edited poorly, or just stupid in general. But
that movie takes place in a like a post-apocalyptic world, and it doesn't explore it that much. It just is very vague with it.
Yeah, and again, they could have explored that more. That would have been kind of neat. But then there's the whole, are they hallucinating type thing because of the mushrooms they eat earlier in the film? You know, I don't know. But, so this year I hated it for the longest time. But I have to eat a little crow because it did really come up for me in the last, 2 months of prep. And some films had been out for a while and I just hadn't seen them yet. But really, it completely changed my mind on the year, where I think it's a very good year. Just nothing really stands out as too great for me in terms of it's not, you know how some years are top heavy where you have just amazing top films. I think last year was a little top heavy. This year is mid heavy, literally
dude,
7s.
That's what I'm saying.
There's a ton of them, but there's no 10s or anything.
I feel like that's bang on. I have this midsection. I have this midsection of solid films, but are they top 10ers? No, that's the problem. And I'm looking back on the last 4 years. JP, of course, we're recording this right now, and JP still hasn't put the top 10 in 2019 on the website. Fucking lazy Mexican. Jesus Christ, dude, do your fucking job. So I can't even look at what my top 10 was last year, but the previous years, 15, 16, 17, 18, I remember struggling with those top 10s quite drastically and being I have, up to my top 15, 16, where it could have been, it was interchangeable. And I felt like this was the easiest top 10 list I've made in a long time. I literally, the only thing I struggled with while making this list was trying to make it a little bit more horror. I mean, I don't care what people think, but it was for myself. And I'm like, I want to put films in there that I really enjoy. And I also wanted to make it a little bit more horror. So I had a couple films that were definitely super, super borderline. I've argued that they are horror. But at the same time, I'm like, they're super borderline. And I felt like that's how I kind of did my list. So they were left off. But otherwise, making the list was actually pretty fucking easy, man. It was really easy.
I had trouble with my list, to be honest.
And honestly, dude, I did my list a little bit different this year too, because I basically compiled most of my list before I took my break there and around Christmas time and watched like 75 Christmas movies like I do every year. I'm so weird. And so basically I went back to it and I kind of analyzed what I had done with this list, watched a couple more films and stuff, and then rewatched the ones that I potentially was going to be putting in there. Like I was kind of solidified, and then it just solidified my list. So everything on my list I watched at least twice this year, and it's the first time I think I've ever done that, because it's the first time I've ever done that, because there is films from past years like that I only watched once and I loved it so much, but I just didn't get around to watching. So that's why it felt really easy to me. It was just the way I did it. So
normally we have, I think, two, and especially when we have more than just 3 people on the show. If we have more than 3 people on the show, we typically have between 2 and 5 Hall of Fame inductees at the end of the episode.
Not this
I
year.
would honestly be surprised if we had one this year.
I don't think we're having any.
Yeah.
So going back to the homeboy Dave Z, he's a big preacher of telling people that
Don't watch movies with retarded covers.
The Dave Z method.
the Dave Z
No,
method.
the
Well, no,
second-
I
second
honestly,
watch.
dude, I always make fun of Dave, and Dave knows this, man. I always make fun of him for his artwork, ideology. It's bizarre to
But,
me.
I mean, it's common sense for the most part.
It is, but sometimes it's like the old
That's why I
saying
don't
goes,
think it's a method.
the cliche
I just think
saying
it's
is like,
common
don't judge a
sense.
book by its cover. And sometimes you really can't, because there's movies that have great artwork, movies sucks dick, and vice versa. We all know that. But no, what I'm talking about with Dave Z, he, it's something I preach for a long time too. He just makes a point of preaching it.
The second view, Dave.
Is you need to rewatch movies because, okay, just put it this way. This is the first time, and I wanted to do it a little bit different this year because I wanted to keep it a little bit more fresh. So, like I said, I compiled this list, and I was like, okay, those are the movies I'm going to rewatch. I'm going to rewatch a couple other ones too. It is what it is if they're going to make it or not. But I think 7 out of the 10 movies I rewatched, my rating changed. And that's a good thing. And I noticed things in movies I didn't notice the first time. And I was like, oh my God, that is so much better now. I didn't notice. Like, there's a couple movies that I was like, holy shit, dude, that is so much better. And I really focused, like, they really focused on everything I was watching and stuff, and taking in certain things like the commentaries and things like that. And I was like, everything changed for me. That's why
I did
a
4
rewatch is
rewatches
good. It's good
out of
because
the top 10, and I never do that.
yeah, I feel like there's certain movies where if you watch once, you're like, okay, it was okay. But then if you watch it again, with different mentality, it might change your viewing too. So
Ernest scared stupid.
I don't know, bro. Like, I'm not a big rewatcher.
Me neither.
And part of it is because I'm like, I could just watch something that I haven't seen.
I think it's selfish, dude, to not rewatch films. Because I think
selfish.
I think it's a little bit selfish because I think you're shortchanging yourself on some of these movies that you might appreciate even more.
Yeah, but on the flip side, I might even appreciate them even less.
Exactly.
Which does happen.
Exactly. But I think, in my experience, these movies were elevated for me on the second watch.
Okay, let me.
I never
explain
came
why that
down.
doesn't
I
for
never
me.
came. I never. Yeah, I don't understand not rewatching movies. It's really bizarre.
Here's why it doesn't work for me, because it's still too fresh for me to have a big change of opinion. Now, I'm not saying rewatches don't affect my ratings and stuff like that, because in fact, this past year I rewatched Green Room, which did make my top 10, but would be much higher now. And I famously, The Witch was one where it wasn't even in my top 10. I rewatched it before the end of the year and it made my top 10. The big difference is almost an entire year had passed between when The Witch came out and when.
So you look at it as a time frame thing. Okay, so
it has to be a time frame thing.
There's one movie.
I didn't. Go ahead.
Okay, there's a movie I watched in like the first, and I always do it by quarters, right? Quarters of the year, January, February, March kind of things, first quarter. I watched a movie back then that I knew I needed to rewatch. because I thought about it pretty much all year, and I was just waiting for the right time to rewatch it because I felt like in my mind, and I do kind of obsess about movies that I know I liked, and I feel sometimes I maybe underrated them or even overrated them and stuff like. And this one specifically, I felt like it stuck with me all fucking year. I was like, I need to rewatch this because now I know going into what to expect. Like, and it's weird like that because I usually don't give a shit about that, but sometimes a movie will shock me in a very different way. Right? You just really don't know what you're getting yourself into, and it kind of throws you for a loop. But it stuck with me, so I was like, that needs to be rewatched. But I mean, like your time frame has to be more than a year and stuff. I mean, it had been
doesn't
like
have to be, but
it had been like 9 months since I'd seen it.
That my opinion will change without time going by. And usually, if it does, it'll change for the worse because usually I'll be like picking it apart more. That's just how I am.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
JP says I'd rather just watch something else. Like
I'm not a big
just don't feel
rewatcher.
like watching
Yeah, but Jeremy, you don't
movies.
really watch a lot of movies in general, so I get it with you because you don't watch movies like me and Dave do. Like we watch literally 800. I watched like 860 movies this year.
752.
Right.
Bitch, I've hit almost 550. That's fucking hell of impressive for me.
I would have been, and like JP said, I would have been well over 1,000 if I wasn't, out in the bush for
Camping.
fucking 4 months. Like it's crazy. The wife said to me, she's like, "So what was your year-end total?" I was like 856 or something. She's like, "That's crazy," because
That
I
is crazy.
I never felt
Dude,
like I was
tell
pushing
my
myself.
coworkers what I watch, and they literally think I'm retarded.
Well, I
And
say
I'm like, but
even
listen, guys, I'm like, my friends that I'm friends with watch like way more than me.
And they're like, yeah,
They're
you got
don't
friends.
believe-
Right.
Imaginary friends. No, but this list was impossible for me to make. I'm sitting here and I could change the bottom 5 for like the next 20 and not even worry about it.
Yeah. See, that was past years for me.
I kind of have that too, honestly, man. Like
I
it's
do not.
the
No, I don't.
more like the 7, 8, 9, 10 spot can literally probably be replaced by like 20 different movies.
Me too.
So yeah, that's the true with that. But back to the rewatch thing, I get what you're saying, and I do think that it's beneficial to some people. I just personally don't like doing it until time has passed. And some people will say, well, but then, what if your opinion changes and you, because you didn't rewatch it, it didn't make your list, or it did make your list, but it wouldn't have. And I'm like, well, these lists are kind of fluid anyway. How many years do you look back on and say, yep, that list is still the same?
Well,
none. There's literally no list that I look back on and it's like, oh, that list is in concrete. Like I was totally right back then. Every one of my lists have changed.
Well, it's not about being right. I mean, these are favorite lists. It's like that's what you were feeling at the time, and that's what I like about lists, though, too, because it's basically just a picture of what you were feeling at the time and stuff. Yeah, I always say, and quote me, lists are for dummies, because people take lists way too damn serious. They'll look at a list that you did like 6 years ago, and I can't believe this was at number 6, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking
I
about,
look
dude?
at
Who
my own
cares?
list and say that.
Yeah. Sometimes you're confused. Like, but old list.
I
That's
never
why
look
I
at my
always
lists.
I always think classic lists, like in the old movies, I will rate them higher because they've already stood the test of time for me. I've seen them multiple times, and they haven't changed very much. While newer movies, it's harder to rate higher because I don't know if they'll be dated in 10
Especially
years. It could be garbage.
1968. I look at my list. I go, man, number 7 should have changed it.
Oh, of course.
You didn't have a number 7.
We just didn't
I
even.
know that's the joke. You fucking.
We didn't
dumbass.
even, we didn't prep as much for that, and plus it's like,
Yeah, that was our first one.
See, the thing is with when time goes by, and this is very prevalent for me and Dave too. Like, a list in 2013 or whatever. I've seen probably a lot more movies from that year now.
Sense, yeah.
And that's the thing. But even with past years and stuff, like some of these unreleased movies that are coming out this year, like who knows? They can be in top 10s. Like, it's always the evolution of film and the way you watch films and stuff like that. It's always going to change your list no matter what, right? That's why
how they reflect the current time to you as well.
That's why I like looking at.
You're right about the like 85 list.
Yeah.
Like honestly, 2 years from now, I'll probably still feel pretty confident that that's what my list would have been.
Yeah, because we've done extensive, research and we watch pretty much everything from those years, right? I mean, it's not going to change a whole
we've
lot.
already seen most of them multiple times.
Exactly.
So, you know what I mean? So like you're pretty much know how you feel. Like I'm not going to walk in tomorrow or next year and be like, you know what, Day of the Dead, I don't really like that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I'm
It's
having
just not
second
gonna
thoughts
happen.
about the stuff. I just don't get it anymore.
Like I always look back to, I think it was 13 or 14 or whatever. I never got a chance to see Starry Eyes, you know, and remember I saw it like
Right.
about a
That
month or
would've
two
made the
after.
list.
That would have been almost like in my top 2 or 3 or whatever.
Yeah,
'cause
that's
I-
gotta
It
be
was
on your
my
list.
top.
and
three.
it's not
great
on a
movie.
list. And I think there was another movie too. I think The Battery never made a
Eight
top 10 list
Phases.
because of the
Well, we
timing.
missed we never did a year that was eligible for
Okay.
the Battery.
So there's certain films and people, you know, you might look at these lists and go, oh, where's this film and stuff? I'm like, well, you know, it's just, that's a product of what happened at the time, you know, kind of thing. And these lists are obviously going to change. It doesn't really matter to me. Right.
I got some weird predictions right here. All right.
Yeah,
I think that me and JP will have 6 of the same movie on our list.
I think we're gonna have less this year than we had last
Me
year.
and Moods are going to have 5. Me and Carly are going to have 4, and me and Jeremy are going to have 4.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah,
Random.
I'm probably high. You
Let
guys
me
have a
ask you this, not you, Dave. Carly, what did you think of this year? Because you've been a little quiet.
Right. I thought that it was trash bags at the beginning, and then we were kind of grasping at straws for our show at the beginning, and I was kind of like, I really didn't even want to do this top 10 show like halfway through because I felt like my list was a joke. But then like the last few months, I've watched a lot of good stuff. But even then, like I only have probably 3 movies that I would possibly swap out for like my number 10 spot. So I feel like I'm kind of where you guys are, where there's a bunch in the middle, like 7 to 8.5 range, but nothing fantastic. But the last, like I actually enjoyed watching movies and prepping this last month or so, as opposed to being super burned out because I was watching some decent stuff. So it definitely got redeemable by the end.
I'm definitely with you, Carly. There was a point in the year, and I'm pretty sure everybody can vouch for me on this one because I think I said it multiple times. I said, I even joked about skipping the top 10 show this year.
Yeah.
I said,
think
you guys
we
can
all
do
did.
it.
We were like,
You guys can do it
You
without
said
me.
you're gonna
'cause-
skip every show that you don't want to do. So,
Well, no, it
like
was
the next show, you're not going to do the next show.
no. The thing it's a big joke because I love doing list shows because they're just fun to do. And I was
They're
like,
my favorites.
I'm like, I felt like there was a point in this year where I felt like my list was going to be so lame. And I'm like, I'm
Dude,
not
was
putting that out.
literally-
I'm not putting that out because I don't
literally
agree
thought I
with
was
it.
starting with a 7
Yeah.
for the longest
Yeah.
time. I was like, dude, this is the first time since like our first one, which we did no prep for, that I'm gonna start a list with a 7.
Yeah. Speaking of prep, so how many films did everybody watch this year? Carly, what did you end up watching?
97.
Wow, you came 3 short of 100, man.
I know. I ran out of time.
Good showing though.
Go watch them now. We'll wait.
Yeah, we can just pause
Be right
this
back.
right now.
Yeah, we can wait when JP does his list. So just go ahead.
Yeah.
Jeremy, what did you end up watching?
65.
That's a record for you, right?
Oh yeah.
And JP, did you hit the 100 mark?
I did.
Wow, he got the 100. And
So
I know why he did it too.
100
He just wanted
exactly, or 99 if you're fucking Jeremy.
to.
But yeah, 100 exactly. I think I honestly normally only hit. I look back and the most I ever hit was 76. I've hit higher on the retro shows that we've prepped for, but the current year 76 was the most I ever watched, and I was actually shocked by that because it feels low after watching 100, where I'm like, wow, that's weird. One thing that really helped this year was me and Carly pretty much do one new movie a week for our show. I think we only missed a couple weeks, and that's 50-ish right there. You know, I think we did 48 episodes this year,
Right.
and that helped a ton. So by the time like last minute final prep was going on, I had already seen like close to 70 movies, which is normally I'd only seen like 40 up until that point, and then I'll usually grind out like 30 movies in the last month or two. But this year I still, ground out like 30 movies in the last month or two.
I still
but was
felt
closer
panicked,
to
even
100.
though I had like 20.
Yeah,
more
I
than
know,
usual.
right?
Because
So did
I think 76 is like my highest number as well, like from last year. And yeah, we had like 50 watched halfway through the year, and I'm like, I don't even have to prep by the end. And then the end came, and all these people suddenly are like, oh, you gotta watch this. It's a 9 out of 10. And I'm like, I never even heard of that. And then I have to
You
watch
ain't never heard of Zombie Bloodbath 2: Rage of the Undead?
No, never.
It's
I don't want to.
You gotta put
Classic.
on.
So Dave, what
What
did
about-
you end up watching, Dave?
129, which
Yeah.
I didn't beat last year as 138, and I didn't even know I was going to be on last year's show until last minute.
Surprising.
So I slacked until like the last few months, and I went bonkers.
Yeah, surprisingly, this wasn't. I think it was either, I don't know if it was 15 or 16. I watched, I think of like 158 or something like that. It was before I was on Letterboxd. I wish I had actually logged all that. It would have been crazy. This year I watched 151. Yeah, I mean, I was really, the reason why I had such an elevated number is because I was just really trying to find some shit to put in the top 10, man. I'm not going to lie. I was having such a problem with it. And I'm like, hey, this is okay. You know, mid-range, not doing it. I need top shelfers. So, yeah, so I ended up watching a lot. And, you know, overall, as of I stand right now, the year as a whole actually isn't that bad. You know, so I'm happy with the list.
So whenever you say you watched what, what'd you say, 150?
151. Yeah.
Yeah. That, I mean, you and Dave hit impressive numbers, but, you know, I'm very happy with the 100 exactly that I hit. I think that's pretty good. But let me ask you this. How many of your watches were under, like, I don't know, like 5?
Well,
Under 6 is what I'll do.
Under
Under
6
6 is what I got.
Let me see. I'll count.
19. I have 19 under 6.
like under 6. Okay, so I have a fair amount actually at 6. Well, a few.
I
don't
put
know.
under 6 because 6 is
I
past.
had 15 under 6.
I have 14.
12,
And me and Carly probably watched all the same ones.
13, 14.
Yeah.
Actually, 14.
And I gave some harsh ratings to some of the bigger movies that I really just don't like.
What's your lowest rating?
I had 35.
My lowest rating is a 2 out of 10.
Mine too.
Same.
So under 6. So that was 5.5 to 5 to 4.5 and worse, or whatever. So there was 35 total. There's quite a few 6s, but there's really, like, man, a few 6.5s, but like 7 to, like, you know, right to my top rating, man. It's most of my list.
Yeah,
Crazy.
that-
Lots
me
of
too.
7s and 7.5s, man. I have so many 7s and 7.5s. It's crazy. Like, I just
I
felt
do
like those
too.
are solid films, just solid films, you know.
Yeah.
But
So let me ask you this then also. What do you think, like, did you guys recognize any types of themes or
Mental illness.
vibes?
Yeah.
yeah, I got
Fingers
to.
getting cut off with carrots.
I have.
Some
Shots of
mental
fucking
illness.
woods. Overhead shots of woods. Fucking Pacific Northwest woods. Every goddamn movie.
I like that.
Every movie though. God
Yeah,
damn it.
I feel like there
tired of
was-
these fucking woods.
That was my biggest thing with this year that I noticed with a lot of films was, like Jeremy said, mental illness and just kind of reality horror. You know, the things that we deal with on an everyday basis that were kind of turned into, you know, horror films and stuff like that, like mental illness and just, you know, isolation, to which kind of made sense with the isolation theme and things like that, and just, you know, just self-loss.
Depressing movies.
Like, there's just a lot of, like, I call it reality horror because it's shit that we deal with every single day that's turned into these type of movies and stuff. But, you know, like mental illness and stuff like that, and, you know, loss, you know, the sense of loss and displacement in society and things like that. There was just a lot of themes in movies like that this year that I watched anyways. You know, I mean, not everything was like that, but I didn't really watch a lot of slashers this year. In fact, I didn't really
There's
see.
never a lot of slashers.
They're really kind of falling off again and stuff. And actually, one thing I didn't really watch a lot of this year that I just realized was like horror comedies. I didn't notice a lot of comedies because I don't know.
All the funny ones played them off serious, which is funny.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Like
you
Butt
know.
Boy serious.
There
You
was
think
a
would be
few-
funny. The special, which you think
See,
would be
Butt
funny,
Boy.
but it's
See,
played serious.
it's like you're walking a fine line there when you have a silly idea and you try to make it serious, because sometimes it comes off really stupid. In Butt
Yeah, it
Boy's
did.
case, I think it does actually work quite well because it's like it's just
It's
over,
like a gritty serial killer movie, but it's about a guy who sucks shit up his ass.
right? It's just the funniest
I
idea.
died laughing when they're in the laser tank.
I didn't really
And
care.
he sees the reflection. Oh no, it's when he's chasing him in the car and he sees the reflection of his ass in the rearview mirror and he's fucking like spreading his butt cheeks.
It
And
looks like wind is like
Yeah.
sucking vortex and stuff. Yeah.
fucking hilarious.
Another thing, I mean, slow burns are always a thing. I mean, there was lots of really, really slow burn type cult type movies and stuff like Lust, The Flower of Evil, which is like coma inducing.
Dude, I turned it off after 15 minutes. It was towards the end.
Yeah, I was so
and I was like,
stoked to
oh, this
watch
is
it.
beautifully well shot. And I was like, this is not going anywhere.
Oh
This is
my-
going to be a fucking snooze fest.
I was like, that was coma inducing. Beautiful film, acted well, just boring as all hell. Like The Other Lamb, same type of deal.
I
Really
thought
beautiful-
The Other Lamb was a good movie, but it was.
Oh, it's coma inducing, man. And then it's just beautiful movies like La Llorona, really, really well made.
I like La Llorona.
I just thought it was boring as shit, man. Like really
Better than
fucking
last
boring.
year's La La Rona.
I felt like there was a lot of hour and 40-minute movies this year.
Oh, the running times?
Yes.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of 100-minute movies, for sure. And actually, most of the movies in my top 10 are about 100 minutes. It's fucking weird.
What
else?
moods? Amulet, man. Amulet was the most boring movie ever.
Yep. Yeah, that's another coma-inducing. I felt like, man, there were some movies that were just... ugh, man, dude.
Lots of like exorcism type movies out there too.
Oh, yeah.
For a subgenre that doesn't really get a lot of play these days.
Yeah.
There was
a lot
good
of
ones,
those.
too.
But that was...
They were good.
There were some good ones.
That's some of the oddest things this year was the possession / exorcism type movies that actually worked really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
And what else was there that I noticed? Oh, like social media
Oh, yeah.
stars, like
Strong
presence.
female leads. We had The Swerve, Horse Girls, Swallow, all borderline horror, too. Everything was borderline horror this year. Black Bear.
Yeah, very,
all strong
very
female
well
leads,
acting.
That seems to be a theme every year now, like, you know, like Shirley and The Swerve. Yeah, there's lots of really, really great female leads. this year. I thought the females knocked it out the fucking park this year, man.
Yeah.
Like
Allison
on-
Brie, too. Like I said, great.
Yeah, I always forget her name, the chick from Black Bear.
Aubrey Plaza.
Yeah, dude. Like amazing performances. I felt like some of the stand-up performances this year
I
were
was
all
gonna
females.
watch that, but
All
then I
females.
found out it wasn't about a black bear.
You
I
think a
thought it
movie
was gonna be a
Fucking
killer bear
JP.
movie.
I told
man.
him all year, I was like, watch the Golden Glove.
That
You'll
would've been
like it.
some
Watch the
shitty-
Golden
I
Glove.
didn't
JP's
feel like watching a boxing movie.
JP's like,
dude.
it's a boxing movie.
that
It's
would be
got
a
guy with the
Canadian.
ugly guy on it. Looks like he got beat up. I'm like, dude, it's not a boxing movie.
If it was
What
a
are you
movie
talking
about a
about?
black bear, it would have to be some shitty Canadian movie for sure. Without
Did
a
you?
doubt.
Let me ask you this. This is one of the last ones I watched. I bet Mood's probably seen it because he's seen so many. But did you guys watch No Escape?
No.
No.
I felt like I was the only one to watch that
No, I
I feel
didn't.
like you are.
No.
because Dave said it looked like trash.
No, I didn't say that. I said, what was the follow one?
That is it.
It was never really on my radar. You know,
It goes under No Escape. I thought it was really fun, man. It was
The
it was
4K, the 4K has the follow title.
it was about like another one of those social media stars, like a Jake Paul or something with like 12 million subs, and he's like super rich and all this stuff, and he goes.
How's he going to eat all that?
He goes what? Oh, shut up.
What?
He goes to Russia to do like this. His friends set him up with this escape room. That's like this super hardcore Russian invite only escape room. And of course, you know, when they are put in this escape room, it's like a little too real, obviously. But it's fun because it reminded me of like sort of like Saw and Hostel with it. You know what I mean? But at first they don't realize it's fake, so it's kind of funny or not fake. You know, it
like
was
escape
pretty
room?
cool. Yeah, but more violent and stuff. you
I
know.
loved Escape Room. I thought Escape Room was
I like
great.
the escape room concept. I mean, it's a little unbelievable that they would.
I
pull
like
all
the
this
concepts.
off.
I feel like there's not too many that are executed that well.
I
Escape
thought
Room,
this
man.
one was pretty good. I watched it last night.
You know, I was totally lying about all the movies I had under 5.5. I guess it would have been like 50. I had a whole nother part of my list here. That
51 under 5? What do you want?
no, that was
Dude.
that was under 6.
You're just
I
like
told you
going
he
right
was
to the
watching
fucking
shit.
video store section and looking up Wild Eye movies.
No,
that
not
came out
under
this
5.
year.
That was under 6. That was under 6. So 5.5 to my lowest being a 1 out of 10.
Like, well, I guess I'm gonna get fucking giant angry bear stick. This will make my
Yeah,
top 10.
Oh,
attack
dude.
possums, kill.
Like the smile
Yeah,
face
he's
killers,
like,
man.
I don't know why this year sucks, man. I've been watching all
Smile
the
face
new
killers
movies.
was fucking horrible, dude.
That looked like shit, dude.
It
was
was
it?
the smiley face killers. Oh my god, it was fucking terrible.
That's the one with.
Yeah,
That's the one
avoid-
directed by the guy who did River's Edge. How the hell could he make a bad movie?
Dude, it's
It was written by
bad.
Brandon
I don't know
Easton
because
Ellis,
it's
too,
like
wasn't it?
30 years later, and usually talent fades.
You know what else
Or
was
he just
actually
had no money.
like every year we always see a lot of decent documentaries and stuff, but I thought there was a lot of really good ones
great
this year.
documentaries
Yeah.
this year.
Really good ones, man.
You
From
had
Blood and-
Tales of Uncanny,
Loved it.
Scream Queen. Scream Queen was probably my favorite.
Blood and Flesh
Fake
was
for Fulci.
Blood and
Yeah, I
Flesh
like-
was excellent.
Oh, Blood and Flesh was great too.
That Al Adamson one.
Yeah, that's Blood and Flesh. Leap of Faith, the
Yeah.
freaking
Leap of
one.
Faith was great. Yeah,
I
really,
thought it was just good. I didn't think it was great.
I
I,
thought it
lost
was-
I
interest
thought it
after
was
a while.
super cool.
I thought it was really interesting that he talked about everything but, specifics about the movie and shit. It was just, it was interesting, how he did like the intro and, to the stuff in Iraq. I thought it was really cool, man.
Yeah, it was really fascinating. I didn't.
I just only talked about all that shit a million times. It's not like anything new.
It was
There was a lot of new
I
stuff
like that sit down things where he just kind of talks and does that shit. But there was also Italy Possessed, which was on the Beyond the Door Arrow, big special release and stuff. I wish I would actually get a solo release, but it's a full length documentary, like 100-minute kind of documentary. It's great. Obviously talking about Exorcist ripoffs and shit like that. So a couple Exorcist documentaries this year, which is pretty cool. Scream Queen was really good though.
Yeah, no, I really liked Scream Queen. That one.
The only
was
one I
awesome.
didn't, which I do have the Blu-ray, I just got it, a little while ago, is Faulty for Fake. I still haven't checked it out yet. I
dug it.
I just haven't watched it yet, so obviously I'm going to. But
And then obviously, I think the biggest notable, massive success this year was all the Shudder stuff.
oh, Shudder killed
yeah,
it, man.
yeah.
It was it was like I was joking about it. It was like every time I'd watch 2 or 3, they would just put on a couple more. I'm like, this is great. It was like perfect timing. I'm like, it just
even
kept
the
up all year.
non-exclusives and originals, they were still putting up, 2020 horror movies that, were you could rent them other places, but they,
Yeah.
you could stream them on Shudder. Like the streaming in general did really well, but Shudder, I would give them an A+ for this year.
Yeah, hands down. Plus they had
100%
Joe Bob. Plus they had the Creep
Yeah,
Show specials
Joe Bob
shit.
and
Joe Bob, there's Creep Show things. I mean, it was just between their originals and their exclusives.
The second
just
one was so
many
good.
great ones too.
That second Creep Show special, man, the Christmas one was fucking awesome. I love
I
that
know.
shit.
Me and you really liked
It
that
was
one.
so
I couldn't
good.
get into the first one.
Oh, the first one was atrocious. Really
I
bad.
didn't watch
the
the
first
first
half of the
one. I
first
couldn't
one?
find it on there. I couldn't find it on there when I looked.
Weird.
That's weird.
Maybe they
I
took
didn't
it off
look
because it was so
very
bad.
But yeah, they did a whole nother season of Joe Bob.
Yeah.
Plus you had the Christmas and the Halloween special. Just a great, awesome list of Shudder exclusives, originals. Even when like times were really down and stuff, they dropped Host, which I wasn't as huge into as like the rest of the community, but at the same time, it was such a cool, awesome release that really got people talking about horror and got people distracted from what was going on and stuff like that,
yeah.
Yeah.
I liked it.
Was there any moments in films, like not just a specific moment, but like maybe somebody in a film or something that was just shocking to you this year from any films? For me, it had to have been fucking Becky. Kevin James playing a fucking Nazi. That shit just like threw me
Playing
for a
him
loop
not
this year.
good.
Yeah, but that's the biggest problem with the movie. I actually liked the movie
for me, it was
itself.
unhinged.
Yeah, I felt like he just didn't portray that character well enough, man.
I
And
loved Unhinged.
I like the
Unhinged, dude. Russell
Crowe was the best.
Crowe.
He was
Dude,
just
he
acting
was
like John
so
Candy
great in
from a
that
90s
movie.
movie.
I loved
Dude,
it.
Russell Crowe is just acting like himself, I think. I think he's actually gone insane.
He reminded me of John Goodman.
That's what I said. John Goodman from a
Looked like him.
90s movie.
Dude, that fucking diner scene was fantastic, man. That was
Yeah,
a great
it's great.
scene.
It's the only movie I've been walking around and quoting from this year.
I
I've honestly
seriously-
been walking around,
So
but
mad.
I've been like fucking it up. I've been like making it more exaggerated every time. I'm like, I don't think you know my name.
Honestly,
Oh,
that one shocked me too. I couldn't believe how much weight he must have gained. 100 pounds, literally. Like it's fucking. That's a lot of weight, dude. It's crazy.
Wait, like when he's going at her about the courtesy tap thing, I was like, "Oh my god, he's."
I
about to
love
lose
it.
his
I
shit.
would have just humored him. Would you have been? I'm like, yeah, man, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Totally. I meant to give a courtesy tap. Of course, I would.
Should've
Yeah.
called
Why
Tugger, he
fuck
would've
with him?
seen
He's
it.
obviously unhinged.
Yeah, me probably saying unhinged for like a month.
Yeah, every time I was mad, I'd be like, I'm becoming unhinged.
Hey, Moods.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you know what a bad day is.
His face during that part is just like 0 to 100.
It's so good, man. I thought it was entertaining as hell, man. It's
I
just,
loved
it's,
it.
So did
it's
I.
the whole movie is like completely unrealistic. Like that could ever go on that long, but
It was just funny. I saw
it was
like,
entertaining.
that's like one of the few movies I saw in theaters this year. And I saw like all these old people walking in there because they think, oh, it's Russell Crowe. And then they
Right.
fucking. Then they're
Yeah,
like,
there was an old couple in there with me and Carly too, wasn't there, Carly?
Oh, it's Russell Crowe. Want to fight?
No, I think
It's
that was
Russell
during
Crowe,
that
and
other horrible movie that we went to see after that personal history of that David Copperfield, who wasn't
Yeah,
really.
I thought it was gonna be about magic. It wasn't.
Oh, brutal.
Oh, can I say something before we start?
Yeah.
We've started a long time
Yeah.
ago.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but Okay, we get it. The guy who directed anything but Jackson directed Hallmark movies. Oh, cool. Now he does horror movies. Now you guys don't have to hear the story for the fucking 100th time on every podcast.
Really?
Right.
I didn't even know that.
Well,
I'm tired of hearing the fucking story.
Yeah, somebody posted a
37
picture.
times.
Somebody posted a picture of the director of anything for Jackson, and I was looking at his
it's me.
filmography.
Jeremy.
It's Jeremy, and I fucking
Thanks,
burst out
buddy.
laughing. He had like 20 Christmas movies. I was like, wow.
No, I'm only talking about on podcasts. Literally, everybody has to say a 35-minute spiel about it, and it's like, I'm done.
Really?
30 seconds, we're done. I'm not talking about it.
My wife got me a hoodie and a shirt saying I love Hallmark Christmas movies and shit because I watched so many of them last year. It's fucking amazing. It's so fun. I gotta show you this shit to you guys. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, he was kind of on the radar, but when I saw that he directed all those Hallmark Christmas movies, I was like, fuck this. I gotta check this movie out, man. It was enticing for me.
There wasn't that many sequels this year or remakes.
No.
Oh, they had May the
Well, there
Devil
could
Take
have
You
been.
too. That was a sequel.
Tales from the Hood 3, Blackwater 2 was a huge disappointment.
So that's only 3, right? May the Devil Take You
Babysitter 2, Boy
Oh,
2,
Babysitter.
Oh,
Tremors
Babysitter.
7. I mean, there was a couple, but you know,
I like
Not
Babysitter.
that-
Oh, did you say The Boy too? That was fucking terrible.
yeah,
Yeah.
Boy 2.
It was
That's
bad.
JP's boy, Bill Chetty's number
Bill
one.
Ch-
Ooh,
Bill
that
He
was.
said the fucking year sucked.
I don't know.
Dude,
The
That
Babysitter.
was so funny when I saw that post. Mark Nato called him out on that.
I know.
That shit was
100%
bad.
right.
That
Like,
was a fucking horrible sequel, man. The Babysitter. I hated it.
I liked it.
Oh, I couldn't stand it, dude.
I liked
Again,
it.
that was
Dumb.
one that I really wasn't into, but it's kind of saved
liked
it for me at the end.
Yeah, not a lot of sequels. Yeah, for sure. I mean, a few here and there, but
Yeah, remakes,
Interesting.
Invisible Man, if you want to call it that.
it's more of just a retelling of the story.
Freaky, kind of.
Yeah.
Which was
That was
Oh,
a breakout.
dude. That's
Freaky.
actually fucking hilarious that you bring up Freaky. I completely forgot about that, but I enjoyed the shit out of that, man. Because you know me with Vince Vaughn, I always talk shit about Vince Vaughn and how much I hate him. He was fucking hilarious in that movie, man. He was killing me, man.
Oh, yeah,
Vaughn
Train
was
to
amazing.
Busan 2.
Dude, the scene,
He's a good sport,
it's
man.
so subtle. It's so fucking subtle, but when he's in the back seat of the car and the guy gets out to come back in, or in the back, and just watch Vince Vaughn's reaction. He puts his hands up to his face and he's like, oh. I fucking just died. I fucking
Dude, I don't
lost
know,
it, man. It's
I
so
talked
subtle.
so much shit on that movie before it came out, and then I'm sitting there in the theater and I'm
Really,
like, I
really
actually
good.
like this.
I thought he
love
did a
it.
good job of that personality, like playing that. Oh, it was fucking fun, man. It just overly shocked me, man. Like,
I feel like
Yeah.
Vince Vaughn gets a bad rep, man. I think Vince Vaughn's a cool dude. Like, because who would do that? A lot of guys that
Oh.
have his reputation would not do that movie.
the thing is, though, I like Vince Vaughn in
Yeah, but a lot of
non-comedic
people
movies.
wouldn't try to play fucking Anthony Perkins either.
Yeah, but that was a long time ago. That's a paycheck. That was a paycheck.
Yeah, like I like him in more serious roles and shit. I just don't think he's that funny, but I think he kind of knocked this one out the park, though. He was really
Yeah,
funny, man.
I agree. He was great in there.
He's getting
And-
cooler as he gets older.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think so. I think
Well,
so.
he's not
He's
taking
kind of like
himself as
what is he's like one of those dudes where like what was the one with Braun Cell Block?
Love it.
Yeah, everybody
Oh,
loved it.
99.
Dude, that movie is
And Dragged
amazing.
Across
See,
Concrete's
that's what I
great, too.
like about Vince Vaughn. Like that type of shit right there. That's straightforward, not trying to be funny. He's brutal. It was awesome. Good shit.
I think
It's
he's
like
kind of funny too. I just think those movies aren't very
Keanu
good.
Reeves like got that second career too, where like now everybody loves him again.
But I honestly think Vince Vaughn's a better actor than Keanu. I like Keanu.
Fuck you.
He's not a great actor. He's very
Yeah,
good at action
he's
though.
great.
Well, he
good
also
acting
he
speed.
earned to be that
He's not
good
a
at that
great
too.
actor.
He
He's not a
earned to be
great
that good though.
There's
Like
a
if
bomb on the bus.
if
Keanu
you
Reeves is not versatile at all. He has like two modes: action.
it's
or dumb
because
guy.
it's because he's
good
monotone.
at it.
He's very monotoned when he talks. His delivery, it's his delivery in his acting, right? He has that
like
one
it.
kind of tone, right?
Yeah,
so
I
it
love
comes off
watching
like
him.
he's playing the same character all the time. But I think that he earned this new career, man, because he honestly put in crazy work for those John Wick films, man. He trained and fucking. I give him mad kudos,
Yeah,
man.
he-
I always
he-
used to talk
he-
shit on him too.
He's a hard worker, no doubt. I like
He's
him.
a
I watch his
super
movies.
nice
Dude,
guy.
at his age,
Dude,
doing what he's
one of the
doing.
coolest dudes ever. But
Like-
he's just not the best actor. But it doesn't matter because he's cool. And
Well,
you like
it-
watching
you
him,
don't.
so
but
who
the
gives
thing
a
is, you don't. The thing is, though, like when it comes to acting and action, it doesn't matter. Some of our favorite
Yeah.
fucking heroes of all time are not the greatest actors. Like, let's face it. We got fucking Schwarzenegger. The list goes on.
Don't talk anything about
hold
Schwarzenegger
on.
ever again, or I'm leaving.
Yeah,
Mhm.
chill.
You know why?
He's not a great actor. He's an amazing
I love him.
personality in action
Oops.
films, and his
Oh,
delivery is
you know what a
amazing.
bad day
You're
is.
telling
Same
me
guy in every move.
I know now why you cry. Come on, bro.
Fucking-
The thing about Arnold is he's self-aware and he plays into it perfectly, and it's great. He's like the John Wayne of our time. for me.
exactly.
Like, I love John Wayne. I like watching them. They're fun, man. They got presence. They demand. Now, Arnold in the beginning of his career, that's just straight garbage. That was garbage.
Dude, I just upgraded like nine or 10 fucking Arnie movies, man. I was like, I have all this shit on DVD. I need to upgrade to Blu-rays and 4Ks and all that type of shit. But, I'm a big fan of Schwarzenegger. I'm, from the 80s up until, late 90s kind of thing. But I
think that's the biggest news from last year. Moods upgraded to 4K.
Oh,
After
yeah.
talking shit
We didn't
for years. He finally did it.
Well,
wait, didn't I win a bet?
Didn't I tell you guys the story?
Upgrade in like the next year or two? I said it.
Didn't I tell you guys the story? So me and the wife were sitting there. It was Christmas Day. It was late Christmas night and stuff. And then when she gets these ideas going in her head, like she's like an alpha male. Like, she's got to be in charge of everything. And she's just fucking A-type personality. Crazy, man. I love my wife, but this is the way she is. Once she gets an idea, she rolls with it, and it's got to be done. And she's like, she had been kind of throwing around the idea about converting our spare room upstairs in our house into a straight game room. And because she wanted to get rid of the bed and blah, blah, blah. Long story short, to do that, we wanted to get another TV, because obviously we need to put another TV up in that room to have a game, to put all the game systems and stuff in there. And she's like, well, the Boxing Day sale's on. Let's look at 4K TV. I'm like, okay. But so it was really her pushing me to do it and stuff, because I love my TV downstairs, but that's the one that's going to go upstairs. And I do have sitting in the box in my downstairs. I did upgrade. Got the 75 inch Samsung.
Nice.
Damn.
So
How much it cost you? $4,000?
no, I got it for $9.99, which
Canadian?
was, yeah.
It's pretty
That's
good.
and 75 inches and $9.99.
Yeah, dude, it was the crazy Boxing Day sale, man.
That's a steal.
Dude,
that's a
totally.
fucking
Pretty good
steal.
deal.
That's why we grabbed it, because I was like, wow, look at the normal price in this. It should have been more than double kind of thing. But anyways,
That's like $700 American. That's honestly, it should have been double that, maybe more.
yep, it was a fucking amazing sale. That's why we went for it. Grabbed the player, which I still had to spend $200 on the 4K player, which was crazy. And that was only $100 off. It was $299. I don't
I
know
just
why.
bought a game system at that point.
I don't know why. Well, I do. I have two PS3s, a PS4, Nintendo. I actually got 8 or 9 consoles. I really do. I just don't play games like I used to. But anyways, the point is we're going to put everything up there. And so tomorrow we're going to start putting everything together and shit. And then my stuff finally shipped after 2 weeks. So I'll have my full setup by Monday. And I'm very excited about this. So I've never watched a movie on 4K. I've never watched a movie on 4K.
You're doing Dawn of the Dead first?
No, that's a bad one to do first. Don't
Yeah,
do
don't
that.
do that one first.
No.
I think I'll probably watch something that has
Gotta do
a
Blade
renowned.
Runner, Saving Private Ryan.
Do something
Jaws.
that really showcases the format.
I'm assuming that the Doctor Sleep probably looks pretty good on 4K,
Yeah.
or the Joker.
Yeah, usually anything like brand new does.
Well, that maybe I'll check out. I need to rewatch.
How
the
was
Joker.
Full Metal Jacket, Jeremy?
I haven't watched it yet.
But anyways, the moral of the story: when you have a wife that likes to push shit, it's actually kind of a good thing sometimes. So, anyways, I can't really complain. So, but true stories, and yeah, you did win the bet.
Yeah,
Yep.
the bet.
You seem to
Just
be
like I won the other bet.
winning a lot of
Oh,
bets these
God,
days.
I'm
You're
sick
winning
to
a
my
lot of
stomach.
fucking
Don't
bets.
bring that up.
Oh, for the listeners out there who were following this bet, I did in fact win the Chicago Bears double bet, both sides of it. So I win.
bullshit.
Jeremy paid me. It's pretty nice.
Oh, okay. I
All
think
three of our teams are in the playoffs for the first time ever.
No, stop.
I can't believe the Bears made the playoffs, man. It's just blowing my mind. Crazy.
Yeah, it's
Did-
crazy. All three of our teams.
How
are
many
in the
teams?
playoffs.
How many teams make the playoffs when you lose 6 straight games? It's crazy. But anyways,
Never. I don't think it ever happened.
It just goes to show how weak the fucking NFC is, man. It's crazy. But anyways, I digress from the sports talk. We don't want to get into that. But we did actually forget.
Not this episode.
We actually did forget to do one thing here. We do have a little bit of housekeeping stuff. We want to let everybody know what's going on with the show and where you can watch it in the future and the present right now.
You could watch the show. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm 4K only.
Dyson, no, you could technically watch the show on YouTube. You'd just be staring at a thumbnail for 9 hours. Literally 9
nice.
hours.
Beautiful
Usually it's
thumbnail
nice.
it is.
So anyways, JP, if you want to let us, the listeners out there, know what's going on with the show.
All right, so me and Jason have been going back and forth. As we know, Horrorphilia is shutting down in February, so that means we have a little less than a full month to completely transition out of there. I've been trying, but again, I'm working with Jason. I can't. There's nothing I could do by myself. I know that he's not gonna let it just expire without helping us. But the thing is, he's trying to help us right now, and nothing has moved forward. So he's trying to transfer the feed ownership thing to our email, so we would be basically have it through iTunes, and then we take it through iTunes and we can branch it out everywhere else and move to our new home or whatever. But they have not responded. So the worst case scenario is our feed disappears and we have to start over. But one interesting thing, I found our old feed, and I don't know if I can make it active again, but it is listed in our iTunes account. The feed before Horrorphilia. So there is that. But worst case scenario, we will create a brand new feed, which means that everybody would have to basically, if you're subscribed via any different podcast catching apps, you would basically have to find the new feed for us, which is a huge. It's why we've waited so long, because we're trying to avoid that from happening. Because it sucks, because some people might not know that. If you don't listen on YouTube, you just think we haven't put an episode out, if you're not on the Patreon or Facebook group. And there are a lot of listeners who simply only listen to us, never comment, never reach out or anything, and only listen to us through the iTunes or whatever, Spotify.
I actually had a comment, I want to say it was last week, and the guy literally asked me why we hadn't put out a show in like 2 months.
Yeah,
I was like,
Longer,
okay.
No,
I was like, no, dude, they're on. We're just having network issues right now and stuff, and they're on YouTube. And he's like, oh, I can't listen to it, blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, well, just stay tuned. We'll hopefully work it out, kind of thing, right? So
these people can easily just download the YouTube file. I know it's a pain in the ass.
I know.
I do tell people that. I mean, like, there is conversion sites and stuff where you can actually, do this stuff and get the audio file, put it on your iTunes, put it on your phone, whatever you want to do with it. You can do that version. It's an extra step.
Yeah, and again, it is on the Patreon. In fact, early. It's on the Patreon before anywhere else. Yeah. And you can stream the audio. We did end up fixing that. Well, we didn't fix it, but Patreon upped the amount of size that you can put on there to 500 megabytes instead of 250. So pretty much all of our shows have been able to go up except for 200. But I did put it up in 2 parts, so it is up there.
I was just thinking about 200. We did 200 fucking movies on that show, and we're only going to do a quarter of that on this fucking episode. It's insane.
We didn't do any movies on 200.
No, we did 200 directors.
Whatever, you know what I mean. We did fucking 200 things.
Whatever. He always does
that. Yeah, so please, it's only $1 to join the Patreon, by the way, if anybody hasn't ever done it. You can listen to the show early on.
Yeah, we're
there.
not money grabbers like Exploding Heads, who charges $3. We only charge $1.
Yeah, so $1 gets you in. It's literally, you can pay $12 up front and get it for a year. And then, you'll be able to listen to it for now. But we will, guaranteed within a month's time, by February 8th, we will have some sort of feed available, whether it's our old feed with the past episodes that we haven't posted yet, or a brand new feed. The one thing I'm worried about that is it's going to take longer, because I'm going to need to upload every single episode, which is going to take a while. Honestly, Jeremy would probably need to do it.
Yeah, I would do it.
So, yeah, it'd probably be better for Jeremy to get a little faster internet and stuff. Because our files are generally pretty decently big. So
I have them all on my hard drive.
That's cool.
I've been downloading as I go.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Wait,
that's
have
good.
you been downloading the newest ones, though?
I think I'm missing 195 to 200.
Definitely keep up, because on the computer that I use to upload them, I don't have any hard drive space on it, so I delete them off my computer. So I wouldn't have them anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
what I was doing, I was downloading them off iTunes, but since Jason hasn't really done that, I just have to download them off of Moods' channel, I guess. But
or off Patreon.
Yeah. Do it off Patreon. Yeah. Because those more of the raw files, because I don't know how much the audio is actually affected, because I do compress the shit out of these. I upload them at lower qualities, obviously, because the files are honestly, episode 200, if I had it done just in a normal 720, would have been a fucking 75 gig file.
Yeah, you know.
So
what,
I have to
man?
load it in low quality, man. It's just, it doesn't really affect the audio too much. It's more, I think, just looking at the thumb won't look as good,
Yeah.
you know. But
The thing that does suck is the home that we're going to go to. They have a maximum of like 200 megabyte files.
ooh,
So you have to upload them in multiple
See,
pieces, and then
that's
it puts
rough.
it back together for you. It's
Yeah,
weird.
that's
I don't
rough.
understand
Why 200 though?
why
It
it's
should
like
be
that.
like 500-600, man, easily. I mean,
Well, you gotta think, dude. Most podcast episodes are like under 100 megabytes.
Yeah, they're not longer than an hour. They're not like 6 hours like us.
well,
But
I mean, our
then,
average
like,
shows are
our
about
old
4
shows
hours.
Where even our 6-hour shows, I would lower the bit rate so the size would be a little smaller. You would lose a little bit of audio quality, but typically spoken word is not. I mean, I know Moods puts music in it, which is why it helps to have the higher bit rate, but.
Yeah, it samples too. It's just certain things that, just definitely lower the quality. But I mean, yeah, I mean, our shows are what, on an average of 4.5. I would say that's probably the average.
Yeah.
So,
But yeah, so we'll try our best to have everything squared away soon. I know it's frustrating. It's annoying for us too, because, we want people, hell, we spend all this time. We want people to hear the goddamn show.
right.
But,
Hey, are you
it's
going to upload those
unfortunate.
stats, JP?
Did you send them to me?
Yeah, I sent them to. Didn't I send them to your email?
No,
They never got them.
I didn't get it.
What the fuck?
Did you record it?
Yeah, I sent you the thing, and you listened to it.
I didn't. How did I?
Yeah, I think you did
did
comment.
listen
You
to
did comment
I
on it,
did?
actually. Yeah, you were
No,
like, "That's
he sent me the notes,
and you were like,
something.
"Oh, that's really cool."
No.
That
Yeah, because you mentioned a comment because I made fun of you for saying Billy Lust.
No, I never heard it.
22 shots, top 50 stats. I sent it.
No, I'm dead serious, dude. Like,
It's at your email. I sent 22 shots at moodsandhorror@gmail.com.
yeah, remember?
okay, but look, I'm saying what I'm referencing. What I was referencing.
It got pushed down with all the Peter Holocaust pictures.
No, I blocked it. I blocked him.
So go
Good.
check your thing. It's
Okay,
from,
what is-
I know, because I remember you guys even discussing, "Hey,
just
don't
type
just."
David Parker.
Yeah, it's got to be there. It's got to be there.
Top 10.
Jeremy,
Typical JP.
I had to do it at least once.
No, you don't though. You
it's
say you
it's
have
definitely
to, but
on
you
there.
don't.
But okay, so, but is that everything? Is that everything for housekeeping? Is there anything else?
No, I think that's it.
Okay. All right. So that is going to do it for the intro and our overall retrospective on 2020. Let's get into this list.
And now, our feature presentation.
Alrighty, so let's get into these lists. Off the top of the show, before we actually started, we pre-chose who or how the list was going to go. And Dave, you won. You are first up. What's your number 10?
All right. So, like I said, it was hard to put this list together. We already talked about that. But coming in at number 10 was a really awesome anthology film from Shudder. It had my boy Clancy Brown in here, who had a good year. Was very excited to see him in it. He was playing the tall man, basically. This is the Mortuary Collection.
See,
So
this is
all the
one
stories
that-
were.
This is one that I didn't. I thought it was okay that everybody liked a
Well,
lot.
you're wrong, and it's great because it looks amazing.
That's
it
all
looks
right.
amazing.
It is
Has
really
a
good.
great setting.
Scare
has
package
a
was
great,
better.
New England Scare package is not fucking better.
No.
Has a great New England feel. Scare package is a sloppy mess in comparison to Mortuary Collection. Mortuary Collection is made by one director. It has a singular vision. It
Do you
looks
like
great.
that?
Real anthologies need to be directed by one director to be amazing. I'm sorry, it's the truth. Tales of the
Honestly,
Crypt, Trick or
I don't
Treat.
think you're 100% wrong on that.
It's true. It's the truth.
Well,
You gotta be directed
it
by
adds to
guy-
the cohesiveness of it, right?
Yeah, and these stories fit together. They're all period pieces. They all have great set design. They all have great clothing. They're
Yeah.
all morality tales as they should be. But the ending has a great twist. Not all the stories are the best, but they're all good. And there's
Which
a couple
one did you
of-
like the best?
The one with the husband.
See, that's
And
the one
the
I.
like-
Which
I
one was
disliked
that?
a lot.
I'm
That's
like
the one I
that one.
disliked the like.
That's the best
Most.
one because it's the most it's the one that I thought was the scariest. I mean, the one where he has to take care of his wife and he fucks up. Which one do you like better? The first one,
Oh,
Jeremy?
yeah,
It's like
yeah, that one
35
was
seconds.
good.
The first one's literally a minute
No,
long.
not that one. The second one, the one with the pregnancy one.
Yeah, the pregnancy was my second favorite. I like the one Dave was talking about.
Yeah,
the
I
best.
like the pregnancy one too. That's my second favorite.
And I love
You know what?
Clancy
The last
Brown.
story is probably the weakest of the three
Yeah,
big
it
ones.
is.
But I still like the twist. And Clancy Brown was so great, and it's so cool to see him in here.
Mhm.
But
And
anyways,
the wraparound was well done.
Yeah, the wraparound was great because the interaction between her and the.
I did like that. Like all the characters appeared in every single one. Like
Yeah.
the doctor appeared in the third one, who was in the
Yeah.
second one, and things like that. But they were playing the same characters, like
Or ancestors because it was different time periods.
like when they were talking about like escaping the insane asylum, and the cop was because he gets sent to the insane asylum in the third story. So it's just
But each story takes place at a different time too, and you can tell this town has like a haunted history, which I really liked.
Mhm.
Which is
I
just
can I could see a couple sequels for this.
oh yeah, for sure. But anyways, I'm gonna 8 out of 10 for it. I really liked it.
See, that goes to show you our very first title mention. It's a fucking Shudder movie.
There'll be
There
more
you go.
for sure.
Yeah.
All right, JP, you are up next.
All right, coming in at number 10 for myself. This was a one that I was debating putting on the list, putting off the list. I decided to finally put it on the list because I did love it a lot. It's kind of loose in the horror world, which might happen a few times on my list, but it is Swallow, which I know Moons was not a huge fan of.
I related to Swallow.
So that's why I said
No.
my number 10 is definitely not going to be your name this year.
Nope.
I really like this one.
yeah, it's good.
The lead in this is one of my favorite performances of the year. I think she absolutely kills sort of this just what the fuck? What was that? What was that noise? Anyway, Dexter. He's snoring. Sorry. She's just this awkward messed up individual, and like I was telling Tom from Horrors Ball, one of my favorite scenes of the year is when she's at the dinner table with like the husband and the father, and they're all these like high class people. She's completely out of her element in this family, and he's like, oh, she was telling me, I forget her name, but she was telling this story. Yeah, tell it, honey, tell it. And she goes and starts talking, and you could tell like within like 30 seconds they're completely uninterested, and then they just cut her off and go and on about their business. And just the impact that has on her, it's just like she sinks into her seat, and like everything just moves slowly around her and stuff. And that's very relatable for anybody who's
For me.
ever for Carly.
Well, the part I really related to is when she's sitting at the table with her husband, and he's like texting his friends, probably like moods or something, and he's like, texting moods, texting Dave, and she's going on about the morning and all this stuff that she likes about the house, and he's just like, because he didn't hear a word she said. That reminded me of you and I. I related to Swallow quite a bit.
I thought that the scene where she confronted the guy at the party, I don't want to spoil anything, the birthday party, was one of the strongest scenes of the year, because that interaction is just unlike any other. And these movies are starting to go places where no one else would go. Was this directed by who directed this?
The director.
The voice was unique. It was different.
Yeah, it was the director is Carlo Mirabella Davis.
I'm just wondering what else they directed, because like I said, that confrontation, you normally wouldn't put that in a movie because it's touchy, and the way this ends, it's just like, wow.
Yeah, and this the obsession that she has with swallowing even the cover is just
I
so
love the premise of this
icky.
movie.
Gross.
And I thought her performance is excellent too. I didn't really care for the third act that much. It's weird. I really liked the first couple acts. I thought it was really interesting. But I don't know, the third act was not my favorite. That's really where it kind of lost me. So
When I
was-
think of go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I just felt like it wasn't horror enough for me, but I don't know how to. It's so hard. Like I thought about it. Like I put this on. I kept juggling it. I was like, I don't think it's a horror movie. Like I didn't. I don't know why.
I didn't really consider it one either. And
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think that like what I forget the compulsion is called, but the swallowing
Pika or
of the
Pica or
objects,
whatever.
Yeah,
it,
it's
it really gets
Yeah.
under my skin and makes me feel super uncomfortable and like scared. So that's where the horror elements come in it for me.
It's like body horror,
is-
kind of.
Is that like sort of body horror?
Yeah, it is kind of like body horror. That's kind of a good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not arguing with you. I think it's anybody that puts it on their horror list. I would 100% be like, yeah, it's your list. I think it has horror elements, but for me, it's
It's
I
more
wanted to.
psychological horror than anything. But yeah, I mean, and to be fair, that's why I was debating putting it on the list or not, is because to me, out of some of the ones that are on my list that are sort of those fringe horror or, horror adjacent things, it's probably one of the ones that I think is the least horror that I was considering. But at the end of the day, this one impacted me a lot. It was one of the first movies that really stuck out to me of the year. My list is kind of dominated by stuff that I saw in the last 2 months or 3 months. And this particular film I saw a lot earlier. We covered it on a His and Hers episode.
I remember that. It was a good episode.
Yeah, I thought we did a really good job with it. And it's, that, again, with the mental illness theme of the year. And, there's like the domestic stuff in there too that seemed
time.
kind of prevalent in the year as well. But yeah, it's Pica is what it's called. It's just, it's so horrifying to me that, and in fact, also like the pregnancy and stuff like that. I just thought the lead was great in this one, but I gave it an 8 out of 10. I totally can see where it wouldn't be horror for some people, though.
Can I say one more thing? I know, like, I don't mind if, like, for ourselves, we're all sitting here and we're like, man, that's not horror for me, not to put on their list. But I hate when other people get mad at people for putting stuff on their list, right? Mm-hmm. That shit, and they're like, it's not really a horror
We deal with that every list show.
Make fun of them for fucking 24 hours.
Every list show we deal with
give
this, man. I can't believe that was on your list. It's not even fucking horror.
not really a horror movie.
Yeah, I mean, it's labeled as an independent psychological body horror film.
But it's not really a horror movie, JP, is it?
I don't even
That's
understand
what
how you
came
can
out
fucking
in the press
digest
labeled.
tax. Like, how does that shit not get...
Shit.
Ugh,
Sorry.
I don't know how you can do
These
that.
are my
man.
friends too saying this shit. Like Sam was like, I was arguing with Sam about Rent-A-Pal. I was like, if Rent-A-Pal's not a horror movie, nothing's a horror movie this year. I'm like, if Rent-A-Pal's not a horror movie, what the fuck is a horror movie anymore?
But
Does that
I-
mean really we're too
I
nice
heard
to be a
another
horror
person say this on a podcast, and I don't remember who said it, but I think that a lot of it is the way that the films are marketed and how they want to kind of touch every territory to get the widest audience possible. So they're making these films that are really hard to classify and lump into one genre, which
Most
I know,
countries
Dave,
don't
you
even
always...
do that though. They don't classify shit. They say it's all genre film. And if we did that, like everything could be on the list. Like Promising Young Woman could be on the list because it's a genre film. But it's so hard. Like
Right.
it's not like the 80s, man. It's not the 80s where everything is like, well, Nightmare on Elm Street, that's a horror movie, right?
Yeah, it's
no
cut and
doubt, no
dry.
doubt.
Cut and dry.
Yeah, not anymore. Or the 70s or the 50s weren't cut and dry either, but there just was less of them, so they just lumped it in there with it.
Yeah. Released by IFC Midnight. Fuck you guys. No, but okay, so that's my number 10. I really love this film. This was a good film.
It's not really horror.
All right.
Pretty much.
All right, Carly. What's your number
All
10?
right. My number 10 is a move that we watched on our Halloween spectacular, which was Spell. I enjoyed Spell a lot.
Me too. Has
Yeah,
the
I
grossest
really-
scene of the year.
Yeah, that's why it really stuck with me. It had two scenes that really grossed me out and almost made me vomit, and that is why it stuck with me. And also just the setting and like the voodoo stuff and how sketchy it is, and it's kind of like Misery. Everything about it just kind of like resonated with me very well and stuck
Very
with me, like I
choice.
said.
Very
It was
good.
supposed to be a theatrical, wide release film.
It-
but
Yeah,
then-
it was actually, it was in the theater and we didn't get the chance to go see it, so we ended up renting it on
But it was supposed to be
Halloween
like
night.
wide. It was supposed to come out wide, but because of COVID, didn't
How
happen.
many
Yeah, I'm not sure.
black-oriented exploitation movies are there too? None that I can think of, really. Besides that,
Sure.
I mean, this is just a exploitation movie. This is your typical Texas Chainsaw Massacre shit, but it has a whole new spin on it. It's very cool.
Right, exploitations.
Yeah, that was one of the things about this year that, like, good luck trying to figure out what was wide and what wasn't.
Yeah,
I
I
think
don't
everything was limited this year. All the theatricals were limited, but yeah, this did technically play in the
I
theater.
saw it in the theater.
Yeah, we saw
Uh.
it at home, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I was shocked to see kind of like I wouldn't say an updated version of Misery, but very, sharing a lot of similarities to Misery and stuff, but done very well. I really enjoyed this movie. I thought it was great too.
Yeah, me too.
Good choice.
Way grosser than you think, right?
Right.
Way grosser than I thought it was. I was like,
The nail is fucking nasty, bro.
oh,
Yeah.
the hands too. And the severed dick. I was like, what is this movie now?
Dude, that shit in the ankles or in the foot, man. I was like, oh my god, like that shit just made so cringeworthy, man.
Yeah,
Oh
we were
goat
all
eyeballs.
squirming.
You get two
The goat
scenes
eyeballs
of it,
were
too.
great too.
Oh.
The goat eyeball scene was terrifying.
yeah.
When he pulls it out and it's all fucking pussy and does stuff nasty.
And he has to. Oh, never mind.
I gave that an 8.5 out of 10, though.
Cool. All right, so coming in at number 10 for myself is another Shudder exclusive, I believe. Yeah, no, I definitely watched it on Shudder. It says it's from 2018. It originates from South Korea, and we obviously just got our release this year in 2020, and it is the creature feature Monstrum. Did anybody see this?
Absolutely.
I see.
No.
Yeah,
Love it.
dude. Man, every time I see something that's coming from South Korea, I gotta check it out. And I read the premise on this, and I was like, oh, okay, man, this sounds really interesting. It's like a period piece. It's set in like, the 16th century, so sometime in the mid 1500s or something like that. So I'm like, oh, it's a period piece, pretty cool. Creature feature. I'm like, man, I gotta check this shit out. So it's basically, it's such a fucking fun movie, man. It's basically about these two guys that. They're kind of ostracized from the whole village, their whole community and stuff, because they do have a backstory at the beginning of the film where something kind of goes wrong.
There's a plague and they save a girl when they didn't want them to.
Yeah, basically what happened. Yeah, so they were like military. They worked directly for the leader and stuff like that. Anyway, something happens, a bunch of people die and stuff. So they end up going out doing their own thing. And years later, they come looking for them now because there's this plague that's in the city, and people are dying off and shit like that. And they're like, well, we need some really good men on this type of thing to go and deal with this. But the thing is, that's kind of cool about the film is that nobody really believes that there's a monster out there. So they go to
They
investigate.
think they're trying to overthrow the.
Yeah, they think
there's
it's
a big political.
It's
tension
major
going on,
political.
too.
There's so much commentary here. It's really cool. So they go to investigate only to find out there actually is a fucking monster and shit like that. So it's really
There's
cool,
a
man.
monstrum.
Yeah, there's a monstrum named Sparkles.
This is Brotherhood of the Wolf, but South Korea.
It is, man. It really is. There's so much great action scenes in here. There's some great gore and stuff. The thing that threw me off at first was the first time you see the monster, I was like, whoa, that's CG. But then you get to see it a few more times. Like, okay, it totally works. It's totally fine for what it is. Generally, I wouldn't be praising a film with a CG monster and stuff. But in this case, it kind of made sense because I don't know how you would do it otherwise.
It
Because
reminded me of like Host with its CG.
Yeah, the monster was just huge. And I think it really did work. It worked for what it was and stuff. But man, the whole ride through this, man, I thought the dialogue was actually legitimately funny at times. It was taking itself serious, but it still had these moments of, comedic elements to it and stuff. But the action sequences and the gore and just the shit that was going on with the monster and all the twists and turns that happened in the third act and shit, I thought were fantastic. Even the ending was great. Because they actually explain how it happens and stuff. I thought that was pretty cool, but filled with social commentary, a lot of political stuff that's going on and shit like that. And it was just a really great time, man. I was intrigued right from the start of this movie to the end. It was fantastic. I love the lead guys. I don't really know what their names are, if anybody can remember their names, but
Absolutely not.
military generals. Anyways, I'll just call them the military generals. The guys that kind of saved the day and shit like that. But man, overall, this thing was just a fantastic watch. It kind of blew my socks off. I was like, damn, dude, like that shit is fucking solid, man. And I hope more people actually check it out, because if you like films of South Korea, it's a little bit different. They don't do a lot of creature features, right? And period pieces, yes, but creature features mixed together, I love that shit, because I love my creature features. I love, period pieces, but this one just all came together, man. Good commentary and shit, and fucking blast. What did I give that? 8.5 out of 10. Good shit. And Jeremy, you're next.
All right, coming in at number 10 with an 8 out of 10, we have, gotta do it every show, we have Vince Vaughn Nation Freaky. Had to put Freaky on the list. This
Really?
movie, yeah, it's
Wow.
the funniest movie of the year. I mean, it's probably the most enjoyable experience watch that I had of the year. I mean, I just had such a good time with this movie. It just made me laugh so fucking hard. Vince Vaughn with that goddamn Aaron Rodgers mask on. I mean, I was just laughing my goddamn head off. It's all because of Vince Vaughn. He does he goes for it. He gives it his 110% in this movie, and I think that's why it works so well. You really are convinced he's a high school girl, and it's just it's hilarious. And my favorite joke in the movie is, of course, the "Mom, I'm straight" joke towards the end of the movie. I mean, it's
that shit was
so
funny too. I like when he's reading this shit in the bathroom stall.
That kid,
two in the
that kid
pink and one in the
definitely,
stink.
That shit was
that
fucking
kid
so
definitely
funny.
stole the show. Besides it,
I love your black wiener.
Yeah,
It was just
I love that movie.
it is really funny.
Entertaining. It's a movie
Good.
it's a movie that you can watch. It's a party movie for sure, but it's one that I think that I'll even go back and I'll watch again because I just had such a fun time with it, and the kills are good, and it's a lot.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. With the R rating, it did what we wanted Happy Death Day to do. You know, with the comedy, but still be a violent horror movie.
Yeah.
This is, and I know they're kind of closely related and stuff like that. That same director. I think that this is the much better version of that film. I think this film would have killed it had it been,
Still turned a profit though. Which is crazy.
Yeah, of course. But I think it would have did like big numbers if it.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, I was laughing so hard in this movie, and it's just something that I think even Dave said it's something that it's easily rewatchable, and it's true. It's just that kind of movie, and I had to put it on my list. It's definitely, like I said, one of my most enjoyable watches of the year, and I had to give it an 8. Like I said in the beginning, an 8 out of 10 for Freaky. A really, really good time.
I'm glad I watched this movie because I was dreading it. I'm like, really?
I was hating on it big time.
They did the freaky story. I'm like, this story's been done a million times really terribly. And I'm like, this has got Vince Vaughn in a comedic role. Man, was I ever wrong. Shit was funny as hell.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I guess if you don't feel like watching Friday the 13th every Friday the 13th, you have another film you could throw on.
Right.
Yeah, and it has Jason reference and everything.
Yeah.
No, they did good with it. It was fun.
Yeah. I liked it a lot.
JP,
All right,
do not forget the listeners list.
Yeah, the listeners list this time out. So
I wasn't going to forget that,
less
Dave.
Submissions. What's that?
I wasn't going to forget that.
Yeah, we got less submissions than we have years prior, which I think a lot of people just weren't watching the new stuff this year because of COVID and stuff like
Why
that.
the fuck not?
But we still, I mean, it wasn't significantly less. Typically, the number one film has around 200 points. This time it had around 150. So
Do you think it was just
slightly
people not
slightly less.
putting their list in though? Maybe.
It could be partially that, but
It's
also
funny.
we didn't make as big of a deal of it. Like
No.
normally we give away stuff and things. So
I actually read an article. I read an article actually a few days ago about how streaming on horror films has gone up significantly this year.
yeah, it definitely did.
Yeah.
For
They
sure.
said based on other years, man, they said that the streams on horror films are just through the fucking roof. So they're like, oh, the resurgence of horror. And I'm like, well, I don't know if it's more just people are watching it more through streaming and shit, but it's there.
So 65 different films got picked.
And how many people?
I didn't have a final tally of that because they were sending them to me all over the place.
Dave will do the stats later.
Yeah, but 65 different films. The weirdest ones were Uncle Peckerhead, which only was submitted one time, but the person it was their number one film, so it got 10 points.
Who did that?
And then I don't know. And then the other weird one was Butt Boy, which only got submitted one time, but it was also their number one.
Wow.
So
Both those are great, so it's okay.
it was kind of weird. So yeah, we have. I'll give off a couple of the honorable mentions. So honorable mentions are Monstrum, and then oddly enough, His House.
Mhm.
Oddly enough is what I meant to say for Underwater, The
Mhm.
Lodge, Hunter x Hunter, and Relic missed the top 10 by 1 point. There are actually no ties in the top 10, which is nice. So it'll be nice and simple. So number 10 for the listeners list here is Anything for Jackson with 31 points.
Cool.
There was a big spread out of points. Like really the top like two are above everything else. Like,
What was number 10?
Number 10 is Anything for Jackson, which was
Oh.
the Shudder exclusive. I think that might have actually been a Shudder.
That's the Hallmark movie, Dave.
Yeah.
Do you know the director actually directed Hallmark movies? I don't know if you guys have heard that from the 37 other podcasts you listen to.
It's like it
I'm
fucking
just saying
matters,
it because
right?
literally I've heard it on 16 podcasts already.
So yeah, that had 31 total points. Again, if it shows up at number 10, it gets 1 point. If it shows up at number 1, it gets 10 points.
Like, nobody said shit about directors that directed nothing but like pop music videos through the 80s and then became huge directors and shit like that later on, right?
David Fincher and shit.
Right. That's exactly what I was talking about. So, yeah.
It is funny. It is funny. It was a good story. I was like, cool, man. The first time I heard it, like early December, and then like by the 30th podcast, like coming out like last week, like it's like, yes, man. This isn't the only podcast I listen to.
Yeah, but Dave, they only say it one time. It's not their fault. You're listening to
Podcasters
podcasts.
need to listen to other podcasts so they know what the other people are saying, so they don't.
Literally, no one on the show listens to other podcasts besides me and you.
And me.
Well, you don't count.
No, I don't listen to horror podcasts.
Yeah.
So
So
you do the story.
that's
That's the group or listeners list. All right. So Dave, back to you for your number 9.
All right, this one I saw. Actually, this was probably in the last couple months I watched this one, and was pretty impressed with it. I know a lot of people like this one. It was a Netflix. It's a South Korean film, and I just was very impressed with how it was edited, how the stories intercrossed. This is The Call.
I knew what it was. Good
And
choice,
the
man.
ending of this would be higher. This would be higher, but that last little stinger at the end, I was like, I don't know if we need that.
Dude, I said the same fucking thing. So I finished watching it and I was like,
Yeah, that stinger. I was like,
but the
what?
problem
Why?
is with that stinger is that it's like in the credits.
Yeah, like
What?
it's unneeded. Like, isn't it?
It's so unneeded because it literally changes like almost the entire movie.
Doesn't that literally change it from like a top 5 to a top 10, right?
Dude, totally, man. I was like, and I can't remember who I said it to. I said, hey, man, I recommend The Call, but don't shut it off right when the credits start.
Man, this
'Cause if you
movie
don't
had
see
such an
that-
emotional impact, didn't it?
Right.
Like, it was emotional. The acting was so good.
Yeah,
and
it was
the way
really
they play
good.
with time, man. It's real hard to fucking get time travel correct. But this was perfectly done to me.
You know, and
how it changes.
Yeah, there was a stinger that do you guys see Run?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, Run had a end segment where I was like, that was completely unnecessary.
Yeah, that took it down
Well,
a little.
this one's weird. This isn't like just like a bad joke. This is literally like we another ending. This would be like if Darth Vader at the end of Empire Strikes Back credits was like, "I lied. You're not really my son."
yeah, I think Run actually dropped for me on that too. I think I ended up giving it like a 6 or something like that. It's kind of but anyways,
the call fucked me up a bit. I like the gore's there. It's just really good, man, and it's really suspenseful. And I don't want to say anything else without spoiling it. But I recommend it. 8 out of 10.
I always feel like, you know, this is another movie like Freaky that is, the storyline's been done lots. We've seen this type of time travel type, you know, talking to the past and shit like that quite a few times, but I think it's just done really, really well, with the exception of that stupid little fucking burp in the credits.
It's so cool though that the one person knows the future and the other person can change it.
Yeah.
And they help each other, and then something doesn't go quite right because there is a reason why somebody wanted to eliminate that person.
Yeah.
And sometimes superstition is right.
Right. Good
It's
choice.
a very good movie.
It is really well done. I agree. JP.
All right, my number 9 here is a film that I saw way earlier in the year, so it's a little loose in my memory, but I remember it really impressing at the time. It's a film that Jeremy praised for a while there, and it is The Lodge. I feel like this one really fell on people's lists. At the beginning of the year, everybody was praising it and loving it, and then I feel like nobody really talks about it now.
I thought it was okay.
So I'm
Solid.
curious.
I think the story is okay, but I think it literally is the most atmospheric movie since The Thing. The Thing. I think it's the most atmospheric movie. It's fucking.
Atmospheric snow movie, maybe.
I mean, just like cold and isolated, and it's just fucking amazing.
I like
It's
that.
a very good movie. I enjoyed it, but
Yeah, I remember me and Carly were in the theater watching this before everything. This was like kind of shortly before everything got shut down. And did we watch Boy and this back to back?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Wait,
Well, you went to
I
see
forget
it,
which
and
one
it
we saw
wasn't-
first.
It wasn't working.
We saw The
right?
Boy
So
first,
you had to
I
go
think.
back because it wasn't working.
Oh well, yeah. So the first night we went to go see this on opening night, they sent like the wrong hard drive or something like that, or the hard drive was messed up. So we went and seen Parasite instead.
they're like, sorry
then-
guys, if you don't want to watch Stuart Little, you'll have to leave.
Yeah, they were like, do you guys want to see something else? And then there was this dude was like in the line. And he's like, you got to see Parasite, man. You got to see Parasite. So
Everybody said you had to see Parasite.
yeah,
So
Good
these are
choice,
fucking
though.
this is my third time seeing it, dude. And I was
Parasite's
like, okay.
fucking
And I think I
amazing.
said something about subtitles, and I wasn't saying like that's bad. He was just like, "Oh, don't let that fool." Like he made me look like an idiot.
Yeah, and we're
he
like,
was
bitch,
like-
we watch hundreds of movies.
Yeah,
a
like
year.
I wasn't
We watch
even-
subtitled films.
He was
Dude, I
like,
prob-
man, this is the third time seeing it. You guys want to get dinner after this? I'll buy it.
Dude, honestly, the guy was talking about like rappers and stuff like that to some random dude in the line. Like he was just like he was one of those dudes that just wanted to talk to everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I'm in a bad mood, I'd be like, yep, sounds great. Leave me alone.
But yeah, we saw The Boy too, and then we went and seen The Lodge, and the kind of big scene like early on in the movie, like just everybody in the audience was like, oh, like they jumped, and it was like a cool moment. You know what scene I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
So sudden.
Worst
Yeah.
dad of all time.
God,
Yeah.
I'll say that, but I
What a
mean,
piece of dog shit. I'd rather not have a dad. Dumbest dad I've ever seen. How did he have so much money being that fucking stupid? He must have inherited it.
I don't know, dude. Like,
Man,
I
Dave
have
has a
hard
thing
dad.
for
I
shitty
would
dads
fart in
this
his
year,
face.
man. He's got a thing
I
for
have a
shitty
hard-
ass dads. Holy
He's
fuck.
a pussy too. Fucking hate that guy.
Fucking Hunter dad. What a fucking idiot. What a fucking
He was.
Everybody-
That's
everybody's
all.
dad.
He
I
loved
feel
his
the
kid,
same
though.
about that.
Everybody's dad and mom is better than mine in real life, so like it's hard for me to be
So
like,
you're like hearing
Well,
these
yeah.
people say bad dad, and he's
Uh,
like,
ask Carly, right? Like don't
I don't
all
know
these
about
people
that,
make
man.
my parents look fucking like
Yeah.
my parents make these parents look like great parents.
Well, buddy, to
So-
be fair, you don't know how your dad would be as a dad.
here's another theme. Here's another theme about movies this year. And this is probably typical. Everybody had a house that was like middle class, or their second house was like 8 times better than everybody's normal house. Like everybody's like, oh, we're going to our cottage
That's
home, and
just
it's like
cinema,
fucking-
though. That's just
It's
cinema.
only 80,000 square feet. I'm like, oh wow. Like extracurricular, The Lodge, fucking We Summon the Darkness. Everybody's house is a fucking masterpiece.
It's just like saying you're watching a movie and a white family sits down to eat breakfast and they fucking take one bite and there's like mounds of food left and like I'm full,
And they leave
and then
for
they
work.
go. Like no one ever
They're like,
fucking
"Oh,
eats any of the
I'm
food that's
running
on the
late."
table. What the fuck
yeah,
is
can
that?
can that eventually die? Because I have always hated that.
Dude,
Yeah.
you know what else
Or they-
bugs me,
or
man?
They have these
right
massive
outside.
breakfast platters of like
Dude.
toast on their own plate and eggs and bacon and orange juice. They always pour a juice and then
And they
drink
only drink
one
coffee.
sip of it.
Take one
I'm
bite of
hungry.
bacon.
They're like, oh,
one-
I gotta go.
One fork load of fucking eggs, and then they leave everything. I'm like, only fucking white people do that shit too. It's ridiculous. It's so funny.
I've never seen anyone do that in my
But
life.
what's with restaurants though too? Like if you're watching a movie, like they only
What
eat
were
like
we
a quarter of their
watching?
food.
And I said that.
Hey, I
Quarter of their
guarantee there was
food.
nothing on anybody's plate and unhinged after fucking Russell Crowe sitting down. He
Oh,
started
you
eating
know what it
other-
was?
It's so
Shut
true.
up.
What a fat fuck he is now, man.
He ate
I
half
would-
the
when I-
plates.
When I was watching the for the summer series, the Ty West film, what's it called? House of the Devil. And the chick is poor. She's struggling. She has to take this job in order to get, to have a place to live. And she goes to a restaurant where she's eating pizza. She takes one bite of it and leaves it there. And she's like, I'm not really feeling this or whatever. I'm like, bitch,
Dude.
no wonder you got no money.
I'm not even joking. I thought the same thing when I was rewatching that movie this year.
Yeah, it
Like,
annoyed the hell out
so
of me.
annoying. It's so annoying. Fucking
Yeah.
eat your food, man.
Yeah, especially if you're poor. Like you're a struggling college student. like you got to slice a pizza, and you're. But first of all, come on, it's pizza, dude. It's like I don't care if it's bad pizza. It's still pizza.
I finished a sandwich that I found heron from a restaurant. I was like, oh, threw it out and I finished it. I think we.
Yeah, you just fucking eat around it, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like these motherfuckers are like, these eggs are a little off. I'm like, oh man, I just dropped this fucking thing on the floor. I dropped this by the cat food. I'm like,
well, that's like one of my friends. Like if you're out with him and you buy bottled water, he'll get very angry at you. He's like, why the fuck are you spending money on bottled water? It's fucking
I'm thirsty, dude.
I know.
I'm like, because I have the money and I hate your fucking guts.
Who doesn't drink bottled? That's fucking weird.
If people get mad at me for dumb shit, I'm just gonna keep doing it.
Right. That's why. That's why I hate you guys so much.
Oh, absolutely.
But yeah, the lodge. I thought again, like Jeremy said, the atmosphere is really thick. There's this sort of like foreboding, bad feeling that you have throughout the movie. I dug it. I do see some of the complaints with like, is it believable and stuff like that. I know Brandon had a huge issue with that, but it worked for me.
See, my thing is that I was like, this better not go the way I'm thinking right now. And like, I know you always get upset when I'm like, oh, the predictability sometimes, if it works out exactly how you're thinking. And like, I've explained before with movies, like I really don't try to figure out things, but except for when you have time, when you're watching a slow burn like that, sometimes you're like, okay, it might go this way or it might go that way kind of thing. But in this one, I was like, I hope it's not going the way I think it is right now. And it totally fucking did. And I was like, oh, for real, man. That's the way I didn't want it to go. Otherwise, I liked the movie. I thought it was pretty good. You know, like Jeremy said, atmosphere through the fucking roof and stuff. But I just think that
it has a great cold.
I think the resolution to it, man, like what's going on, it was like very predictable and kind of hurt the overall fucking movie, man. Big time for me.
This is one where, to go back to what you said, a rewatch probably should have been due for this one, because I honestly don't really remember it that much. I just remember what I felt.
I remember I didn't rewatch this one either. I came in decent. I think I gave it like a 7.5. Like I thought it was a good movie. Like it was really well shot. It was well acted.
I'm not that far from you. I
thought that the way it went, you know, the third act, man, just kind of brought it down for me a little bit. I was hoping for something different, and I didn't get that. And I just felt like it was a little bit too predictable. I guess you've seen these type of movies before, and for me, like I sat there and thought about it, and I was like, you know what, I still really liked it. You know, I think I came off.
It's super dark, man. Super dark.
It is.
But again, though, with the year as a whole, like this movie would not have made years prior's top 10 probably. So I do like it a lot, but you know, I'm not to my strong films yet. These are all interchangeable. The like, you know, 9 and 10 spot, I had like 8 different movies in there.
I think it's better than Goodnight Mommy.
Really? See, I like that one.
Goodnight Mommy made my top 10, whatever year it was.
Yeah.
Is it the same director?
Yeah.
Loved it. Loved Goodnight Mommy.
I don't know. There's something off with Goodnight Mommy. I remember that I didn't like. I can't.
That was
It's been
the
a while
Spanish
though.
film.
No, was it?
Goodnight Mommy?
I can't fucking remember.
No,
with the two twin, the mother with the bandage.
Was it the same director though?
Was it Spanish?
Same director.
Are these guys German or?
No, it was German. It's a German film, I think.
I thought these guys were German.
Yeah.
I could have swore Goodnight Mommy was a Spanish film.
9.
No, it's. I swear it's fucking.
Jeremy, look it up. Somebody look it up.
Well, these guys are from. They're apparently they're like
you're
Austrian.
right. It is
Austrian.
a German film.
Yeah, Austrian German.
Yeah, German, Austrian. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. When you said Spanish,
Some
I was like,
fucking
am I
Nazi
tripping
directed
fucking
it.
Wait, it's
What?
Austrian.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's
So,
the difference,
anyways,
JP?
Austrian. They speak mostly German. Anyways, but
Arnie's from Austria.
I like Goodnight Mommy a lot. Actually, I thought it was pretty good.
Me too. Anyway, that's mine.
Coolio. Carly.
All right. My number 9 is the Golden Dick, aka the Golden Glove.
Nice.
Wow, this is actually on your list.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I'm shocked as well.
Yeah,
I
tell
watched
everybody why you avoided
Another
it.
one that I didn't like as much as everybody else. It's still a good movie.
Are you a pervert, Carly?
Yes,
Tell everybody why you avoided it, Carly.
because everyone said it was gross.
Not that gross.
Oh no,
I know.
it's fucking. You know what? It's not even about like the gore and shit like that. It's our main character is nasty. It's the aesthetic of the
Yeah.
movie. I think the
It's
aesthetic in
the
this
whole
movie
girl.
is so.
She thought it was a different kind of gross.
Like I thought it was going to be like
like-
spell over the top gross when the way
No.
people were acting, but it's like nasty gross, like you just said. So
Well, you
I
got to
really
remember.
liked it for that.
You got to remember. I think that they captured the red light district so well because this movie's placed, or it's set in what 73, 74, somewhere in there, like mid 70s kind of thing. I think that whole aesthetic is captured so fucking well. It just adds to the grittiness. But the casting is phenomenal in that.
It reminds me of a Martin Scorsese movie if he directed a serial killer movie.
Yeah, dude.
Like
that's,
that-
Yeah, it's like if
so-
Martin Scorsese directed Henry.
Yeah, it's really fucking, and all the characters in this movie are perfect. I never felt so much sorrow and depression for the drunk women in this movie. I
Oh
feel
my-
so bad for them.
it's-
I feel so bad for them.
dude, I agree, man.
pathetic.
I thought it was so realistic too. Like if you ever knew true alcoholics, you know what
Yeah.
I mean? They all
Yeah.
look like these people.
Yeah, with the noses. And have you seen that actor who plays
It's a
Prince?
good-looking guy, supposedly.
Yeah.
He's
24 years old,
He's a
too.
good-looking guy.
Like he's 24 and he's good looking,
Yeah, he's
and
20,
I was like, holy
24.
crap.
Carly said.
And it's based on a true story. It's a real story.
Oh, it's very
Yeah, it
accurate
is.
too.
Yeah.
I looked
Yeah,
up
yeah.
the real story.
What's the line he says? Do you live in this apartment? Did you say you lived in this apartment? If I said so, it must be true.
Yeah, yeah, that's the last thing he says in the movie before it ends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really enjoyed this for just how nasty and grimy it was, and I really cared about the characters. The main guy, like, he's just so gross looking, and he's actually creepy looking. He just looks like he would be a freaking psychopath. So, yeah, I thought this was really good. I gave it an 8.5 out of 10, and I almost didn't watch it. So I'm glad that I did.
Oddly
You're a
enough,
fucking
man,
pervert,
watching this
Carly.
movie,
You're a fucking pervert.
I just wanted to drink schnapps like all day
never
after
wanted
That's
this.
like
drink
the
again
last.
in my
I
life.
never wanted to drink again.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, he was like a likable character once he got sober, but he just turned into
What?
a douchebag.
No,
You didn't like him like
see-
when he has his
No.
job.
No.
Oh, yeah, I loved him.
dude.
Not like,
He already
like
killed
him,
a bunch
but,
of
like-
people.
See, the thing is, they're not even trying to make him likable. Even there, they're just putting
He
this.
had a
Oh, he's
warped. He had a warped sensibility that women are owed to him too.
Yeah, but
He
he,
was a
only acts
sadist.
on it when he's
It's
drunk.
like, bring me
He
Rosie.
couldn't get an erection.
dude. You know what I love?
He's impotent.
What part I love, man?
Yeah.
It's the fucking scene where she fucking scoops out the hot mustard and puts it on his wang.
It's the most brutal strangulation I've ever seen, and it just goes the extra. Here's why it's gross. It's like, you know what? We're gonna keep this one shot. We're gonna be. This whole movie makes you look like you're sitting there. Like they'll have one shot and it'll just stay there, like you're sitting
Yeah.
at the kitchen
The
table watching.
camera
this
work
dude-
around the apartment was absolutely phenomenal.
That death,
It was great.
that death has to be one of the most brutal things I've seen in cinema in years because he not
It's
only is
raw and
he not only
unapologetic, man.
he not only just he does it out of sheer anger, just the hatred for women and stuff. Obviously, she fucked up his cock too with the hot mustard, but
But he had it coming.
honestly,
He did.
dude, he went back like 5 times to grab empty bottles just to smash them on
Right.
her. Like he just kept fucking her up, dude. It's brutal. That shit was. I'm like watching this. I'm going, what the fuck? Amazing. That was relentless, man. Awesome.
And
horror.
I
awesome.
gotta
horror.
say one more thing, relating to what you guys just talked about. There's a part where two characters buy a bottle of Coke, and I don't think they take one sip of it, and they just leave it and ride their bikes away,
Yeah,
and that
but
really
you can
pissed
see
me
why
off.
they'd leave that place, right?
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
Well, there is a
Because
scene
of
earlier
taking
where
the
he's in
bottle.
there and he drinks a bottle of Coke. He's sitting at the bar and he's kind of chatting with people and stuff, but he does drink it a little bit. So
I'm gonna
in-
have
in a
to put
different
you
scene.
on the FBI's wanted watched list. You're gonna have to be watched by the FBI now, Carly, for putting that on your list.
Yeah.
know
What
what,
the hell's
Dave?
wrong with you?
I'll let you borrow my
Wow.
pervert card every once in a while. All right?
wow, I'm just gonna leave. Like, I don't even know what to say here. I bet it's on all your lists. I
Welcome
bet
to my
everybody-
world.
yeah, only a fucking pervert would have the Golden Glove on their fucking list. It's
Fucking
disgusting, Carly.
disgusting. Call it
I can't believe the guest is just being
I'm actually
that
surprised
disgraceful.
that is on your list.
Honestly, I never thought in a million years
Carly,
that would be
Carly.
on Carly's list. That's not a movie I would ever even think that she would even like it for a second.
I'm looking at my list, and I'm like guessing what's going to be on people's list.
JP, you have a cool girlfriend, man. She likes the fucking.
Yeah, she's
Golden
more
Glove.
hardcore than you.
Yeah.
Her
I
list is
told
better
I
than yours
told
so
the
far.
story on
She's
the
legitimately cooler than
summer
you.
series. The first films I ever gave her was like Martyrs and Bug and like all
Eden
these
Lake.
hardcore Eden Lake. And
Oh,
I was
the-
like,
what's-
if she runs away,
Girl Next
then I
Door.
just
It's so
I'll
weird
have
how
to
every
keep her in the
conversation I
basement.
keep having comes back to Freaking, man. You just mentioned Bug, and I was thinking. Obviously, I was thinking about that watching the documentary too. But
He's like, I hope we can be like this one day. Foil all around the apartment.
Michael Shannon is a fucking god.
Relationship
I don't care what
goals.
anyone says. That guy's one of my.
He's
Great actor.
He is one of my favorite
He makes
actors.
every movie great.
He does. He's that look. He's that voice. He's that. Oh man. He's
Having
so,
deja
Shape of Water,
vu.
the
he,
finger-
I love. If I
finger
even
shape of
said, me and the wife were watching the fucking Seth Rogen film the night after, or whatever, and he's in that. And I said to him, said to her, I was like, man, if I ever was doing like an animated, I needed a voice for something, I would have to get Michael Shannon in because he's got one of the coolest voices. She's like, I agree.
he's
I
so
agree.
dope and buck, man.
Yeah, he's fucking great in that movie too. In that Christmas film.
Terrifying.
All right, so that's it, Carly.
Yes.
All
What'd
right.
you give that?
8.5.
Okay.
Cool. All right. So coming in at number, what are we on right now? Number 8? No, number 9. Oh my God. Dude, we're only at number 9? Fuck. All right. So coming in number 9 is a film that was streaming, I believe, strictly on Netflix this year. This is crazy, man. All these Shudder and Netflix films and stuff. This is one that I didn't really even hear anyone talk about. I just was checking out shit that was on there kind of thing and really fell in love with this, man. It's a great fucking movie. It is from, holy shit, where is it from? It's a Spanish film. The Platform.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't know. That was one that I was telling you fuckers to watch forever.
Yeah, it's a
Great
good one.
choice. Great choice.
Dude, I absolutely fell in love with the idea. If you're
Yeah,
It
gonna
reminded you
better
of
than-
Cube, right?
if you're gonna do a film full of obvious social commentary, like it's obvious what they're doing here, but just to showcase it in the way they did, like literally have it.
It works so perfect
It
for what
does.
it's commentating.
It's exactly what you would think. Like the vision of it, man. So
It takes the trickle down economics and literally does it.
yeah, dude.
Who pointed that out in Exploding Heads? They were like, I think it was Watson. He said it does the trickle down economics, and then it shows you when you try to force the communistic act, it doesn't work at all. So it's like humanity is doomed in general. Like we're just not gonna survive.
Right,
yeah,
right.
it's
Yeah. Like, I mean, the metaphor for capitalism and all that shit that's going on here is just, it's absolutely phenomenal. I think they did it really, really well. It's got some really interesting characters, but it's just the idea of how they did it. It's basically about this guy that kind of volunteers to go into this vertical prison that is called the Hole, and it's literally levels. It's literally levels, and you're on each level for an entire month. And basically what happens is there's this food level that kind of goes through, and you have like a minute or two to eat every single day.
There's enough food for there's enough portions for every single person.
Yeah. So it's just like reality, right? It's just like reality. But the problem is, by the time you get to level 50, there's no food for anyone down below.
Yeah,
And there's it turns out there's like 250 or 300 levels. And so basically what's happening at the bottom, just like in society, these people struggle and they have to resort to other means to survive and shit like that. And it gets really crazy.
which is essentially violence.
Essentially violence. People die, people get eaten, there's cannibalism, there's a whole pile of shit that's
but
going on.
cannibalism can be taken directly or, just in a metaphorical sense. Like
Yeah.
communities cannibalize each other. They rob and hurt each other because of their situation.
Yeah,
it's kind of brilliant.
I
with
just love the way
it's-
they showcase it though, man. Like, I mean, the people at the top are over consuming because they can. Because, it's like the rich part of society. This is what they do and shit like that. And they don't care about anyone on the bottom. Like, they literally even say it in dialogue too. Like, why would I fucking portion out when I
they
have all
all
this food
spit
here?
on it before it goes down.
But that's
Like
another
piss
metaphor.
on
That's
it or
another
whatever.
metaphor for like exactly what happens in society, right? I mean, there's a lot of societies that are just, there's upper class and there's poor, right?
There's a lot of good lines in there too.
Oh.
When he tries to talk to the people below, he's like, "Don't talk to them. Why? They're below us." And then he tries to talk to people. He's like, "They won't talk to you."
Yeah.
It's like,
Right?
why? He's like,
It just
"They're above us."
everything is like I said, the commentary here is so blatant in it, but I love the way it was executed though. I thought it was fantastic, man. And like when they try to save everything and shit like that whole thing is fantastic. It just got
And gory too. It gets real violent.
really fucking gory. Like when they introduced like I guess, is it a lady or no? It's a lady because she had cancer and stuff. But the one that brought our main dude in, which I will say, the main actor in this film, I'm not sure what his name is, but he looks like Mikey Fisher. Mikey Fish looks like fucking this guy, the main actor.
He has the same shitty taste in movies as he does too.
Hey, you leave Mikey Fish alone.
But I kept looking. I'm going, that guy looks like Mikey Fish, man. But there's a scene where eventually he gets paired up. So I don't know if I mentioned it, but every month you're on a certain level for a month, and then you they basically gas you out and you wake up on a different level, and sometimes with a new partner or whatever. And, you know, you could go from level 8 to like level fucking 200. Now you're fucking just totally struggling. The idea is just so cool, man. But there's one part in the film where he gets paired up with the girl that actually basically put him into the hole, because this guy volunteered to be in there. He had no idea what he was like, writing a book and stuff like that. And I love this whole idea, but the fact that she brings in a dog, I was like, what the fuck? You know that she was going to
Because you could bring in one item. You can only bring in one item.
I like how they're ripping on the guy, too, for bringing in...
the knife.
Oh,
the
dude.
knife story.
He's in there because he threw his TV out the fucking window and killed. And I like what he says, too. And that adds into the commentary, too. He's like, and it landed on an illegal immigrant, and, you know, that motherfucker shouldn't even have been there in the first place. You know, kind of thing, right? So you got that shit going on, too. So... but I think it was
super
just
smart movie, man.
Really,
I think that director really had something.
Aesthetically,
with that story.
I was 10 minutes into the movie. I was like, "This is so damn cool!" And then by the end
grabs
of the movie,
your attention right from the beginning,
and it keeps it too. And with that story on paper, I'm like, "This is going to be 10 minutes, and I'm out." And I was invested the whole fucking time.
See, the thing that kept confusing me, even after I watched it a second time, I watched it again last night, and I was like, "How in the fuck is the fucking the food level thing moving up and down?"
Well, that's one of the things, right? It's sci-fi fantasy type of
right.
Like, you don't really
no. It's not even a critique.
You don't really question it either. It could be
obviously it's set in a different
because you
world.
don't know where the thing is, right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing with the movie Cube. You don't know where it is, if it's the government, if it's aliens, like so. You don't question it.
Mm-hmm. No, it's not even a critique. I just thought it was interesting because it's like floating. It's like floating through here and shit, and it's kind of cool.
Some sort of advanced technology.
My guess would be it's magnetic.
Yeah, but that's good though. I really like when they show the scenes like on level 0, and it's literally there's the quality control for the food is crazy. I love the scene where
you get to pick one item you want to.
And that's how the whole menu's made up, is from all these inmates. They have one item, and our main character had like snails or something like that. And
yeah,
really cool. But I love the scene where I guess the head chef or whatever is giving everyone shit. He finds a hair and he's like,
"There's a hair." Yeah.
Oh my god, it's just it has to be fucking perfect, right? Yeah. Really cool movie, executed beautifully. I thought it was fantastic, and I highly recommend it, man. I didn't really hear a lot of people talk about it this year.
I talked the fucking hell out of this movie.
Okay, yeah. So other people,
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah,
I covered it.
I'm also in an 8.5 on this one. I thought it was just a great time, man. Very cool commentary in it. Again, I don't know. I must have a theme happening here in my film. So, Jeremy.
All right, number 9 for me, coming in with an 8 out of 10. We have Spontaneous. This movie, again, it's in that Heather's kind of, is it horror or not, but it has enough going for it that I had to put it on my list. This movie is definitely the most well-written script of the year, hands down. It's very similar to an early Kevin Smith film in the sense of dialogue and the way that the characters react and talk to each other. Because like early Kevin Smith films or even later, like Linklater movies, you definitely will dig this one because it really feels like these characters are having flowing conversations with each other, and the amount of blood that gets flown out in this movie is insane. I mean, you could tell they just had buckets and buckets and buckets, and they're just throwing it all over. But the characters are what really make this movie. It's a very well-made character piece, and the characters are just so likable. You like them so much, and you wish. This is another movie that I wish that the movie wouldn't end because you like spending time with the characters and the world that they're building. It's basically a high school where teenagers are spontaneously combusting, and it's a love story. What?
That's a hard word, buddy.
I know.
You could suck a chode, okay? But basically a love story between two outcasts, pretty much, and it's their way of dealing with what's going on and dealing with grief at the same time of love and all that kind of stuff. It's just such a well-made, amazingly well-written movie. It's just so good. I mean, it had me crying like a bitch at the end. And I had to say it, bro.
My
It's
wife
fucking
was
sad.
she was tearing up too. She's like, "What the
I
fuck?"
didn't
She's like,
cry.
I thought we were watching a fucking horror movie. Now I'm crying.
I cried.
But
The
Jeremy,
end, dude. Yeah,
Jeremy,
yeah, dude.
It's not really horror, is it?
Yeah,
really
she really
I'm
enjoyed
just
this
kidding.
movie. It's,
I mean,
I'm going to say
what
that
do you
every
guys
time I've
think?
heard somebody say it's not a horror movie.
So, like, my argument for horror on this particular one, like I had with Swallow, was, it's death. Death is coming for these people.
I consider it a
The
horror movie.
fucking
I'm just kidding.
exploding, bro.
I mean,
Yeah,
And
the
that.
blood,
exploding.
the blood and guts
Bloody
and what,
and-
and then like there's one scene, you know, in the middle, not towards the end, you know, where everything kind of goes
Yeah.
down. That's horrific. So
If
Yeah,
every
I'm just
death
kidding.
in Final Destination was them exploding, it would be the same movie.
right,
I'm
Dave,
just
you're a
saying.
dickhead. How dare
I'm
you?
just saying it to make fun of people that say it.
This is not funny.
Yeah.
I don't understand people's argument for it not being horror. I mean, I see it
Well,
as
I don't
it's-
understand them saying it's not horror for them. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's for you, but it's my list. Fuck off.
But
Yeah,
yeah, this is another
for sure.
Paramount film where I feel like on the same realm of Love and Monsters and Spell, where I have a feeling that it was probably going to be a wide release movie, but what COVID happened and it got shelved, which is unfortunate because I feel like
I
this
have
movie
no
would-
idea how they would have marketed this.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel
the DVD
like
doesn't
though,
look very good. The
I-
cover.
Yeah,
what's
no, I
the,
thought
what's the
this
rating
movie
on
looked
Spontaneous? What is it?
it's like
Rated
90,
R.
90. It's rated R, but it has like a 98% on Rotten Tomatoes. Or something.
Yeah, it
crazy
would have been
like
hard to market it actually because the audience it's kind of aimed at is a lot younger, which technically they
Yeah.
can't even get into. So it's kind of odd.
Yeah, like what? I just don't even know what you say it's about. Like, because if I just told you what it was about, it sounds stupid.
Well, there's a commentary here, and I think it varies, right? I mean, I was struggling. Like, I was watching the movie going, like, what the fuck are they trying to say here with this, right? Like, I mean, there's literally people exploding. I mean, there's lots of things you can kind of look into. I'm actually kind of curious to hear people's opinions because I have my own idea. Like, I mean, you can pull commentary from anything. It just really depends on how you want to look at it and stuff like that. But Jeremy, we'll start with, like, what do you think they're trying to say in this movie? Because there's obviously a commentary going on here. You don't just have random people explain because they never really explain. You know,
Well, death could happen at any moment. You know, it's these two characters are outcasts, especially our main character. She's an outcast. She's only really, as you could see, she really only has her one friend, and you know, she never really has done anything exciting with her life. You know, especially when we see at the end of the movie where she goes away and she goes on a road trip or whatever. She's never really done that before because you know, she really hasn't lived life to the fullest.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's trying to say like life is
It's
too
short and it can end at any moment.
of
And
course.
yeah.
it also really delves into the youthful ideas and how youth see the world and how they feel like they have their whole life ahead of them. But what happens when you're terminal or something like that? You know what I mean? It really kind of warps your perspective, your parents' perspective. Like all of a sudden it's, we don't care if you smoke weed type thing when normally it would be like a huge deal, but it's like, what are you going to tell your kid they can't smoke weed when they might die next week? Like that's such small potatoes at this point.
Yeah.
I thought that they just absolutely nailed this sort of youth quality in this movie and it wasn't that annoying way where you see a lot of like modern like this is kind of timeless, even though
Like
it's
I
set
said,
present day.
it's very Kevin Smithy. You know, it's relatable dialogue for the time.
Yeah, the kids were
And-
funny. They actually were funny. They were
And likable.
entertaining.
They
They
were-
weren't
Yeah.
angsty.
They were
weren't
likable.
annoying.
Yeah.
It reminded
weren't
you of like
stupid,
Dazed and
fucking
Confused,
brooding, but
like
lame.
That's why I
the
said
lead-
Linklater.
The lead love interest reminded me of the kid from Dazed and Confused.
Yeah, I thought the same thing, actually. It's funny.
I mean,
But
I
this
liked
is-
all the characters in this movie, and I liked how they portrayed them after they died, like the memory of it. Because I don't know, man, that time period, that high school, college thing, is a very special time in your life.
It is. It's
and you
super-
never feel that way. You never feel that way again. But that movie made me feel that way. It took me back to when I was
agree,
starting
Dave,
college, and I had my whole
100%.
life ahead of me, and it took me into that
You're
mindset.
old
So
and
it,
mad.
yes, it literally took me back there, and it got that bittersweet feeling, and it really affected me. And I did.
Yeah.
I bet I cried like a fucking baby almost. I had to hide it. It was like one of those things
all
where
you
you're like,
guys are kind of pussies.
Yeah, I was
No,
bawling.
dude,
Like,
it's a
yeah, I
fucking
was like,
sad movie. How can
I
you watch
expected
that
to cry and I didn't.
How
I
can
was
you
like,
watch
where
that
am I going
the
to?
end
Symptoms.
between her
That's because you were
and the mom?
expecting to cry. That's
It could be.
A lot of
I
people
was
went
waiting
into it
for
not
the
thinking
scene
that.
and it never came. And I was like, where's this scene?
it wasn't white trash enough for you, JP. There was no trailers in there. You couldn't relate.
I guess.
No, I'm just fucking with you. No, yeah. Sometimes if everybody's like, "Man, it's so sad," and then like it's all hyped, I had no idea what the fuck this was. I was like, people were like, "It's good." I was like, "I'll watch this fucking thing."
Mhm.
Yeah,
And I was
Dave,
like,
you told me to watch it, and I
Yeah,
saw
you
the
told me
cover, and I
to.
was like, what does this guy take me for? This movie looks horrible. And then I watched
I-
it, and I was like, oh, I see.
I didn't take you for somebody that would put something perverse like the Golden Glove on your fucking top 10. That's what I'm
I liked it.
calling the
I
cops
liked
right
it,
now. They'll be at your house.
but I mean, it's definitely not my type of. I'm not really into general
Moods
love.
is too much of a man for it.
No, I'm just not. Honestly,
So rather
like,
watch
love has never been my
75
thing, man.
Christmas movies. You watch fucking lovey-dovey Christmas movies. What's the fucking difference?
Yeah, no shit. He's like, I watched 47 Hallmark Christmas movies, but I can't.
Dude, I can't explain
Everybody's
it.
a hypocrite.
No,
right?
it's because it's the fucking setting. It's Christmas, and it's supposed to be shared and stuff. I don't know what it is.
I
When I'm
think
dealing with
Christmas is in this one.
other genres, when I'm dealing with
Veronica
when I'm dealing with a
find
horror
love?
film, I don't want to see love, man. When I
This
go
one's
into
different.
like this weird fucking mental state when I around Christmas time, and like it's strange. I'm like a different person. I don't know why I could never watch that shit any other time of the year, but it's like that time of year. I don't know, man. It's the shit I've been going through the last few years, man. It's like it's really affected me to the point where it's actually changed me a big time. Like I would never even watch a shit like 3 years ago. There's no fucking way. But I don't know, man.
you guys-
It's hard to explain.
The scene where everybody's exploding in the classroom remind you guys of a school shooting?
Dude,
Oh yeah, I think that was the commentary too. They were
that's
talking
what I
about,
said to the wife. That's what I
Yeah.
wanted to say. I thought the commentary that they were trying to do was the fear of the school shootings and, you know, just the senseless violence, because it can come at any time, and it really does. I mean, it's been popularized in the US and stuff, and I feel like teenagers on an everyday basis worry about that. I mean, you might not think about it every single day, but it definitely crosses your mind. You know, if you see kids being bullied and there's things happening in your school, and there's definitely red flags going off of some people that might do that shit. I mean, people worry about this shit, and that was what I turned to the wife and said, I think they're doing a commentary on like the fear of school shootings and exactly what happens, you know, with you know, spontaneous death. I mean, this shit happens, right? And yeah,
There was also some great moments with like just the fact that like the lead wanted to be Carrie for Halloween or whatever, but then the girl died, and it's like sort of that short-sightedness of like your own world as a teen and a kid and stuff. I thought that was pretty cool too. But yeah, I think
Well, life
this
is short,
was
man.
definitely
Yeah.
a super neat movie that came out this year. Whose was that, Jeremy?
especially if you're
That's
going to
fine.
school in America, life
All
can
the
be really
movie
short.
quotes, too.
Fuck.
All the movie quotes had me dying.
That's why I
especially
said
at the
it's very.
cemetery.
That's like such a Kevin Smith kind of thing to throw.
But they
pop
also weren't
references in your
bad.
movies.
Like,
yeah.
for some reason, they included a movie obsessed kid, but it wasn't forced. It wasn't like fucking.
It wasn't
even though these
Randy
are some
from
of my
Scream.
favorite movies. Like, I love Neon Maniacs or Deadly Spawn, but the movie forced kid knows it's so forced.
He's like,
she's you know what I mean?
Send me a dick pic, and she sends her a fucking
Richard
picture of
Nixon.
Richard Nixon. It's like
it's
stuff
cute,
like that.
man.
It has
This
heart,
is the definition of cute, which means clever,
Cutesy.
but
Yeah.
it's super cute.
Man. Yeah.
It would have
So,
it would have been a lot higher for me if it was set on Christmas. That's the lowest.
It partially
Hey, how about I
is.
CGI Christmas hats on everybody moods where you give it a when you
Yeah, but
watch
there
it?
is Christmas in the movie.
Yeah, but it's not. You know what I mean? It's not like a full blown Christmas film.
Yeah,
It's
because it
different.
takes place over months of time, like a school year.
Exactly.
Okay, Jeremy, you said 8.
Yeah, I had to throw some love for Spontaneous. I think it's really, really good. If you guys haven't checked it out, do yourself a favor and do it. It sucks Paramount only
We've
put it
all
on
seen
TV. I'm saying everybody else who's listening, if you haven't seen it, check it
This
out.
show's for us. We're not releasing it.
Yeah.
It sucks Paramount didn't put it on Blu-ray because they're homos, but check it out. I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Okay.
All right, listeners,
Wait,
list number
wait.
9.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was gonna just tell them
The
about
number 9th for the listeners is with a 1 point difference, coming in at, I think, Carly had this as her number 9, the Golden Glove.
Wow.
So you line up with the listeners,
I did it.
which actually this wasn't on many lists. It was on the least amount of lists in the top 10, but it was high on lists. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to print off a lot of these pervert cards.
Interesting.
Oh, that's great.
All right, Dave, number
All right.
8.
This is fucking disgusting fucking people. What kind of world do we live in when people put the Golden Glove as their number 9 on fucking... This is ridiculous. It should have been their number 8 like mine.
I knew it.
Golden Glove is number 8. Come on,
course
I
it
love
is.
Henry. I love serial killer films, and I rewatched this one. I watched this one early in the year, and then I was like, man, that stuck in my head. I remember every scene. I really liked it, so I pop it back in, and I was just like, nah, this is just so memorable. Man, it's so memorable, and it's so nasty, and just, I don't know, it's also so good. Like, the acting's good. Everything's memorable. I remembered every fucking scene. That's very rare on a movie.
This
It
seems
looks
like
great,
a
too.
Dave film.
This is definitely a Dave film. And I took a movie off the list that I really liked to put this on here, and I kind of regretted it because the movie had popped up already. But still, anyways, I'm glad this is on the list. I had to have this on the list. This is just me. Like, it literally is me. Like, I was like, how am I not going to put this on my list? This, like, when you think of, like, movies I like and the style and stuff, I was like, this is just one of them for sure. Yeah, love it. 8.5, Golden Glove.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right. Cool.
All right.
JB?
My number 8 is another film that I seen sort of earlier in the year. But yeah, it's one that's kind of stuck with me. It was probably one of the funnest experiences I had this year, and that is The Invisible Man. I don't think you love this one, Moods.
I liked it.
like it at all.
I liked it. I didn't love it, man. Like a lot of people, I thought it was solid, like a 7.5. I don't know. It was okay.
I'm
You
not a
didn't
fan.
like it, Dave?
No. It's
Oh,
really
really?
serious, and it's really stupid at the same time. I know I watch dumb movies, and I let them slide because they're dumb. This movie is really serious, and it has a message in it, and it just has a lot of stupid shit, plot holes that drove me nuts. I just don't like it.
There's a few aspects of it that you could kind of complain about.
Oh,
the
it definitely
story
has a
structure
message.
and stuff.
Yeah.
But I love the domestic violence aspect of it. I
Yeah,
thought
that's
that
the best part about
it
it.
really worked well with the invisible man, right? Because the people that are often in that situation feel like they're invisible, and the situation, like the husband is invisible, and can just get away with it over and over again. I thought it worked brilliantly. Of course, Lee Winnell directed this. I felt for the character so much. I really got behind her, rooted for her, wanted to see her succeed. It is sort of has some dumb horror movie elements to it, but it is a universal monster movie at the end of the day, which I honestly, all of those do, even the beloved.
I feel like this is not a Universal Monster movie at all, and that's why I don't like it. And I know I shouldn't.
That's
say
why
that,
you
but
don't like it. It doesn't have to.
There's a multiple reasons. why
I think it's supposed to be, but
I mean,
I
it
get it.
is and it isn't. It's
Yeah.
it's
not.
more universal. It's like Hollow Man, essentially, where it's just taking the
It
concept.
shares none of the DNA of a Universal horror movie except the name.
Well, I mean, it's
Oh,
about the Invisible Man.
I mean,
It doesn't matter. It's nothing though. It's nothing to make up.
well,
or
it doesn't.
anything
It doesn't
like
have. It doesn't have.
that. It
to
doesn't
be.
have to. That's not a major hit on it.
Yeah.
I just
Right.
don't-
Have
Well,
you seen?
I mean,
have you
that's
seen
not
Tom Cruise, The Mummy, bro? Like,
No,
come
I
on.
try not to watch bad movies on purpose
All right.
Yeah.
unless
well,
I like them.
but I mean, it
Shot on
it
video,
was-
like the
it was-
6-pack of shot on video you
First
got
of
there.
all, it's
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
universal, and it was targeted as a sort of retelling or a new telling of the Invisible Man story. So it is an Invisible Man movie. It is a universal film. It may not be like a classic universal
It's
monster.
just a story. I when I saw the trailer, like it was just something that I saw. It's like, oh, that's not made for me at all. Like I'll hate that movie, but I had to watch it because of the end of the year. It's just a movie that 100% is not for me. I could tell.
So the original Invisible Man is my favorite Universal monster movie.
And it's great.
And it's amazing. And I saw them back to back in the theater, both of them. One day I saw the original, the next day I saw the remake. And yeah, I mean, completely different movies, but you have a guy, they use more they actually go into like the sci-fi aspect of it a little bit more, with like how he's pulling this off and things like that, which I thought was kind of interesting because I saw this thing on History Channel before called Future Weapons, and they were literally doing like the same thing with cameras. And I was like, wow, that's really interesting how they have an idea of how they can maybe do like a version of invisibility. And it was
Can I
all
point out plot holes, or do you guys not want me to do that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, because that like, I don't want to interrupt you if you want to finish the invisible, because I know what you're talking about. That is a thing that they do. Like, they put the cameras reflect what's behind them, and you don't need to film. So yeah. But no, this whole time in the movie she's escaping and she's worried about the dog, and then after everything's said and done, and she never goes in to check on the dog. She never asks about the dog. She doesn't want to know where the dog is. No one cares about the dog. No one asks about the dog. No one checks the house residents to see what's going on after all this shit she said. And there's a camera when the person in the restaurant, what happens? No one checks the video footage to see if anything weird happened.
That's my favorite scene of the movie.
Dude,
but it makes no sense.
I walked out of the theater.
And here's the worst one. 25 cops die in a fucking hospital floor. They're screaming. Everybody knows her name, by the way. Everybody in the fucking movie knows her name. They come out of nowhere and they're like, hey, so-and-so. The guy on the street, her neighbor makes sense. But all the cops know her name and try to talk her down. And then after that, there's video camera footage. The cops and the security will be watching it. There's cops already on their way there because the cops are outside 3 seconds later. But when she walks in a lobby, there's literally 3 fucking security guards sitting at the cameras, surprised that she walked down there. Those motherfuckers would have heard it on the walkie-talkie. Those motherfuckers would have seen it on the security camera. Then they act surprised to see her. Why? That's ridiculously fucking dumb. And then she gets outside and like it's just so nonsense. That whole hospital scene is played so unrealistically, but it's so dark and gritty and serious. It made me fucking laugh.
Dude, that dog,
I
shit,
don't
dude.
remember a single thing you're talking about.
I walked
right now,
out of the theater and fucking that was the first thing I said. I was like, what the fuck is with all that dog shit, man? Like, that was horse shit.
Yeah, but when you go for your dog, if you're going to risk your life for the dog, wouldn't you, after he was dead, like, I want my fucking dog back?
I don't know, but you don't have to show everything.
I didn't think
like
about
that.
any of
Yes,
that.
but
No,
you'd ask
but
about your dog.
I noticed that right
You'd
away,
ask
too.
about the fucking
You
dog.
always would. It's your dog, dude.
Yeah, but it's a movie.
No, but it's a serious movie.
It is a serious
It's
movie,
not-
and it's set in this fucking reality, too, which is fucked.
Yeah.
And then you're going to do
And
shit like that.
people-
It's not believable.
I don't
If
remember.
Elon
it.
Musk was working
I
on an
can't
Invisible
debate
Man
it
suit,
because I don't
if Elon
remember.
Musk was working on an Invisible Man suit, everybody would know about it. So
Yeah.
when she said he was invisible, they'd be like, okay, we'll look into it because there's a good chance this is.
I
And I
agree,
know
there
they're
was
making
dumb
a
shit.
statement. They're making the statement that she's not being ignored because she's been abused, and that's the truth. And that's very true that women like that are abused. People think they're crazy when they have a successful husband or something like that seems charming on the outside, but he's a really piece of shit. This happens, and that's a good statement.
Oh, it
and I
happens
like how
every
they
day.
do that. I just wish that it was not full of
A
plot.
little tighter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you
Yeah,
see what
I don't
said?
know,
Like,
for
that whole
me-
scene's so sloppy. And
I agree, man.
get
I
get what
agree
you're
about
saying,
that.
and I do remember. Wow, I don't remember the details. Like everything you said is a pure blur to me because my memory is so shit from watching 500.
I'm glad you brought that dog up, that dog scene, though,
But-
man. That fucking brought.
I do remember feeling sort of some ways about like, well, how would he have, like, if, for example, the suit thing, like, how would he be working on this and nobody know? And like, clearly if he's working on invisibility and you're like, he's invisible, that I do remember feeling that way. But you know, it's kind of like one of those superhero movies where it's just like, I didn't really care that much, but I could see why, I could see.
Didn't
Yeah.
she
And
let the
also when
dog
you
run
don't-
away?
No, the dog was back at the house.
I thought she was like, I have to leave you, but I thought she let him loose.
Yeah, but then he was like, she never asked about the dog.
All right, well, maybe the dog ran away and got hit by a car, and that was the end
No,
of
why
it.
though? You would ask about the dog.
Yeah, but you would, though. That's the problem. You would ask.
Dude,
Yeah,
the
I'm sure
first
she
thing
Maybe
you
the
asked
dog-
she
about-
was gonna ask a little later.
Maybe the dog was abusive too.
Well, you can't assume
Huh?
That is
that the
making
dog
up shit.
that dog was being a dick.
Dog is being a dick.
dog was biting her at night.
And how fast did you guys get pain off you? And I let things slide.
dude,
like
I
that
don't
suit must be
fucking
superhuman
remember.
strength.
That's
Yeah, I
a
don't
great
remember the
fucking.
movie.
That's a great fucking jump scare, though, bro. Come on.
Yeah,
I'm just. It's a hang up I have, and it's my fault. It's a hang up
yeah,
I've
you're
always had.
taking it too
No, but
serious.
it's
And this
legit.
movie
But it's
plays
legit,
itself
though.
very seriously with plot holes I can't stand.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just because the message is serious doesn't mean that
The
the
movie's pretty serious.
the
It's dark. It's gritty.
invisible
It never has
man.
any humor. It never lets any. It takes itself 110% serious. There's not. It's.
I mean, there's
just-
some things you can pick apart in the original one too.
Yeah, but that one, those old Universal movies, I don't feel like they're 100% straight in the same way.
Yeah, way different type of storytelling.
Either
And
way,
wait for time.
I really like it. Fuck
And
you.
I'm sorry.
Most of
I
those
talk
movies
like-
feel like they start in the middle of the movie, for fuck's sakes. Come on.
Like most things Dave does on this podcast, he refuses the movie instead of JP.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, I'm not saying that those problems don't exist. I just don't remember the movie that well. I mean,
That's
I watched
why
it
you
in
rewatch.
January,
I'm in the
And-
minority. I'm in the minority, so I'm wrong.
and I loved it back then. I love the commentary on the domestic violence. I thought it was super
Yeah,
cool
me
to
and you
tie
both,
that
Dave.
with the Invisible Man. It was and I thought the effects were pretty cool. There was some good scares in it. I like the way they sort of changed what, like, I think it was just a serum in the original. It was kind of cool to like make it more modern. And I don't know. I thought it was cool. I really like Hollow Man too, though. I don't know if
You like
guys
Hollow
seen-
Man 2? You like the sequel?
No.
Has anybody
Oh,
seen Hollow Man 2? I don't
no.
know any.
No, I've never brought myself to watch that. But
I don't.
I've heard it's really
Somebody
fucking bad.
gave me Hollow Man a few years ago for Patreon, and I'd always kind of looked at it like, oh, this was an okay movie. It kind of blew me away years later, like almost 2
I
decades
don't hate
later.
it. I just don't remember it very well.
If you watch it again and watch the
I
uncut
remember liking
version,
it.
I think everybody would appreciate it like crazy.
Yeah.
I remember some real nasty shit in there.
Yeah, the
Surprising.
uncut version has some really nasty shit. Like
I think I was more
legit
surprised that
rape.
Kevin Bacon was in that movie.
He's a
He's always a
rapist.
creep.
I know, it's just
how many
great. It
times
just
he played a rapist?
yeah, it's weird. Like that is weird.
That's his
Yeah, but he
MO,
also
man.
plays like in like the best buddy horror movie ever.
Tremors.
Yeah, dude.
He's the
How do you know
fucking
he wasn't trying to
Baconator.
rape that graphoid?
I was thinking maybe Fred Ward, because he does get up for Fred Ward and shake the truck and
He's
stuff.
like, what
that's-
beats rock? I'll show you what beats rock.
I'm the
This is
Baconator.
wrong.
Fuck you.
This is wrong.
Baconator.
But yeah, okay. So clearly, Invisible Man should have been on my list, but 8 out of 10.
I'm sorry. I'll stop. The only reason I talk about a lot of these movies is a lot of the times these movies are gonna, if they whatever, sometimes if a movie's on my list and I talk about it when somebody else puts it on there, I don't talk about it, like the Golden Glove.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I
can
guess we
see
know
where
what's
you're
on your
coming
list.
from with this, but at the same time, I remember once you just told me that's anytime I have a problem.
Golden
with
Glove
someone,
was already on
that's
his
cinema.
list.
That's
you
cinema.
dumbass.
It depends what movie.
Yeah, I know.
Dave is a
I know tone matters.
I figured that movie
Oh,
was
man.
going to pop up a couple times on these lists. That was
I'm
one.
not. I'm saying I'm wrong. Me and Moods are in the minority here. I guarantee it.
That's right.
I mean, people do like
Peop-
it. That's
I
for
feel
sure.
like people have come down on it though. I mean, the
I-
Exploding Heads guys didn't have it, and like I feel like
Yeah.
people weren't as high on it as they were at the start of the year.
I agree.
They didn't even have it.
I
Didn't they
love
do a
Lee
top
Winnell,
20
man.
list?
I think
they
that
do,
dude's super sick.
they do
Yeah, I
top.
don't think they had it at all.
In
on
top
Did you
20?
see? Did you see the other Lee Winnell movie?
I love Upgrade. I think Upgrade's
Upgrade?
pretty great.
Oh,
yeah,
it's
I like it.
Was
Fantastic.
it, did you? I'd never seen it. Was there
Oh.
problems like that in there?
No,
No, it's
But
it's
it's very
really
similar.
well executed.
it gets
All
real
right,
dark at the end, but I
who's
didn't mind.
next?
Man, the
It
gore
is
in that
good.
movie is crazy. But JP, you done?
Yeah.
All right,
You asked
Carly.
Dave, though.
Carly.
All right.
Sorry, I'll shut up. I'll stop
No,
talking. I'm done.
It's fine, buddy. It's fine.
Yeah.
I don't want to upset Jeremy at all.
I didn't
Yeah,
say shit.
yeah. Jeremy.
You
Jeremy's
must have. He's been
rules for
quiet.
having a if Jeremy started his own podcast again, his rules would be like no talking.
Right,
You're
right.
breathing too loud.
No, his rules would
No-
be you must
no
breathe loud,
talking
you must
allowed.
breathe loud at once.
No talking. You know,
Furniture.
you know what his
Don't
fucking
have me sigh
podcast is
while
going to
I'm
be?
talking.
It's just going to be straight moving furniture the entire fucking show.
It's literally an hour of moving.
He's in there slamming doors, moving furniture, and that's his podcast. It's just sound effects.
like coming in at 8, and he. If it was me and Luke's podcast, it would just be us interrupting each other for an hour and a half.
Dude, that would be fucking so funny. Oh my god, I'm crying.
Fuck you guys.
I can literally see him in his room just moving like a couch across the floor.
He's like, oh yeah, this is gonna get 1,000 views. All right.
No, he brings in different furniture. He starts getting real fancy. He's like, I imported this lamp from France. I'm gonna move it across the floor.
Well, guys, today I have a lamp from France that I'll be moving across the floor.
I could just imagine him breaking it down. He starts clicking his mouse. Oh, that'll work. That'll work.
As you can hear, the brass makes a good sound connecting with the hardwood.
Today, guys, I got an ottoman. It's gonna be very dangerous. I've never moved one.
Guys, today we'll be doing a challenge. We're gonna do 3 couches in one sitting. We'll see how this goes.
I'm gonna sit in my chair and push it with my legs.
He's gonna have a special segment called opening, closing fucking Amaray cases. Click, 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 click.
As you can tell, the Arrow one has a little bit louder of a sound.
These ones are a lot tighter locks.
It's only so funny.
Oh,
this is Criterion.
The snapper case, guys. Hear this one?
Snapper case,
It's always
goodness.
so funny because he moves every time. What the fuck? It's on clockwork. Every time he's about to talk, right in the opening of the show, Jeremy moves. I think he adjusts himself just like this, and it makes a noise. It sounds like he's moving his fucking chair.
I could just imagine him doing that, clicking these cases and stuff, and then he goes into fucking rate it, and then he talks like this: 9 out of 10.
He's rating how well the furniture moves. He's like, guys, I bought some furniture robots. Let's see if these.
No, what he does is he's like, I got a new lazy boy that I'll be moving. It's an 8 out of 10. All right, let's get into this review.
I got COVID.
Oh my god, my stomach hurts.
I got the COVID. Yeah, I haven't laughed that hard in like a fucking. Jeremy, are you okay? It's not
alright,
like
buddy.
really hitting. It's funny. It's moving.
It
Furniture.
is funny. It's not like JP.
Yeah, it's
being
not
an
really
asshole.
nagging on someone.
Oh, dude, my face hurts. We need to take a break. Oh my god.
I
I
literally was
could
coughing.
strain something. Oh, that was fucking funny.
Oh,
that was
dude,
funny.
That was wonderful.
I don't think we've had a laugh session on here. Oh my god, that was funny.
And it was good fun. It was It's harmless fun.
It was just
Yeah,
all true.
that wasn't like
so.
that
Funny.
wasn't me being.
It wasn't like somebody making fun of my Beatles haircut.
Well,
Your Ringo cut.
Somebody said I had a Beatles haircut last time. I was like, what?
I used to get called Freddie Mercury weekly.
Oh yeah,
What?
definitely.
Yeah.
But Freddie Mercury wasn't balding.
Right. Yeah.
I got
Yeah,
to
but he did have AIDS like JP. You should probably cut that part out.
Dude, that was brutal. Holy shit. Oh my god, my face hurts. Oh, that was a lot of laugh. I haven't done that in a while.
No, like I can literally visualize like Jeremy moving a dresser across this floor. I don't know why that's so funny. Like I think
It's funny
like,
to
right
us
in the
because it
opening,
happens every show, right?
Like now I'm just gonna picture him moving furniture every time you're about to talk in the opening of the show just to piss you off. Like
Oh my god, where the fuck were we? Oh, 22 shots
Carly.
of fucking belly laughs and fucking horror, man. Holy
I
fuck.
coughed. My chest.
All right, Carly, number 8.
All right, number 8, I have Vivarium.
Oh. Nice.
Oh. Yeah, is that good? Okay, cool. Yeah, no, Vivarium, I really like this. I mean, it was kind of classified as like sci-fi, but I thought the whole concept was kind of horrific. It like really bugged me out, the idea of like just a town with everything the same and it's endless and they get stuck in there forever. It's like a total nightmare. So I really dug that aspect of it. I thought Jesse Eisenberg and Imogene Pooter, I believe that's what I like to call her.
Her last name is
put him
Cooter?
in Cooter.
Did you just say
I like to
Cooter?
No, it's Poots.
One in
Her
the
name is
cooter
hard
and
as
one in the
fuck to say.
pooter.
I had to think about what before I said her name every time.
Yeah.
Imogen Poots.
That
Yeah, and
is
then
hilarious.
like after I said it once in the review, I was like, I ain't saying that again.
Yeah, it's a rough name. But no, this was really cool. I just loved the look of the film, and I love the insanity of the whole idea, and you just feel really bad for this couple. So I really enjoyed it. It stuck with me. We watched this one earlier on. We reviewed this on His and Hers. So I don't remember it a ton, but I really dug it. I gave it an 8.5 out
Nice.
of 10.
I didn't even know we were doing the show.
Oh, hi,
I
buddy.
went to the bathroom.
All right.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, I thought we were taking a break.
Wow, classic fucking Mexican.
You said
Holy
we got to take a break.
I meant maybe after number 8 here. I don't know.
Okay, whatever.
Anyways,
And you guys call me a fucking bad host,
Jesus
dickheads.
Christ.
That wasn't even a thing.
That had nothing to do with me. Anyways, so number 8 for myself is another film that was viewable on Netflix. And this
Jesus,
one,
why don't you just fuck them by this time? Jesus, everything's Netflix.
fuck it, Netflix and Shudder, man. I'm telling you, man, they kind of knocked it out the fucking park for me this year, man. It's crazy. Yeah, this one kind of shocked me because I read the synopsis on it, and I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know about this, man, because these movies can get very generic. But this one is a Mexican film, so this was actually made by JP's grandfather. And it's called the title on IMDb here is Menendez, Day of the Lord.
That's actually the one that was on my watch list that I never got to.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that you said that you weren't going to watch it or whatever, but
I think you would have liked it, JP. I
Yeah.
really do.
honestly, this one was a very huge shock to me because, you know, when you read these type of synopsises, when you're dealing with like possession films and things like that, you never know. It can go either way. It can be really good or really bad. You know, I feel like there's kind of no middle ground with these. Sometimes there is, but this one, man, I don't know what it was. I was just drawn into the narrative right away by this by our lead character. Obviously he's a priest who he's basically retired from the priesthood because he had something happened to him. He was performing an exorcist on a little boy, and it went completely wrong, and the boy died, and he went to jail. And so he kind of lost his faith a little bit, you know, and he wasn't really sure about, you know, what he was going to do and stuff like that. But anyways, fast forward, he's at home one day, and his old cellmate that he was, you know, obviously in prison with, comes to him and says, you know, man, I swear to God, my daughter's possessed. And he's like, can you do something about this? And he kind of questions it and stuff. He's been dealing with, you know, obviously the past and stuff. And he's kind of an alcoholic and shit like that. And he's questioning his faith and stuff. And then, so he kind of brings her into the house, and then, you know, he's got to figure out if she's possessed or not, because you're not really too sure if she is or not. But, I thought this movie was executed perfectly, man. You really fucking feel for the priest in this a lot. And I like the way it develops itself. You know, it doesn't give you these ideas that it's going to go one way or the other, like right away and stuff. And this guy's just super believable in his methods and stuff, but it's a brutal possession film. The way his methods and stuff are fucking nasty. The third act gets really crazy, really crazy. Great performances. I think the girl, the daughter that's, you know, in the film, I think she does a really good job. Great
Favorite female performance of the year.
Oh, dude, she knocks it out the fucking park. And that's the thing,
She's
man.
great.
It's a small film. There's only like 3 characters in this movie. We've got the priest, we've got the father, and we've got the daughter. It's a small film. It's shot brilliantly. It's acted great. The music is awesome. It's very atmospheric, but it's just, the pacing is really good too. The dialogue's really good and stuff. And man, it's one of those movies. I feel like, you know, even on rewatch, I was like, fuck, man, I could watch that again. You know, it was
truly shocking too.
It is,
shocking.
man. The third act is quite shocking, the way it goes and the way it just delivers some goods you're not really expecting at all.
No.
You know, it kind of goes into that. It doesn't play itself as a very stereotypical type film, and I like that about it, man. I just, you know, it wasn't gimmicky, man. It wasn't one of those gimmicky bullshit possession films that just like, fuck, it's just, all right, throw it in the pile with the rest of them kind of thing. This one really kind of stuck out, man. You just really feel for the characters and shit. It's awesome. Yeah, it's kind of a shame you didn't get to see it, man.
Yeah, this is up your alley, JP.
I think you'd like this one, man. It's, you know, again, it's another, fuck, that's 3 in a row for me. That's 3 subtitled movies in a row.
I had a list of, I think like 50, I think I had 20 at one point on my watch list like a month ago, and I literally got to every single one of them except that one. That's the first movie on the list that I hadn't seen.
Yeah, it's definitely worth the watch, man. Again, I was shocked because generally Netflix lets me down. I didn't know what to expect. And that was the best thing about it, though. I went in so green. I went in so green. And I was like, okay. And I was like, whoa, damn. People watching this shit? Like, damn.
Yeah,
so,
and this didn't have good reviews on a Letterboxd either. I'm like, what are these people? What?
I know.
Like, I don't get it.
Like, if you're going to watch any type of possession films, watch this one. Right? This is probably, well, in my opinion, it's probably the best one of the year kind of thing. I mean, there was other ones that were decent. Cleansing Hour had some moments.
Made the Devil Take You Too is pretty good.
Yeah, I didn't see the first one, so I didn't actually check that one out. I was going to have to watch the first one too, because someone told me you need to watch the first one, and I was like, fuck, now I got to watch it.
Yeah, they're direct sequels.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, I don't even know why I missed the first one in the first place. I'm not sure how I missed that, but...
They're making a third one.
Okay, so maybe I'll have to check those out, but...
It's called May the Devil Take Me Too.
But I heard,
really?
I definitely heard a lot.
It's about the devil sexually assaulted a chick like years before. It's finally coming out.
Yeah.
Why does nobody laugh at my jokes?
I feel that
Because they suck.
That was a joke.
there
May
was
the devil take me too.
there definitely was other films this year that were decent. The Cleansing Hour is done a lot differently. The difference between this movie right here and The Cleansing Hour is that The Cleansing Hour is so gimmicky to me. You know, it's playing off that whole internet sensation type shit like that. And this it's a lot more like serious, but it's the way it's executed is fantastic. It's really damn good. I like these type of movies. So another 8.5 out of 10 for myself. Check out The Day of the Lord. It's good. Jeremy.
Cool.
Sorry, I was moving some furniture. Coming in at
Sound
number
like
8 with an 8 out of 10, we have JP's number 1 movie, Rent-A-Pal. So, another movie that is this year has some really, really fantastic performances. I mean, across the board, I think every single one of my films on my list has just really, really solid, fantastic acting. And I feel like this performance by our main lead in this film is probably the best acting performance of the year. But we follow this man, he's a loser like me, you know, he basically lives with his mom. He's a caregiver who she suffers from dementia, and he basically lives in her basement. And this takes place in the 90s, and he takes part in this dating service where he gets
Video
all
rendezvous.
where he gets all these VHS tapes of, you know, different people. It's kind of like a pre-Tinder kind of bullshit, but you have to pay. But it's basically he comes across this tape called Rent-A-Pal, and it's basically just a recording of this guy, and they just start having conversations and stuff, and you don't really know if it's supernatural or if it's just him going insane and things like that. That's the conversation that most people have when it comes to this movie is the tape really changing? Is the tape really changing, or is he going insane? But
it's not. It's hard. It's impossible. They leave it open like that.
Yeah. But this
I think it's a little bit that he's going insane, to be honest.
But there's 2
I
points.
take it as zero
What about the
supernatural aspects.
What about the picture?
I think he's literally going
He has
insane,
the
man.
picture. Where'd that picture come from?
It's the development of, well, yeah.
There's literally a picture of him and Rent-A-Pal.
Yeah. But
And there's literally a point when he calls him David, which could be a hallucination.
But isn't that in his mind, though? But isn't that him?
Maybe.
Isn't that him progressing further and further away from reality? Like he's literally losing his mind because of everything that's going on. Yeah,
the picture's different.
Like his freakouts, man. His fucking freakouts, dude. Like I just feel.
He literally has a Polaroid. I watched this one twice. I just watched this one a few days ago.
I was actually gonna I was gonna rewatch this one the other night, and I actually did.
But the way that they deal with dementia and him having to deal with his mom and things like that, it's really, really fucking well made and really, really well done. And like I said, the performances are really, really good. It has some great social commentary about, you know, being lonesome and you know, not having friends like me and things like that. But it's a really, really great film. I highly recommend you check it out. It's not one that, you know, you would feel fits out of the IFC label because they usually don't put out, you know, original good movies. But every once in a while.
This year put out some good ones, surprisingly.
Bro, IFC Midnight has put out so many amazing films throughout
and they
the
put
years.
out shit like Centigrade.
Well,
I mean, their
it's
batting
it's
average
because
is different than...
They put out so many films, but they do put out some good ones. They're hit and miss, but
yeah, when you
they do
think
have good
back
ones.
to like the like, dude, Red, White, and Blue, come on.
I'm not saying every movie. Come on, dude. I have fucking every single one of their films.
I know, you should know.
There's just more.
Yeah, there's a lot of turd-looking ones in there, too.
For
There's a lot.
sure. But, I mean, they've put out some all-time classics.
They put out a lot of good stuff, too.
Yeah.
Oh,
but
for sure.
check out Rent-A-Pal if you haven't checked it out. It's another one it's not horror, according to Sam Edwards, but, you know, fuck Sam.
I love you, Sam, but it's not really horror, is it?
I don't understand that. I really don't understand that.
Rent-A-Pal blew my mind. I was like, oh,
there's some good furniture moving scenes in this one, too.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
He reduced his whole basement. You should listen to the podcast. Maybe he'll be able to get some tips. Maybe I could be his Rent-A-Pal friend.
Maybe.
You can make a Rent-A-Pal video about moving furniture.
Yeah, maybe like goldfish too. But I give it an 8 out of 10. It's a really, really well-made.
Yeah, we already know that.
But fuck,
You stayed at the top.
you could suck a chode again, twice in one episode.
I'm sure I will be sucking many more
All right,
chodes.
number 8 listeners list.
All right, the number 8 for the listeners is actually lining up with Jeremy for 37 points there with Rent-A-Pal.
Of course it is.
42 shots.
All right, Dave, number 7.
All right, we just heard a little bit about this one, so I'll be brief. It is Rent-A-Pal, man. The lead performance, Jeremy just had it. The listeners just had it. I love this damn thing. I watched it twice. A great performance by the lead here. He genuinely somehow was equally, like, I felt so bad for this guy. I love this guy. And when he finally gets the date, like, when it breaks his heart and then he's in the car and he's like, yes, yes, I'm merely getting chills, like, so happy for him. And then it's just, like, devastating that this movie is this goddamn mean. Like, I was literally like, man, why you got to do this to me? Like, and I also like at the end when somebody gets the upper hand, they just don't fuck around. Like, oh, I'm just not going to stand here and play this game. It's just like, boom. And again, the dimension Alzheimer's is also really well done. At moments like she sees her son and he's there and has these beautiful moments. And I don't know, it's great too. And it's got this analog thing with the tapes that I absolutely love. The best scene in the whole movie is when he records his thing, and it's perfect. It's pure perfect. And then he's like, we're going to have you do that again. It's like,
yeah, dude, I love that scene because it was
like the only comedy.
That's his
you're
life,
like, wow,
though.
this guy literally killed. He like just won his way to like so many women's hearts with this.
I love when he goes back. He's like, I need Rent-A-Pal. That's a comedy too. It is a dark comedy. It really, just like Golden Glove, is a nastily dark. It's dark. It's comedic, but it's so dark.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because if you're not laughing, you'd be crying on both those movies.
Is it just me when you see Will Wheaton in anything, you're just like, Gordy? Like,
Well,
I'm always thinking Stand By Me, man. Like,
He's great
Gordy?
in this stuff.
And he's got
I didn't
these
even know he
little
was in
lines.
this.
He's got these little lines where at first
he's
you're like,
the
oh,
guy
this
on the
guy's just
video.
dorky. And he's like, I got what I wanted from her eventually. And like you can see like maybe his like nastiness, like his entitlement to what he wants. You're entitled to the things you want are invading this guy's like psyche and everything. It's really well done, and how it's edited, how the tape plays, and how he, you were right about that, JP, when we were talking, how he keeps rewatching the thing, and everything lines up to where it could be psychological, except when he pulls that snapshot out.
Yeah, because what I was saying was he watches the tapes so much that
he starts
it's done so well. Yeah. It's done so well where at first, like, he's telling the tape's asking him something and he starts talking and he's going through it and then the tape cuts him off because he doesn't have the timing
and turns it off. But then he times it. But then at times you start to think if the tape's slowing down for him, there's points when it turns on and it's right at the right moment to embarrass him. It just starts being a lot of coincidences at the same time and really strange.
We're seeing like snapshots too, though, of like this.
The way they edit it and the way it montages, it's very hard to tell what parts of the tape he's already watched numerous times. You know what I mean? And what parts of the tapes he's coming on. Or
I agree.
If this part of the tapes are actually new to him now because he's been watching it and it's you know what I mean? But it's very strange how they do it. They clearly
the
muddle the
acting
lines
is so good with that, where I said with the Go Fish scene, where at first it's like it's him in a nutshell. He just wants companionship so much that he's willing to just like play along with not having the right cards and make it work.
And the lines, they come back. They say them more than once. He's like, moms are so interesting, aren't they? In the beginning, and at the end, he's like, we don't need her. And it's like, fuck. Like the lines come back up and they have double meaning, and it's just how you interpret it. But at the same time, I feel like sometimes, like I said with Session 9, sometimes a place or just something could have like such a nasty, like a way that it just like it's so messed up that it gets to you. And maybe just him seeing this clearly damaged person who has this underlining nastiness to him, even though he's like cheery and stuff, like him maybe, could just corrupt him enough. But I do think there's a possibility there's something supernatural going on.
I'm not against it.
There's no way to prove it. There's no way to prove it. I'm not against it. That's what's beautiful.
I mean, unless there's a commentary on the disc, I guess you could. There might be some director interviews or something like that.
Yeah,
but
I mean, it's interesting to think about that. Yeah.
The coolest thing about this was just the setup. Like, it was so fascinating. I remember I started watching it.
Well, it's perfect for us fans. It's VHS
Yeah, I was
tapes,
so
man.
into it, man.
Yeah.
And the time period that it's set feels
Perfect.
so good.
Did they set
You know
it
what
in
I mean?
1990?
It was either late 80s or early 90s.
I think it was 90, which I thought was really cool that they said it. And we're getting so far removed from the 90s that everything, it's cool to be set in the 90s now, right? It's kind of,
I love 90s stuff.
He's probably one of the best male performances of the year. if
well,
not
when
the
you're
best.
born in the
Oh, yeah,
90s,
yeah.
of course.
I had it Golden Glove guy and him.
Oh, they're
Those
both
were
great.
the males that I thought did the best.
So 8.5 for it. Fuck it, I'll go up. I had an 8, but I gave Golden Glove an 8.5. I'll give this the same.
All right. Coming in at number 7 for myself is the Brian Bertino film The Dark and the Wicked. This is one that I think Jeremy was praising. Actually, a few films Jeremy praised, and then I checked out and I agreed with him this year. So yeah, this is a really well shot movie. I remember watching it and being like, "Wow, this is like some Strangers vibes with this this
big
film,"
time.
because the Brian Bertino, he has 4 films, and I think that I'm not as high on The Strangers as Jeremy is, but I do think it's like really well directed and really well done. And then he put out that film Mockingbird, and I was just like, this is not good. And I don't know if I rewatched it if I would feel the same way, but I just didn't like it. And then The Monster was like a decent honorable mention for my 2016 or 18 list.
I love The Monster. That was great.
Yeah, The Monster was cool. They handled the substance abuse angle in there really well and stuff. So I was curious to see what he came out with this one, and I really dug it. It's dark, and it has that like foreboding, like horrible atmosphere where you just feel like things are going bad. And even the opening, the way that like the simple scene with the carrot chopping, which Carly, you mentioned that there's 2 films from this year that has that.
Yes.
Old ladies chopping their fingers off.
Yes, with carrots.
With carrots. The way that scene is just done and shot, scored and stuff, it's just really haunting, and it just gives you a bad atmosphere. It is a little bit of a slow burn. I know some people were having trouble with the slowness of it, but I was just really into it. What, you had problems?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
No, I'm laughing at people that have a problem with that type of atmospheric fucking pacing is fucking amazing.
Yeah, Brandon.
Like, it's just, there's so much happening, and people don't see it for what it is when it comes to slow burn sometimes. And you're like, it's intriguing, man. Everything that's happening is happening for a reason. You know, like, it's the coming back to the idea that people need shit just thrown at them, you know, spoon fed and stuff. Like, just enjoy it. Just take it in, man.
I think it's a good movie, but I think that it is a lot like other movies I've seen, and like, I think this is Hereditary without the explanation, and I think Hereditary has everything, and this has half of what Hereditary has, which still makes it a good movie.
I do have an idea. I do have an idea to why it's happening, but you know, whatever. I'm sure it'll get brought up again.
You don't need explanation on everything. It's just
no, exactly. Yep.
I like it. I just don't love it. I think it's a good movie. It just really wasn't 100% for me. This is basically like this is like mercy, like porn. Like, you know what I mean?
It's a Jeremy movie, is what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying this is like just the most horrible, hopeless. This is like dread porn.
No, this one's
what I mean?
too happy to be a Jeremy movie. Jesus.
And I think that it's good, and I understand why people like it. And I think the farm setting is a great choice. We don't see that enough in horror films. The isolated farm. I need to give this one another chance. I'm not giving it a bad rating. I just don't. I'm not in love with it like the other people. Maybe I just was not being patient enough with it because I didn't think it was a bad movie.
Yeah, you need your shit spoon fed, you motherfucker. Come on.
No, I actually knew everything that was going to happen. Like the
whole time he's watching The Dark and the Wicked, he's
coming,
like, "Why aren't I watching the Schwarzenegger movie? This is ridiculous." Like, come on.
I made my eyes roll. My eyes rolled at the end because I saw that coming. I was like, I knew that the movie was just going to do the most cruel thing possible because that's what it's been doing the whole time. So I knew everything beat that was going to hit.
But it makes sense. But it makes sense.
I do too, but I just maybe I needed a little bit more surprised.
So yeah, this came out right when we were. This is like the movie that kind of started my venture into like the great movies of the year. A lot of them. Because this is the one where I was like really down. Me and Carly had like a bunch of turds back to back on the show, and we pulled this one, and it was definitely a big surprise, and I was very happy with it. But it's one that's hard to talk about without going into like spoilers and stuff like that.
It's got good creepy moments too.
Good creepy moments, scary. Yeah, there's some scary
actually
moments
scary.
in there. Yeah, and you know, go figure, a horror fan likes to be scared, but that's something that I feel like a lot of horror fans don't value as much as me. I love to be scared, so whenever a film can scare me, it definitely helps with how much I like it. So I gave it, that's my first 8.5 out of 10.
The phone call scene was terrifying. I thought that was the most out of the nowhere scene that I thought was great. Like surprise when he does the phone call with the priest and it calls and it's just to be mean spirited to someone else. I thought that was pretty unique.
Yeah,
that actually kind of creeped me out.
Mm-hmm.
So
and I'm out for you. I picked that as your number one, JP.
really,
Oh no.
It looked like it was up your alley, man.
it was. It made my top 10. So,
Right.
is anybody else out on anything?
Not yet.
Nope.
Not yet.
All right. My number 7 is something that JP makes me become often, and that is unhinged. Yes. This JP and I watched this actually when we went on that trip to that drive-in just to kill time, and this was a great movie. You know, I mean,
We
it's
weren't
like
expecting much either. We were like expecting it
Yeah.
to be like, all right, whatever, a thriller, or
basic
something.
thriller. But it's like it's like an amped up thriller. I mean, it's got a lot of horror elements to it. I think Russell Crowe is great. And what?
And very fat.
No, I just started
Right.
laughing when you said Russell Crowe because he makes me happy in the movie.
Okay, yeah. But no, his performance is fantastic. And this movie just. Anytime I'm driving down the road and I get road rage, I think about this movie, and
You
I
get
become
road
the
rage
unhinged
quite
one.
a lot.
I do
that?
too, actually. No, I don't.
Said
Yeah, I
you get
do.
road
I
rage
yell at
quite-
people on the road a lot.
I get
Oh, I
road
do
rage
more than
too.
that.
I yell a
yeah,
lot
I
when I'm
try to
driving.
kill him.
Yeah.
I don't get
Harley
it. I don't
has
get
like
rage.
ridiculous.
Oh, I'm
Me
always
neither,
yelling, man.
Jeremy.
Fuck.
I'm pretty
I'm just
patient.
gonna
It's
start
like,
acting
why,
like him.
why are you in a rush? It's like you have nowhere to go. It's like,
I got somewhere to go, Jeremy.
yeah, but you're probably like 25 minutes early anyway, so it's like, who gives a shit? Just,
No, I mean I
I don't know how
rage.
early I'm gonna be.
I'm not gonna rage on someone going slow. I just mean I rage on someone who's already like been mean to me, and then I'm raging back, and then I do it harder, and I
Then
start
you
yelling,
become
"Fuck you."
unhinged.
So, yes, I become unhinged. You don't even.
She does become unhinged quite a lot.
I
Carly,
became
can you
unhinged.
please say the line, ma'am? I don't think you know what a bad day is.
Ma'am, I don't think you know what a bad day is.
I like it.
But yeah, I gave that an 8.5 as well.
You know what would have made
Extra
that?
violent in that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know what would have made that fucking diner scene even better with Russell Crowe if he was just smashing a fucking entire cheesecake.
Like, dude, if he ordered food before he left, he's like, "Ma'am, can you give me something? Give
I'll
me a
take that
doggy
double
bag?"
cheeseburger to go with extra bacon.
Or he ripped off the guy's hand. He's like, "Put it in the little doggy piece. I'm gonna save this for later." Or no, he smashes the guy, and then he goes behind there, and there's like a dessert, like fucking glass thing, and he goes and grabs like a whole pie, and walks out like the Benicio del Toro in Fear and Loathing.
Right. Awesome.
I jumped at one point in this movie, the fucking one scene. I was like,
Oh,
my
yeah,
God.
right,
I
right.
really did. I jumped.
Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty good.
it's a
actually.
good movie.
It's
All right.
falling down with crazy ass Russell Crowe acting like John Goodman. from
It is
95.
falling down. That's exactly what I said. Yeah. All right, so coming in at number 7 for myself is one that I did not think I was going to enjoy. I really didn't. I don't know why. I just didn't see it working. And it is Anything for Jackson. Yeah, dude. Man. I watched this obviously twice. Like I said off the top of the show, I watched everything twice. I came up on this one, I think, a little bit on my second watch. I thought this movie was great, man. I loved the whole idea of like this reversal kind of possession type film. It's basically about this.
It's like you're wanting to possess someone.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept because it opens up the door for just a lot of different type of narrative and stuff. And
It reminded me a lot of Insidious.
a little
Oh my
bit,
God.
yeah. It's kind of interesting, you know. It's basically about this couple. They're an older couple. The husband is a doctor and stuff like that, and they're perceived as being Satanists and things like that. But what has happened? They've lost their daughter and their grand son. And so basically what they want to do is they want to, you know, pull some Satanist bullshit and do this kind of reverse possession things. So what they do is they kidnap one of his patients, actually, who's been pregnant, and she's not really too sure about her pregnancy and stuff. And that's kind of why he takes her and stuff. And so they're, you know, the soul of their grandson has actually been hanging around and stuff and blah, blah, blah. So basically they go and I guess they kind of grab this like Necronomicon type book and shit like that. And their idea is to basically put the soul of their dead son into this unborn baby. Or their grandson. And of course, it doesn't really work out to their liking. Right? Shit kind of goes crazy.
I think they kind of fuck up.
Yeah, they fuck up a little bit, and they get more than they bargain for is probably a better way of putting it, really. They don't really understand how the whole Satanist thing really does work and how you can, you know, by doing these type of spells or these type of things and stuff, you're actually inviting other demons through and blah, blah, blah. And
that's the part that reminded me of Insidious, and that's kind of what that's about.
I like how after they kind of fuck it up a little bit and everything just goes crazy, like literally, man, like the ghosts are fucking acting nuts and shit, and it becomes so crazy in the film, it becomes the norm. Like with
how about that snowblower death, man?
Dude,
it's great.
I love it.
It's up there with the Silent Night remake.
I just love how these demons are coming through and they're just possessing everyone around and doing all these fucked up things. Like they're being investigated by a police officer at one point in the film, and you know she's kind of on the case. She's kind of thinking that maybe they might have done something with this girl and stuff. Anyways, she gets possessed and she ends up killing herself in the film, and it just gets replayed over and over again. It becomes to the norm, which I've never seen that in a movie before, where it just gets played over and over again. It's just fucking crazy because every time it would happen, I'm like, fuck, she did it again. You know, it's like
a small scene that I appreciated. It's just going the extra mile. Is whenever they first capture the chick and they have the grandfather go outside to see if they can hear her.
Yeah,
I just thought that was like such a nice little nod for people like Dave who pick everything apart.
Yeah, man. I honestly,
this one was a dark comedy too, so they could get away with some things.
I think that the casting was great, man. Julian Richings he plays like the doctor in this, man. He's just got that fucking look, dude. Like that guy should be in like every horror movie. I know he's been in a ton of movies and stuff, but he's just such a great actor. I love that guy, man. And his wife, Castley, perfect too, man. Awesome. But just a really cool idea, really atmospheric. Is different. It was kind of interesting. It reminded me at times of, without the goofiness, but you know, like JP mentioned Insidious, there's aspects of that too, but it also reminded me of the Frighteners at times too, with these kind of ghosts that are hanging around to the point where it's just become the norm, where these ghosts are hanging out and shit. And it was kind of interesting, but this is obviously a little bit more serious than the Frighteners, but I thought it was fantastic, man. Really good stuff. I love the ending to it too. I know there's like a little bit of ambiguity to the actual ending, but I don't really think there actually is, to be honest. That was the one complaint I kept hearing from people, are like, oh, the ending is kind of ambiguous and stuff. And I'm like, well, should kind of expect that from these movies these days. Directors there is a lot of directors out there that will literally make these endings open for this specific reason of, you figure it out, you know, you put your ideas to it kind of thing. But I don't think this is the case at all. I think it's pretty obvious what happened. But anything for Jackson, man, really, really good film. I came up on it. I don't remember what my original rating was, but I'm coming in at a 9 out of 10 on this one. I thought it was really fucking cool, man. I love the idea. It was great. Entertaining as hell, man.
I gotta mention the guy, the little devil guy, who's like shows up with a comb over.
Dude,
he's one of my favorite performances.
I forgot about him. I forgot about the perfect
He's
casting.
fucking creepy too.
He's great too. He's like, I don't feel safe here.
That ginger beard. Oh my god, that guy's creepier than fucking like Mordecai and fucking Children of the Corn. Man.
I love that guy. He's so funny. Dude, he's so good.
It's great, man. That's great casting right there. I loved him. Like, yeah, I got this.
He's my favorite part of the movie.
I got this, man. I don't feel comfortable here right now. And then and then the whole shit that goes down with him.
He reminds me of a character Henry Zabrowski would play from last podcast on the left. 100%.
Nice. All right, so yeah, that's number 7. JP.
Why not?
Oh no, it's fucking Jeremy.
Jeremiah.
Jeez, I'm jumping the gun here.
Yeah, God, get your shit together.
I was thinking it was listeners' list next. I forgot about Jeremy.
Oh, thanks. I love you too. Number 7, one that was already talked about, The Invisible Man. I mean, I really enjoyed this movie. I could see where Dave and Moods is coming from, but fuck you, Dexter. But I've been a fan of this one since I saw it back in January. Like you listened to episode 200, big fan of Mr. Winnell. I think that he is one of the more, one of the best screenwriters of this generation in horror. I mean, he's just done so much great stuff, and I think he's the man of the twist. And as I said before, there's a scene in the diner where, or in the restaurant where I almost lost my shit. I thought it was fantastic the first time I saw it. It's one of those things that the first time you see it, it's amazing, but it kind of loses its power after you know what's going to happen. But I was just a big fan of this movie. I really enjoyed what it was trying to say, and I took it kind of like JP. I just took it for what it was. I didn't try to dissect it and watch it too much like Dave does. He fucking tries to dissect the entire thing. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ, what a loser.
Just didn't make any sense.
Are you
I'm just
fucking
being
kidding
honest.
me, Jeremy? That's exactly what you do all the time, man.
I know, but
Jeremy only liked the movie so much because the Invisible Man kept moving furniture when she wasn't looking.
All right. Fuck you.
How about your
I didn't dissect the movie. I didn't break it down. I just was watching it. I was like, that doesn't make sense. That guy wouldn't do that. What's going on?
I thought the performances were good and everything like that, so I gave it a 8.5 out of 10. I really liked it like JP. I thought it was good, and I enjoyed it.
Cool.
Most people do. Me and Moods are probably wrong. It's just everybody's got weird hang-ups, and I told you my hang-ups. I'm probably wrong. I don't just the way I am.
No, we're never wrong. We're never wrong.
You're right. We're old. We're right. Fuck you.
Yep. Got the old wisdom. All right. Number 7, listeners list.
So number 7, listeners list jumps up in some points. Actually had the same amount of lists as Rent-A-Pal, but it has a lot more points, and that is Host with 55 points. So Host is the Shudder original film shot during the pandemic through Zoom.
Right. Cool. Back to you, Dave.
Okay. Number 6.
Yep,
this was higher on my list originally, but doing some rewatches and everything. This was one I watched early in the year, but I came back and rewatched it. It's not really hard though, so just let you guys know out there. This is the best ensemble cast of the year for me. Joe Bigos making his second year in a row on my list of top 10. That is fucking VFW.
Come on, that's horror.
That's horror enough for me to put on my list. So
horror.
you guys know me. So man, come on. Fred fucking Williamson,
he's like
Stephen Lang, William Sadler, George Wendt, David Patrick Kelly. Fucking the only hit on this movie is the bad guys are cool, like Dora Madison and the tank guy and the brother Graham Skipper. The main bad guy, he's really shitty. And when you put him against fucking juggernauts like all those actors, even like the new young people, he just cannot hang. He's not as good.
No.
He gets eaten fucking alive in every scene. But I love the colors. I love the violence. I love the setup, man. I love the music. It's just like, bam, right when it kicks in, it's like, boom.
Nobody can
like,
hang
oh,
with Fred,
baby.
though, man. Fred's like top 3 actor for me of all time. I've
hand
always
actor
loved Fred.
ever.
Yeah, love
Best
him.
hand actor ever. The way he uses his hands, like this is the coolest hands on earth. Nobody smokes a cigar like this guy except maybe Arnie. I love Fred Williamson. I know he had some accusations on the set, but I don't want to think about it.
I don't even believe half that bullshit. That's crazy. He's getting too fucking old to do that shit, man. Come on.
I don't know. He's old. He might have said some stupid shit. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think
sometimes old people say some shit that they would have said and nobody would have cared 10 years ago.
That guy is the blaxploitation subgenre, man, of film, man. Like Fred is blaxploitation.
He's the best. I want to.
Yeah.
But any movie that directly quotes the Wild Bunch is making my top 10. Okay, so let's go. Why not? VFW 8.5 out of 10.
Right.
It's awesome.
My favorite was William Sadler, man.
He's crazy in it.
Yeah.
I like George Wendt. It's just unfortunately he's not in it as much as he should have been.
Yeah,
he's not in it too
I thought
much.
the same thing actually. Yeah.
I like them incorporating the young kid as well.
Yeah, it was cool.
The modern soldier. It's kind of cool.
And I do like Stephen Lang's great in it too. He's got some good moments, and Martin Cove is really funny in it too. But that scene where He's like, you enjoyed killing. He's like, well, I wouldn't lie. I did get a little bit of a thrill out of it.
Yeah.
Dude,
No, you would. In that kind of situation, your adrenaline would go nuts.
how about the Carpenter influence?
Oh, yeah. That's why I said, like, the music comes in. It's straight up Carpenter shit. The colors, too, man. Like, I like movies with
The
color.
whole opening scene with driving the truck and stuff, I was like, this just literally,
It's Assault on Precinct
it
13
looks like
with gore.
fucking a Carpenter movie.
Yeah. I know.
With,
Like
really
the bad
good
guys,
gore.
they set them up, man. Some of the
If
cool
any
bad guys.
movie
Like
that
the
needed HDR, it's this one. And fucking the color out of space. It's like, come on.
Yeah, but
yeah,
you
you're
gotta
right.
Yeah, I didn't think the VFW transfer was all that good.
Me either. I watched the 4K. I like I said, I like my movies with color. Like, and that's probably another hit on Invisible Man. Like, it was real dark, and it just was very like. I was like, man, I'm trying to watch some color, man. I'm not trying to look at fucking.
Well,
blue.
they're trying to be invisible about it.
Well,
No
VFW
shit.
VFW
And that's
was
just a personal preference.
was shot on. What was it shot on?
16.
No, I don't think that was shot on. I know Bliss was, but I don't think VFW was. I think it was made to look like it was 16.
No, I don't. I actually think it was actually shot on.
I think it was made to look like it was shot on 16, but I wouldn't die on that hill. So
I could tell you in a second.
I swear I read somewhere that he actually did shoot it on 16.
I know Bliss
on
was
film.
16.
I know
Bliss was
Bliss
16.
was, yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I thought that it was
I
definitely
don't
shot on
think
16.
VFW was. I think it was shot on digital, made to look like film.
Well, then the transfer shouldn't. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean the transfer's not too great, but I mean the movie is dark, but it somehow incorporates a lot of colors, which I thought was great. And you can
Yeah.
just see like it's like neon colors, but dark.
Right.
It
right.
actually does not say on
IMDb.
IMDb.
Yeah, I looked at it too. Yeah, but
Just
I
type in
swear I read it
VFW,
somewhere.
what's it shot on?
Yeah. Anyways, crazy.
I remember last year they were talking about it when Bliss came out that it was shot on film, but VFW wasn't. I don't know though. Like I said, it's not a hill I'm dying on. I'm not willing to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, he probably couldn't afford the 60 millimeter fucking film because he had this cast.
Oh yeah, shit. This was a gun for hire though. This wasn't his script like Bliss or something or Mind's Eye.
Yeah.
This one, I think he was a guy. He did a good fucking job too.
Oh hell yeah.
Everything he's done a fucking good job.
He's
so.
4 for 4 for myself.
Yeah.
3.5 for me. I'm
Yeah.
not on Almost Human.
Oh, see, is it, the one that people always shit on is the Mind's Eye.
Mind's Eye.
I really like that one.
Me too, man. It's a gory ass version of. Well, I mean, it's
Yeah,
scanners.
it's like a better version of all the scanners except Scanner 1 probably.
Yeah, right,
maybe
that's what I said.
Scanner Cop movies are fun. The Scanner Cop movies are cool.
Oh, the Scanner sequels are horrible. Fuck.
2 and 3 aren't great, but Scanner Cop and Scanner Showdown are decent. I like them.
Right. All right, JP.
All right. My number 6. Dave, can you say what people will say for me?
Man, I don't think you know what a bad day is.
It's not horror.
No, it's not
Yeah.
that horror.
Oh,
it's not that
sorry.
horror, you fucking dick.
Not really horror. It's it.
Yeah, so this one, when I was watching it, I was like, okay, this isn't a horror movie all the way up until the end, and then I was like, okay, I'll keep it. I'll put it psychological horror. And this is The Swerve.
Movie I've been praising for 2 years.
I never even heard anybody. I never heard you talk about this.
Yeah, you didn't
Dude,
say anything about this one, Jeremy.
Dude, I was the one that told you to fucking watch it.
I think Carly told him to watch it.
Yeah,
Well,
think
I
Carly
did
told
after
this.
Jeremy. I heard Jeremy say to watch it on
I'm
I'm
Shot.
just kidding. I heard Jeremy say it right away to watch it. I'm just trying to get Jeremy mad.
I didn't. I didn't.
Oh, Jeremy told me right away. He said best female performance of the year.
Yep.
It's up there for sure. Yeah, this one, man, this was just such a interesting movie. Another one, I watched this and Rent a Pal back to back, and it was just such a good night of movie watching. And I was like, wow, this is getting kind of crazy. And you know, whenever she has the student, well, first of all, I knew something was happening with that student because I was like, wait a minute, they wouldn't have had this interaction at the store. Like earlier in the movie, they have an interaction at the store, and I'm like, there would be no reason to show this random interaction unless this was coming back later. And sure enough, it did. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's illegal.
The
But
guy's first movie. I think it's fucking amazing.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
it-
very good.
It's really good.
just the dude, like the acting, even the makeup, like they make her face look horrible as the movie goes on, like that she hasn't slept in weeks and stuff. And you know, the ending was just like such a gut punch. And that's what really sold it for me, where I was like, holy shit. Like, I actually didn't expect that. And
the pie looked amazing.
I mean, it had the world
They set up
premiere.
everything really well. Everything's
I saw
set
the
up.
world. I saw the world premiere of it. I don't know, what was it? 2 summers ago now, and the director was there. I wish I remember what he was talking about when he was, because they did a Q&A afterwards. But I knew right away after I watched this movie that it was definitely the best movie that I saw that whole week, and I knew right away that.
The reason you probably didn't
people are gonna
remember
like
is
it.
because generally Q&As are fucking dumbest questions in the world.
What'd you shoot it on? How much was the budget?
Do you think
like
your
yellow
movie?
pudding pops?
Do you think your movie is horror?
Do you know what a bad day is?
Well, that was one thing. Like,
God, the bad day.
Stop
like I
it.
talked to the guy that booked the festival, and he's like, I knew I was going to get a lot of flack for booking that movie because people are going to say it's not a genre movie. And I was like, well, I'm glad that you booked that movie because that movie is fucking great.
I
So
don't know. Sometimes I have beef when people say it's a dark drama, because I'm just like, this is like, I don't know, man. Like, I never saw dramas like this growing up. Like, this isn't what my family would watch.
This is not a horror. This is a genre movie, though. It fits in that mass genre. It's definitely a genre movie.
It's definitely a genre
110%.
movie.
I wouldn't say it's a horror movie.
I wouldn't say it's a horror film either, but it's
But
definitely
I
a
don't
genre
blame
film.
people for putting it on their
Yeah,
list.
absolutely. This is.
I thought about it. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, well, I've always felt like my top 10, like, I always felt like my top 10s are a little, reach out a little bit into other genres and stuff like that.
it was
Hell,
Brandon's
we had
number
Ricky
2.
O,
so-
right? Ricky O is clearly not a horror film, but it's genre shit.
It's a
We
9
should
out
call
of
it-
10,
we
though.
should start calling this top 10 genre shit of the year.
We do genre.
Genre
Our list
shit.
would be completely different.
Yeah, so the Swerve
Top 10. It's not horror.
It's not really horror.
It's not really horror. Fuck.
You got to say it's not really horror. ... Is it?
These fucking guys.
Yeah, I honestly, this is the one that I considered not horror the most out of all of them, but I don't know, the ending, I was just like, that's fucking horrific, man. I don't
said the
know.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know where to box that in.
Yeah, but
It's
y'all
way
would have
too
ate that
dark.
fucking pie too. That shit looked good.
Yeah, and that part's so heartbreaking. But at the
Yeah.
same time, like watching this, I just wanted to go give my mom a hug and be like, I'm sorry we were such a shitty family. I'm really sorry we didn't fucking treat you better. You know what I mean? Like, because mom's got it rough, especially her.
relate.
She's working full time. My mom did this. My mom was a full time fucking high school math teacher, and then she would come home and have to deal with my hyperactive ass and my horrible brother who's always fucking just mouthing off, Ma, what's for dinner? All this shit. My dad. And fucking make dinner on top of that and take care of the kids.
Yeah, dude, I can't imagine working all day and then making dinner for kids.
No, fuck
Yeah.
you fucking get some cereal, bitch.
Yeah, I'd be a horrible mom.
Fucking
No,
Fruit
I-
Loops
I
in the
would-
closet, bitch. Come on.
Hope
but
you
yeah,
like
no,
fucking air because that's what you're having for dinner.
this movie was just all types of interesting to me. I think that, like Jeremy said, one of the best performances of the year. And I love where it goes and how dark it gets and just this complete spiral. And it felt really realistic too. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you just, like when she's messing with the kid, you're like, I could totally see somebody doing that. You know?
And you think her motivations are a little different, and then when you're like, oh shit, no. Like when that band scene and that line that she has was, is it always gonna be like this?
Yeah. And dude, it's so uncomfortable too. And it's awkward.
Yeah, nothing sexy in this movie.
No,
I hate her
No.
sister. Fuck her sister.
Yeah, her sister's a cunt.
Piece of trash.
But yeah, so I give it an 8.5 out of 10.
Cool. Carly.
All right. My next one, number 6, is Freaky. And yeah, this was a move that I hated on when I saw the trailer. I thought,
It looked so cringe.
I cringed so hard at the trailer that I think my body just crippled inside with cringe because they just made the trailer so cringe. But then the move itself was actually one of the
still was
funnest movies.
cringe, but it made sense.
Did you just shorten
Yeah.
up the word movie and say move?
Oh, dude.
Oh,
you're
you should-
bad.
Yeah, you need to listen to our pod.
It's one more letter. It's not even like a full syllable. Just say
Hey,
E,
they get any
movie.
lazier, these two are gonna stop breathing full breaths. They're gonna like only taking half breaths now.
We do things and then we can't
Watch the move.
Watch the move, man.
watch the move.
Damn. But it's not
Yeah,
horror.
we have a million stupid
not
shit that we say
horror.
all the time.
It's not really horror, is it?
Fuck.
No, Freaky was a fun movie. It was like probably one of the most surprising movies I've seen in a theater in terms of thinking, not taking it serious and going and thinking I was going to hate it and hate my life, and actually loving it and it being pretty much the highlight of the year for me. So yeah, just very fun. Vince Vaughn is great. There's a few cringe moments, but other than that, I mean, it's funny, it's gory, like it's got some pretty inventive kills, a lot of callbacks to older horror movies, and I loved it. So
The
I give
gore
it
is,
an 8.5.
is definitely surprising.
Yeah.
The one thing that really just annoyed the hell out of me, and I've expressed this in chat, is Vince Vaughn, although he's great as a girl, he's not that girl. But I don't think it's his
That's
fault.
the
I just
writing,
think they
though.
didn't make that girl like him.
And I think
You
it
know what
would've
I
been
mean? Like,
boring
that
if
girl
it
is
was-
all reserved and like,
Yeah.
she's nothing like how Vince Vaughn
Yeah,
is.
they
Yeah.
needed more scenes with her hanging out with her friends.
That's a good
first.
point. That's a
Yeah.
good point,
Yeah.
actually. Yeah.
It just annoyed the hell out of me. 'Cause
Yeah.
I'm like,
They might
that's a
have
really
cut
good point.
something out.
That's a good point.
Right.
Good stuff. What did you give that one?
8.5.
8.5. Damn, that's freaky. Oh, terrible. Worst joke of the night goes to. All right. Number 6 for myself is, again, a film I watched earlier in the year. I did praise this one to a lot of people, and I felt like I definitely had to rewatch this one because I loved it, but I wanted to make sure. And, going into this one, I was not sure, man, if I was ever going to appreciate a movie on this type of level that was starring Jesse Eisenberg.
Yeah.
And it's
I like
Vivarium.
Jesse Eisenberg.
And this is the type of movie I absolutely love because when I first
An
watched this
extended
movie,
Twilight Zone episode.
when I
No,
first
it's
watched
like it's like a Lynch film, really.
when I first watched this movie, months ago, it stuck with me all year. I thought about it so much. I got the general commentary that was going on in it. It's straight capitalism, right? And it's very evident. There's so much evidence in the film of that. But I love, like, right from the opening, the metaphorical prologue is something that I absolutely fucking just fell in love with. I was like, that's so cool how they do it. It's subtle because the credits are rolling, and basically what you see while the credits are rolling is this cuckoo birds. And if you know anything about cuckoo birds, what they do, they're kind of assholes. They basically go and invade other birds' nests, and they lay their eggs in there, and they make the fucking other birds raise their fucking young. Cuckoo birds are fucking assholes. Jump into the movie. Now, it's a really interesting premise because what we have here is this very kind of bizarre, Lynchian type Twilight Zone type thing, but it's about this young couple that are, looking to buy a house and stuff, and they go to this realtor, which takes them into this kind of very bizarre kind of new suburb division where everything absolutely looks the same. He shows them around, he leaves, they're stuck there. They're fucking.
As an audience, when they drive in there, you're like, okay, something's wrong here. When you see the sky,
Yeah.
you're
So
like, what the fuck?
yeah, like there's
It's
some.
Truman Showy.
It totally is, right? And it's really cool. So now they're trying to find their way out of here, and then they realize after a short period that they're not getting out of here. It's just fucking whatever. And then one day they wake up and there's a baby there. Go back to the prologue, the metaphor for cuckoo birds and what they make people do and stuff. It's essentially, I love this double meaning to the film and stuff. It's really interesting because, this baby shows up and now they are forced to raise this baby. And basically the realtor is acting like, it's the system. It's the fucking system, / type aliens, right? These aliens have basically invaded, Earth kind of thing. And they're making the humans fucking raise their babies and shit. And it's evidence as the baby grows and blah, blah, blah. And by the end of the film and stuff like that. It's just a really interesting way of showcasing that type of element, these, raising the babies and stuff like that. But the whole digging in the film is really what sells on the capitalism too, man. It's like, it's really kind of showcasing that, this is what people do. They work their whole lives. They work and work and work and they die for the man and shit like that. And it's, it's essentially what happens to Jesse Eisenberg and shit. He gets sick for a reason and stuff. I've seen people question like, why the fuck why did he die and stuff? And I'm like, It's because this is what capitalism
Dig a fucking hole, bro.
this is what capitalism does to people, right? They work and towards this goal, and you work for the man and stuff. You work your whole lives, and you essentially die, and that's kind of what they're showcasing.
The food too.
Yeah,
food.
Exactly, and
that's why she's sick too. The food's not toxic to them, the creatures, but it's toxic to the humans. That's why they get sick over time.
Exactly.
That's why there was a body in the hole.
Yeah, and I really feel like everything in this movie is so calculated. Like I didn't catch it the first time around, and so I started thinking about it, and I was thinking back to when I was in film classes and shit. And I started thinking about, sometimes, in films they'll use certain color palettes and stuff like that. There's a reason for it. And the reason why all the houses in the film are green is because it's to invoke your anxiety. The color green invokes people's anxiety, right? And I thought that was really interesting. And there's contrast in color palette in the film too with reds and stuff. And if you know anything about when you put red and green together, it's very offsetting.
Not good.
It's offsetting. It actually makes people nauseous. And that's kind of what Wes Craven did with the Freddy character, the red and green shirts and stuff like that. And
that prick Santa Claus.
Yeah, exactly. So it's done purposely, to make it's invoke the nausea element to it and stuff, and the anxiety and shit. I thought that was really fucking clever, man. I thought that was really clever. There's just so many things that are happening in this film. I feel like this is one of those movies that if it actually catches on to professors in college and film school and stuff like that, this is one that you could probably dissect scene by scene and have a whole conversation about. It's literally so in depth with what's going on. I mean, it's a brilliant film. I think it's really, really brilliant. So, loved it. Absolutely loved this movie. Carly, did you catch any of that when you watched this movie?
I did. It's been a while since I watched it, but
Yeah.
I completely
watched it
forgot
at the
about
beginning
it.
of the
She
year.
caught it after talking to me.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
I believe you said you didn't understand. I feel.
Okay.
No, but bullshit. I brought up the cuckoo bird, bitch.
Yeah,
Nobody.
the cuckoo
I know
bird,
about
though,
cuckoo birds.
that
They're
one's
cooking for
obvious.
Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah. The cuckoo birds, everybody knows that they're just assholes, right? And you see the contrast with, this weird kind of robotic, systematic fucking realtor, right? And you're like, okay, what's going on here? But I love
did
that.
what I would have done too. Like I would have I'd burn that fucking house down. Then they started burning the house down. I was like, oh fuck. I was like, guess we're fucked. I'm out of ideas.
The only complaint on the film I have is there's a little bit too much of the little boy screaming in this.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It honestly,
Very annoying.
and I never like to throw down on kids on, when you're talking about their film and stuff, but man, I just felt like it wasn't needed to have that much of that because it really didn't need to be there, man. We got the point. Like, I mean,
Yeah, we
forgetting
get it. It's annoying.
right?
There's a lot of movies about people being trapped too. Honeymoon Phase is another one
Yeah.
this year.
Right.
But I
Yeah.
love movies where people are trapped.
Yeah, me too, man. Like this whole Twilight Zone setting, lynchy fucking atmosphere and stuff. It's just really cool with everything that's going
There
on.
was a few
great
Twilight
movie.
Zone type movies this year. Like, did you guys see The Vast of the Night?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I did. I enjoyed it.
That kind of
I
felt like a Twilight Zone type thing. Yeah, it wasn't anything amazing.
No.
It was fun.
Yeah, it was a decent watch. It was a decent watch, but yeah. Vivarium, I'm coming in a 9 out of 10. I think it's definitely something you need to check out. I mean, it's probably not going to be for everybody. I mean, if you're taking it for just face value, it's fine. It is, but I think it's more enjoyable if you understand what the director was actually going for and stuff. It's a fun one. It's a thinker, man. It stuck with me all fucking year, and that's why it's on the list. So, number 6.
It's a good movie. I liked it.
Yeah,
it's
it's
just
good.
another one of these ones that I was like, fuck. This is like another one of these movies I actually really like.
Yeah,
Too many of them.
yeah, exactly. Jeremy.
All right, number 6, we have Mr. Brandon Cronenberg's Possessor. But is it horror?
Yeah.
It's not really horror, is it? You want me to do it?
It's sci-fi horror.
It's not horror.
So this is Mr. Cronenberg's second attempt after Antiviral. And, I was really hoping that he would make another movie because it was kind of quiet there for a while and we really didn't know what was going to happen. And, of course, he comes back and he delivers this movie, which is very, very, very like his father's movies.
Episode
And-
2, we did Antiviral.
Yep. All the way back in the day.
Which I think was my favorite movie of the year, wasn't it? That year? 13 or whatever? I don't know. I think it was my number 1, actually, to be honest. Fuck, I'm going to we don't fact check here at 22 Shits, so.
But speaking of color palette, this color palette of this movie is fucking phenomenal. It's lit so well. It's edited so well. It's acted pretty well, and the gore is amazing. So it really
Pretty well? What do you mean pretty well?
The acting.
Yeah.
The acting's strange in the movie on purpose, so
Yeah.
it's a weird.
I think the lead,
because everybody's getting fucking brainwashed, and it's weird.
I kind of like the
it's a
fact
definitely-
that like Brandon wrote the film without.
It was your number 6.
He wrote the number 6. Okay, so he wrote the lead without any like there was no racial profile on the lead when he wrote the character, and he was just when they did the casting for it, he was like, hey, whoever gets this fucking role gets the role. But she got it because he's like, she understood exactly what he was going for. He wanted that type of character, right? He wanted that monotone. He wanted that kind of awkward, just everything about her just screamed what he wanted.
I just thought that was like such a fucking cool idea. Like, when you really think about it, it's probably not the most original idea, but it's such the way that he executes it.
I mean, it's pretty original.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool the way that it's executed, and the scene where he's at his job, it's just such a weird and quirky scene. It's probably one of my favorite scenes of the movie.
Reminded me of THX.
Yeah, it's very weird to see open fadge on the big screen.
but it's a weird concept of what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're literally just monitoring people through their webcams. Like it's literally, if you break it down in simple terms, it's like they're just being a bunch of fucking peeping toms, man.
Well, they're checking all their advertising.
You got some
so they can
pervert
sell
cards,
stuff.
Dave?
But that's the crazy thing is that you're but if you're paid to watch people fuck, like I will admit though, to see a movie where a guy just turns to the web and has a full on hard on with an open vag, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah,
you just don't see it very often in movies.
Picture
like
that singing in the theater. I was like, oh,
yeah, that's crazy,
that.
dude. Yeah,
I saw it in the theater too.
I see why you guys got cut versions, and that doesn't even exist in Canada. You can't even buy the cut
we got
version
the
here.
uncut version in the theater.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yep.
You can't even buy the cut version. It's not even available.
Dicks. They're uncircumcised. They got the uncut version.
It's true.
But I really dug this movie. I was in it from the beginning to the end. I hope Brandon Cronenberg keeps on making movies because he's 2 for 2, and I feel like if he keeps on going, he's just going to keep on pushing out these really original and pushing the art form to a level that his father did. So,
and you like to see improvement too, and I think this is better than Antiviral.
Yeah.
And Antiviral is great, man. I think it's casted well, man. Like, what's his name? What's that fucking ginger's name again? I always forget his name.
I don't know. He was in Get Out.
Jones, something Laundry Jones.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Yeah, that's
Taylor's old
Caleb
quarterback.
Jones.
Caleb. Yeah, dude, that guy's a great actor, man. I like that guy.
Yeah,
He's
I
weird.
just like the mind fuck of if you don't know it's her, if you know it's him, and how much is he coming back. It's just a really fucking good movie. So I gave it an 8.5 out of 10. Probably gonna be talking about it again because somebody else is gonna have it for sure. So Possessor 8.5.
All right. So the listeners list is for number 6?
Yep.
6. With 67 points, we have Color Out of Space.
Yeah.
That was on 12 lists.
Cool. All right. I kind of actually expected that to be on that list, so that's where it's at.
choice.
Dave.
All right, coming in at number 5.
Top 5.
First time.
It's
this
not
one's coming on the
horror.
list. But it's not really horror, is it? I want to mix that in with JP saying, "Is it though?" You're like, "It's not really horror, is it though?" It's a double. So right here, I love how this opens up with a quote and it ends with like the narration and the quote and everything like that. And it's not really a quote, but the narration, it says, "If there's no truth in it, it's just random acts of violence." I love
man, I'm out. I thought this was gonna be your number 1.
No, man, this one, I just watched this one twice. I liked it the first time. I was like, that was good, man. I really liked that. And then I went back and checked it out. I was like, an hour and 20 minutes. I'm going to check this out again. I liked all the characters. I liked what, I know some people say they're assholes or whatever. I have a fascination with how people take in violence and how it is looked at in the media and how people are kind of examined on putting violence in media and all that kind of stuff. And then it just makes all these statements. People are like, well, it really kind of was condemning violence in there. It's like, no, it was really complicated in a lot of ways. It was an artist exploring the violence because he had experienced the violence, but his his violence had basically saved his life, but then somehow carried on to inspires. It was such a fucking complicated, weird mess of a thing, but I loved it, and I thought it was really fucking cool. The comics were cool. I liked the interactions and the true crime aspect to it, and the arguments with him and his girlfriend were great. The gore was fucking amazing, and I love that you find out the pictures in the comic. That first kill, oh my god, I was like, whoa. Just also Jay. How do you say his name?
Jay Baruchel.
Yeah, you know him because he's Canadian. You guys are probably buddies.
Well, this is blowing my mind right now. This is blowing my mind right now that you have a Canadian film on your top 10 list. It's like
in my top 5.
Top 5,
yeah. Jay is great in this movie too. He's like he reminded me kind of like my brother. So like so he kind of like I liked him. And there was a couple scenes in here when people got killed that I was like, oh shit, I didn't think that was gonna happen like that. The lighting, man. This is probably I like the colors the most in this movie this year. Those bright colors.
And Jordana Brewster, man, she's fucking hot, man. She's so hot.
Everybody. I like everybody in this movie as far as acting. And there's a couple scenes in here where I man, like shit. That's just like seeing that head laying on the road was just disturbing as shit. Man, I like it. Like I like movies that explore the violence, and I'm always a hypocrite too. Like on stuff like. I don't like My Name is A by Anonymous because it uses a true life case, and it makes me sick because I know like people don't need to see like this girl was just murdered and then they take the people that murder her and they're trying to put sympathy on them. It's like now is not the time to do that when the case is so fresh. Didn't like that Bundy movie because of the way they handled it, but I liked Henry because Henry was made so long ago and is a documentary style. Even though it was bullshit, we found out. I like that it was handled in that way it was handled. It's really a touchy subject, and I don't know. They just come across like Lords of Chaos was iffy for me too. Like I thought it was a great movie, but at the same time, it rubbed me the wrong way. Random Acts of Violence is talking about a lot of that, but it also at the end they really put it together because they say if there's not any of this exploration in it and there's no truth in it, it's just random acts of violence. So movies that have truth in their violence, like The Wild Bunch and Night of the Living Dead, are the ones that stick with me the most because there's truth in it.
Yeah. So I feel like I need to get that is probably one I need to rewatch. Because I don't know, like the girlfriend was annoying me. I'm like
I didn't like it that much either, JP.
I don't know. It didn't do much for me.
I give it like a 6.5.
But you talking about it is doing more for me.
No, it's honestly really good. It was one that I wanted to rewatch, and I was just kind of pissed off that like we only got a fucking DVD release of it. And I was like, that's,
me too.
That's fucking bullshit. I bought the DVD because I'm like, well, I don't know if the Blu-ray
is fucking stupid.
DVD is garbage.
It is fucking stupid.
A good-looking movie like that.
Dude, it's
just annoying.
It's like this movie coming out nowadays.
Can we just phase out DVD now?
It's like this movie coming out nowadays, which it did, and then only getting a VHS release. You're like, there's fucking 4Ks, there's fucking Blu-ray. Like, are you serious? You're just gonna drop?
Don't
a
even
DVD.
bother. Don't even fucking bother. Just put it online to buy for $5.
It was shot in high def. Like, why not have a fucking Blu-ray at least? It doesn't have to be 4K. Like,
probably shot in fucking 4K, right?
Probably.
And also
shot in 4K.
Complaints people are like, that guy didn't look mixed at all. It's like, no, right when I saw that guy, I was like, that dude's mixed. Look at his hair. Like you could, to me, he looked mixed. I mean, I've been around, you know what I mean? Like, I thought he did. I didn't even question it. Like, I just knew right off the bat. Maybe I just good at facial recognition. I don't fucking know. Their hair color was different, but just like the way he looked mixed to me.
I was literally confused by that part. I thought that was like not a flashback because to me that didn't.
Maybe they did that on purpose. Some people think, but I don't know.
I'm a big fan of Jay Baruchel, man. He's done a lot of good work over the years, man. He's been in a lot of interesting movies, and he's directed some good ones too, man. I think he actually ended up directing Goon 2 too, which was really fucking funny. But
the hockey movie,
yeah. Well, he was in the first one as an actor and stuff. I think he was right. I think he wrote that too. I think he might have wrote and acted in the first one, then he directed the second one, and obviously was in it too. But he's just done,
coming at this.
He's just done a lot of shit. He's got this wide range of films that he appears in or writes or directs or whatever. It's kind of cool, man. It's kind of cool.
He's got to be coming at this, right? As like as an artist and a creator himself, right? Looking at it, the people coming up to him, the fans and everything. It's a complicated thing, man, to be creating things like this and then inspire possibly. I don't know. It's not like people are saying, well, it's making a statement on it. No, it's bringing up the discussion. Mm-hmm. And I think it's making it interesting points and stuff. And I don't know. I liked it a lot.
It's probably
8.5.
It's probably the best movie too that has that title, Random Acts of Violence, because there's 30 of them now.
Probably. I'm making one right now. I just did.
There's so many of them.
The history of violence.
Yeah, this one though, it's a little bit different. It's about this angry Jewish kid who just moves furniture violently.
I knew it was coming.
And then his parents yell at him to be quiet, and there's some random acts of violence.
Nice.
I don't think you can move furniture.
It's never getting old to me.
non-violently,
I'm going to
though.
laugh hysterically every single time it happens. So just let
That's
you guys
the only
know.
way you can move furniture is random violently. You ever move a couch with somebody? It ain't over until somebody's feelings are hurt, is what I say. When you move a couch that's too big for a room.
Right. That's amazing. Okay.
8.5. Sorry.
Nice. That's actually the same rating I have it at too. 8.5. So,
6.5 for me. I don't know. Maybe I have to rewatch it.
I think I give it a seven,
It's not for
7.5.
everybody. It's not for everybody. I didn't like The Invisible Man. I'm not going to get mad if somebody don't like that movie. It's fine.
GP.
All right, my number 5 is a film that was brought up. It is from our homie Brandon Cronenberg, and it is Possessor. This is one I saw in the theater, and I was like, that was good. Very violent. Love the violence. Love the graphic nature of it. But I was like, I'm not sure I 100% got that. Luckily, I had a few homies, James Cowkes, who talked me through some of my issues with it. And I was like, oh, yeah, okay. Like, yeah, that's cool. I like this way more now. And it all started coming together. I was like, oh, I think, Carly, did we miss like the first couple minutes of this?
I actually don't think, even the first time I watched Possessor, I didn't think it was that complicated to figure out what was going on, like in the end and stuff, like how, his personality was coming through on her and stuff.
No, I got all that.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't know what the fuck they were doing.
Yeah, I think we missed. I don't know why.
I think we walked in late. We were like late to the movie or something
in
like that.
the
But I didn't realize it was assassins. I had no idea.
Oh,
so once I figured that out,
you may
I
have
was like,
missed
oh,
the
this
beginning
whole
part
thing.
where they were doing the implants.
Yeah, like I didn't know that they were assassins, basically.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I didn't understand. I knew that she was in someone else's body.
So you just
and she
saw
was
some fat guy
controlling
get
it.
killed, and you're like, what?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess
and-
you would have saw that, but okay, yeah. I guess
And
that happens
so-
before the actual implants, but yeah, you're right.
So yeah, I didn't realize what was going on, and I was like, I love and I understood that like the longer you're there, the more it's sort of like consciousness like connect and sort of overtake and stuff with that. And I thought that I understood all that and thought that was super cool. I just didn't understand what the fucking point was. So that helped me out a ton. And then yeah, I just think that the movie is super creative, super cool. I think everybody and their mother was thinking this was going to be a possession film in like the spiritual sense and not like the literal sense, So I think that when you get into that sci-fi, and I'm not sure, it doesn't tell us when this is set, does it?
When he starts fucking beating Sean Bean, I was like, Jesus fucking Christ.
And that's not a spoiler because it's Sean Bean.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually tell you, but I'm assuming
you get the
it's set
vibe
in
that
like
it's like near future.
it's a little bit of
Yeah,
a future. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, but I thought it was just super interesting, like this sort of how you could take possession of someone else's body and do something in it, and then but you got to get out of there. It just was a really cool concept, and there's some cool visuals tied to it as well that look really.
It's just a
neat
cool
and stuff.
idea for being an assassin. And instead of being like a ninja or just a straight up assassin, like you go and basically take over someone's body. That's fucking cool, man.
Oh, 100%, because it's like
it's foolproof, man. You can't get caught then. If you just get yourself out of there, you're like, how could you ever be
Shooting
caught?
yourself, right?
It's amazing.
Yeah. Exactly.
The best part to me about this movie is the character and how in the opening they have her ask the questions and all that stuff, and they repeat that later. It's just super complicated living that double life, and sometimes losing your humanity or never having one.
I'm reading the parents guide on IMDb, and it says the R-rated version shows the same scene, but it is shot at an abstruse angle such that there is no visualization of the woman's vaginal orifice or anus. In this version, the woman's outer labia can be seen briefly at an angle just below the bend of her knee. Also, the man's penis is not visualized, but instead his buttocks and a brief view of his scrotum from behind.
Where'd you go? Pervert school?
Very
That's more explicit. That's more
I just
explicit
got
than the
turned
movie
on.
itself, right there. Are you
Did I
kidding
just
me?
come? Jeremy, I think you just got laid.
There are
I
several.
feel like I did.
There are several sex scenes with female topless
definitely got a
nudity
boner
with
from that
buttocks
description.
Glimpse. The uncut version contains one brief instance of explicit and up-close male nudity, erect penis from the side. Note that a fully shaved vagina is also seen at a distance.
Dude, this dude is so erect writing these. You know he is. He used to write to fucking Penthouse, but then they like canceled his subscription or something. So this is how he gets off.
I just love reading parents' guides on fucking IMDb. It's funny.
You do that more than once? That's something you do regularly?
I mean, for like hardcore movies, I like to see what people say.
Okay. So Possessor, yeah, I gave it an 8.5 out of 10, breaking into the top 5. Felt like it was a good spot.
I'm surprised they didn't say anything about Christopher Abbott's. I mean, you don't get to see his full penis, but there's a scene when
It says it. A man exposes his trimmed pubic hair and a bit of his penis in front of a mirror. This is seen in both versions.
yeah, because I mean, if you're a girl and you invaded a guy's body, wouldn't you just want to check out the penis too?
Yeah, vice versa.
I was asking Carly.
I jump it up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that even if I'm a dude and I'm going into another
Right.
dude's body,
But that scene makes sense,
Let's
right?
see what
You're gonna
we're
check out
dealing
the
with here.
you're gonna check out the goods, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to rub one off to see if it feels better for him than it felt better.
Yeah, and then you're going
That
to be
is
pissed if
definitely
it
what I would
does. You're going to be like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, man, this guy's dick's way bigger than mine. I'm staying here. I'm not leaving.
All right. Who's next?
Okay. Number 5, I have The Invisible Man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like this movie, and I thought the main girl was
Do you like it, Carly?
No,
All right.
I hate it.
I didn't
Fuck
know
you.
because it was your number 5.
Call back to previous
Correct thing
show.
would be is I like this movie and fuck Dave.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and Moods hates it too.
Yeah, but Moods wasn't vocal.
Dave, you like spread open your butthole and like took a big shat on it. Like so.
Well, I'm really far removed from it. I actually just remember certain things, but it's funny that when Dave brought up the dog thing, that was like the first thing I said when I walked out of the theater to Dylan. I was like, "What the fuck, man?" I was specifically talking about that, and he can even vouch for me on that. It's so weird he brought
you
that
go
up.
back for your pets, man.
Well, it's because we're
Yeah, I
both
didn't-
huge dog lovers, right? Like I've got 3, he's got tons of dogs, and like it's crazy, man. Like
I'd be asking
It just
for my
made
fucking
sense.
parakeet if it was in the house. I'd be like, that parakeet's still there? Give my parakeet.
oh my god,
I've never had a dog, so I can't really. Like, that didn't cross my mind not once. And also, like, I didn't rewatch this movie, so it's very loose in my mind, much like JP. But I kind of just took it for what it was, and I don't know. When I watch movies, I don't really think.
We was coming out of dump month with this, and we had seen a bunch of crap.
So it was amazing. But
we were
I
like,
do.
hell yeah, we're giving each other high fives in the theater and shit.
Yeah, I do like the concept, the way the Invisible Man, like the whole costume idea. I like how they do that. I thought that was kind of cool.
That was cool.
So, but yeah, I thought it was pretty good. And like I said, I don't know, watching movies, unless they're like right off the bat horrible, I don't really notice plot holes. I just never have noticed stuff like that unless they're ridiculously glaring. So, and like I said, I can't remember the details, but I gave this a 9 out of 10.
All right.
Yes.
cool. All right, so breaking into my top 5 here. It's not horror. Ugh. Fuck. I can already fucking hear it right now. I know this is one. I watched this a little while ago and I was praising it and shit. Be like, it's not fucking horror. And I'm like, oh my god, you guys are fucking terrible, man. Black Bear.
No, what it isn't is about a black bear.
It's definitely not about a Canadian black bear. It's definitely not. It's definitely, the title is metaphorical for sure. Man, Aubrey Plaza, man, absolutely fucking knocks this shit out the fucking frame, man. I love this movie. I'm a little bit confused on why people are not considering this to be a horror film. I mean, it's completely shot like one. It's, I mean, I guess given what the narrative is, it's a little bit confusing if you're not really understanding what's going on and stuff, but it's definitely shot like one. It definitely has a lot of those elements and shit, but I absolutely am drawn to the arrangement of this movie for one thing. The arrangement is fucking phenomenal. I like how this movie is done in parts. It's not given to you like it's going to be done in parts, but it's showcased to you in parts. And I love this, man. I love the fact that the first act of this movie is basically, you know, it's mirroring the real life tragedy that's really happened to her, which happens into the second act. And I think it's a really interesting idea to do this, to showcase this kind of reversal roles in the first act of the film, and then showcase what really happened to her in real life in the second act. And I think that, you know, watching that, I guess it's a little bit jarring, throw $1 in the jar, because you're like, what the fuck is going on? It's really crazy, man. But I think that's what sells this movie to me, man. It's to me, it makes sense. I don't know, to others, it might not make sense, but performances here, man. Holy flying fuck, dude. Christopher Abbott.
Dialogue too. Dialogue's on point.
Christopher Abbott is excellent in this film. Everyone kind of plays, I mean, there's different characters, but the same. But Christopher Abbott is in this. He plays a husband, he plays a director in this, and he fucking knocks out the park. Of course, we just talked about him in Possessor. He's excellent in that too. But I tell you, man, Aubrey Plaza's performance here in the second act is fucking ridiculous, man. Like, she's an actress, and she's just, when she's all getting all shit-faced and oh my God, dude. There's nothing cooler than watching a film and, you know, them making a film within the film, and, you know, just seeing that acting coming out and stuff. And oh my God, dude, it was sold that shit to me like hardcore, man. But awesome ending. I absolutely love this ending. I like how everything kind of comes together and stuff. It's definitely one of those films you might want to watch a couple times, maybe if you didn't understand it the first time, but there's a lot going on here. I really don't want to say a whole lot about it without ruining the whole damn film. I might even have given away too much of it. I don't even know. But it's really definitely one that's hard to talk about without ruining.
Have you ever seen Safety Not Guaranteed?
I don't think so.
You should check it out. That's one of Aubrey Plaza's first movies. It's really fucking good. Highly recommend it.
Yeah,
It has Mark Duplass in it too.
Yeah, I just really like the concept here. I like the commentary. It's really interesting how it was constructed, though, and that's what really kind of drew me to it. And I was like, what the fuck? And then, you know, once shit kind of changes up and stuff, you're like, oh my God, this is crazy, man. But yeah, it's definitely not about a black bear. So if you're thinking about it, that it's going to be about a black bear and you want it to be about a black bear, stay away. It's not going to be for you.
It's about a brown bear.
Don't watch it.
But so you never checked it out? Did anybody here watch it?
I watched it.
No.
I didn't watch it
because it was called Black Bear.
That wasn't why. I just didn't get
it
to it. But I was hoping that I like my killer grizzly bears and black bears and killer bear movie. I like.
Did you watch
animal
Uncaged?
movies. No, is that a lion?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's real fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the cover looked like Wild Eye or something.
Yeah, it looked like shit. It's a Dick
I don't know
Moss
about
movie.
this.
It's exactly like a Dick Moss movie. The lion is CGI, but all the other gore
Oh
is
my
practical.
God, dude. So me
Should've
and Carly
watched
were at this used video store yesterday, and I picked up this movie, and I was like, I looked at the front of the cover looked normal. I looked on the back, and there's all these shirtless dudes. I was like, man, this looks like a David Duchovny movie.
Had to be, right?
And it was.
You can just tell.
It was. I looked.
those
at it,
David
I was like,
Duchovny?
"This is David Duchovny movie.
Those are all shirtless shower shoving movies.
And Schroeder's
Guys in
favorite
the
director.
shower, shirtless, shoving each other. That's all his movies are.
It was so funny because I was like, man, this looks like a David Duchovny movie, and it was.
Are we gonna fight or are we gonna kiss? I don't know.
I think this has got to be one of the most inaccurate fucking descriptions for the film. It says, you know, in IMDb, it says, you know, it's a comedy / drama, and that's it. I don't understand the comedy elements to this at all.
There's
Dave?
some comedy, but it's only like.
But to label it
stressful comedy.
first as a comedy?
I wouldn't say it's a comedy
Right?
first at
Like,
all,
that's-
especially that first part.
See,
is not fun.
if you were to click on here and go, oh, Black Bear's a comedy, fuck that. Like, that's literally
Look at
the
the
first
case too. The case is not a comedy. I didn't put it on my horror list, but I counted it as a horror watch, and it has horror. I don't even fucking know where this fits. There's just so many movies that don't fit. They're genre movies, but they're just.
It's a
I don't
genre
know.
film. I think it's got a lot of horror. I mean, it's definitely super psychological too, right?
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
but
The
it's-
dialogue's fantastic though. Like they literally get you engaged when they're all
Dude.
talking. You're like leaning forward, like what?
Oh my God, dude. The first act dialogue that leads into the second and how it kind of flips the script and shit. Oh my God, dude. It's so good. It is so damn good, man. Music's really good. I mean, everyone's acting in this is so damn good too. I just love when they're making the film in the second act and shit, and like how everything's progressing, and oh my God, it's so good, man.
Isn't it weird that you always side with Aubrey Plaza throughout the whole movie, even when she's in different parts?
Right.
I did. Did you?
Yep. Right.
That's strange. Yeah,
Like they were saying on Exploding Heads, like regular horror is now the fringe.
Yeah, like every decade changes.
See, if this movie wasn't shot, and didn't have that atmosphere and didn't have that music and stuff like that, I mean, it would probably leaning towards more like straight up not horror, but there's definitely a lot of those elements that exist within this picture. And to me, given what the very interesting narrative is and how it's told and stuff like that, it's psychological as fuck. You know, it's psychological horror to me, man. You know, at its finest. And I can see where people would have an argument for it not to be, but it's my list. Fuck off. Black Bear, 9 out of 10. 9. Loved it. Absolutely loved it.
All right. Number 5 for me. Movie that JP said he knew it was going to be on my list. Host. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even think of that one. Jeez. For you.
I thought this movie was fucking fantastic. I wasn't really feeling it at the beginning, but as it went on, I really, I thought it was creepy in the way that, if everybody knows the backstory of this movie, was shot on Zoom during quarantine. I mean, the way that they were able to shoot this movie and use the technology.
You love those desktop type.
He really does. Every year he's got one on his top 10, man. I swear.
I absolutely.
This movie's actually really good.
It is.
I think it's
honestly
really good too.
The best thing about the movie is that it's like 70 minutes long.
I absolutely love.
I mean, that is definitely a good point.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's done perfectly because they didn't overstay its welcome. Like it rips by. I actually liked it. I thought it was really good.
I absolutely love movies that take advantage of technology and people are able to tell stories simply with their computers and their webcam. I think it's absolutely fucking fantastic.
Let me stop
I'm like
you
the
right
polar
there.
opposite with it. I hate
the
the
thing
technology
about
in films.
technology in movies, though, if you're using the technology that exists, it's fine. But if you're using technology that doesn't exist, it's going to be dated as hell.
So you're saying Possessor is going to be dated as hell by next year?
Because
I'm pretty
that's
sure that
sci-fi.
technology doesn't.
It's different because it's
I guess
like,
I
it's like
guess.
The Fly. You know, it's like
Yeah.
pure
What do you mean The
fantasy.
Fly? That's real.
That happened. That's fact.
That's fucking real, man.
I don't know. I just think it just shows the creative mindset that an artist has, that even though that somebody's stuck inside for months and months, they're able to piece together something like this and actually have it be effective. Like the scene at the end where the face gets slapped onto the ghost. I mean, it's fucking scary, but the way that
I love that scene.
they use the technology like that to make it a generally scary movement. There's like no budget in that. It's a fucking filter on Zoom or something that they made able to make it look like that. And the scares, you know, the there's things where people are falling back and shit like that. I mean, it's a fucking well-made movie.
I thought the editing was actually really
jumped
good.
a few times.
The first thing I thought of when I was watching was the editing. I'm like, this is actually put together pretty well. It's not bad.
This is probably the scariest movie of the year, right? It's the only one that kind of was scary.
Dark and the Wicked was pretty scary to me.
Mm-hmm.
When JP says the best way to watch this movie is in the dark with your headphones on, I mean, it is true because it generally is a creepy ass film, and I've been high on it since I saw it back when it first came out, and I'm glad to see that it's coming out on Blu-ray because I'm definitely going to be picking it up. So I give it an 8.5 out of 10. Host, really great found footage movie, kind of a dying genre when you think about it. There's not too many found footage movies anymore, maybe a couple a year. So it's good to see that new ones are still coming out.
Yeah, you know
We
what?
still have
I would
Murder
say this
Death.
is like an offshoot of found footage. It's like that desktop.
Yeah, but I mean, it still falls into that category. You're right, though, Jeremy. There wasn't really a lot of found footage films. Murder, Death, Koreatown. Murder, Death,
And Death of a
Koreatown.
Flogger. Death of a Flogger was
Yeah,
one.
I didn't watch that one. I didn't watch that, but Murder, Death, Koreatown was honestly, again, it's kind of in the same realm as Host because it was, you know, Host was done all like all on Zoom kind of thing, but this one was done like in reality. Like it's kind of crazy.
Was great. I
how
really
they filmed
liked
it. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how they did it, man.
They were in the sewer. How he talks.
But
Right. But I just love the fact that he made this movie without people really knowing that he was making a fucking movie, and then
You
the movie
can
came
tell,
out
dude,
really
some of the
damn
guys
good.
are, like, looking at him like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It honestly worked for how he did it.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to like it either. I turned that off at the first 5 minutes, and then I came back, and I was like, this is great.
Dude, you
Host
never
was
listen,
like a
man.
feel-good
I think
story
I told you to
there
watch
for
Murder,
me.
Death, Koreatown. I was like, this movie's fucking cool, man.
Yeah, I think Jeremy did, and then I tried to watch it, and it came on like the first 3 minutes, and it was death metal, and I was like, no, man, I'm out.
I wasn't a big fan of it, but
Then
I
Well-
appreciate it. I appreciate the way that it got made.
I think Jeremy watched it because did you watch it because I watched it?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think so.
then
Is that-
it's a lot like those Koji Shiraishi movies, like No Roy, but just cheaper and not as effective, but still very good.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like
But
cheap
yeah,
No Roy, isn't it?
But yeah, JP, I think Host definitely is probably like the feel-good
The
story of the
feel-good
year.
story of the year. Yeah, yeah. It got really celebrated and championed by like the whole community, and I like when that happens.
So
I heard him on your
how
boy
high on
Harris's podcast.
how high on Exploding Heads podcast was that one on everyone's list?
Did it make it on anyone's list?
They did top 20s. It had to have been in their top 20.
I don't remember.
I don't think it did.
Jesus,
bullshit.
not one of them had in the top 20? Holy fuck.
Would you have had it in your top 20? Oh, we'll find out. We'll find out.
Well, I'm different than Exploding Heads.
Not really.
You have
a
a
lot of the
refined
same
palate.
films are showing up. All right.
Like in their
Listeners-
same top
Listeners.
10s? That's interesting.
Um,
Nobody had Black Bear. There's no fucking way.
I don't
If
know.
somebody did, it would be Brandon.
Because they don't
Yeah.
think it's hard. It's not hard.
No,
I
they
can
had
al-
a
I can already
ton
hear
of
it.
Frank.
I
Yeah,
can al-
Brandon had Swerve at his number 2, so
all these lists are almost the same.
Yeah,
They're-
see,
they're-
that's
they're not
funny.
far.
Yeah. Oh my god, we just got the funniest comment. Yeah, you guys are a rock band. You're the Nickelback of horror podcasts.
Who said
Really?
that?
Fucking Zach. He never comments on. He must be fucking high right now or something. On the
Okay,
dub episode.
that's a good joke. Number 5 for the listeners, with 70 points on 12 lists as well, is The Platform. I was actually surprised to see that get as much love in
Wow.
the community lists.
That is cool. That's cool.
It deserves it.
I'm the only one else that had that one. The only one else? Does that work? Yeah, that works. Cool.
It's some sort of words. It'll
Yeah,
work.
it kind of goes together, I guess. But
hey, I just want to give a shout out to Zach Nolan, who said Jeremy is hilarious throughout this one. Keep the humor rotted. Ha. Thank you, Zach Nolan, for 4 hours ago on episode 201. I finally get some praise. Fuck you guys.
Okay. Is it my turn?
back to you, Dave.
I'm old. I'm sleepy. This one's been mentioned a bunch of times already, and I pretty much spoke my mind on it. It is fucking Possessor, cold, clinical. It's like Cronenberg's other movies, but different because it's newer. The gore is crazy. It has a weird look to it. But I like the look. The idea is great. It's a movie that left me kind of like, did I like that? I literally thought this was going to be my number one. Just hearing about it, I was like, that's number one for sure.
Well,
I wanted to
I'm out.
rewatch it. I wanted to rewatch this movie. I really did, but I didn't get a chance. But I'm coming in at 8.5. Really enjoyed it. I know it will get better on multiple viewings. And I like the idea that literally, like, the struggling. It's just really interesting, the two characters mixing and carrying out things. And I don't know. I don't want to spoil any more than I already have, but that's an 8.5. Really dug it.
Yeah.
I am out on you. I picked that as your number 1.
It was a good choice. I mean, yeah, I would think that would be my number one without noticing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't honestly had.
I'm
no
not out on
idea about
anybody.
you, so
That's crazy.
I just went with that.
I was between a random acts of violence and VFW for you.
Yeah. I don't know. My list is fucking. I sat there and was like, I don't know where this shit goes anymore. I like all these movies. Close. They're close, you know? Who's next? I'm tired.
JP.
I am next. All right, my number 4 is a film that has been brought up. Have I even got to say one that wasn't brought up since like the first like 2. This is Spontaneous,
Wow.
which is a movie that completely surprised me because that cover was pretty. There's actually a better cover, the one that I posted on my somewhere. Oh, I think it might have did it in a video. I don't know. But yeah, there's a better poster out there. It's not much better, but it's better with like yellow. But yeah, it's kind of a. I don't know who designs these things sometimes, but
I did.
well, you suck.
That
Yeah,
hurt.
this. I mean, I love the feeling that it gave Dave. It also gave me that feeling.
I love the feeling that it gave you. Did it give you it? No, I just love that it gave
Yeah,
you
I love that it gave me it. But the thing that Dave, I'm sorry, I'm like all out of it right now. But the thing that Dave was saying, how it took him back, the like bittersweet memories of being a youth, and now he's old and grumpy. Like I feel like
I
that
had my
too.
whole life ahead of me.
Yeah, you did. Now you just have like not much of
Few years.
you
Now
know?
I wake up and I limp to the fucking pull-up bar.
Treadmill?
Pull-ups. I'm like, oh, fucking die. And then I do pull-ups.
Shit,
and
I
I
ate
wonder,
that lunch meat yesterday.
oh, I shouldn't have had 2 sandwiches.
But yeah, so I don't know, man. It just works for me 100%. Like, it's sad, man. The thought of, you know, not knowing if you're gonna live or die, and sort of they start to live these, you know, live in the moment, and it kind of honestly like inspired me a little bit to like do that more often. You know, we take for granted like our lives sometimes, and whenever a movie kind of speaks to you that way, it's kind of always crazy when it comes out of like a horror movie. And it really worked. I bought the relationship completely. I was like, I want these two to be together. Like, they're really good together. I thought the lead was absolutely amazing. She was super likable and
Very
honestly, very, very funny, but not in that like Hollywood funny where it's like almost like too overwritten. You know, it's like, okay, maybe
Heather's funny, or they're mean as fuck, but they're funny.
yeah. I think in the title, man, you're like, what is spontaneous? But it kind of has a double meaning in a way too, right? Because it's like they start being spontaneous.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah. So I like that.
Are you gonna cry? Because you sound like you're just gonna break down crying thinking about the movie.
Dude,
Yeah,
I didn't even
right.
cry when watching.
It's a great fucking movie.
It's not horror.
Listen, trust me, I wanted to cry.
I'm so pissed off. I gotta move some furniture. Move your pissing off. I'm like a cat when you yell at it, it goes over and scratches something. I'm just start moving furniture when I'm mad. I'm like a dog that poops on your pillow.
Right.
But yeah, I gave it an 8.5 out of 10. Pretty phenomenal.
All the side characters are super fun too. Like they all get their
I
moments.
like the sports team when they're talking about their boys and stuff.
Yeah, and when he's like, he came out to us.
We're super progressive like that.
Because we're super progressive like that.
Or the guy who's like, I want my lawyer.
Yeah, that's
I
what
didn't think
was
people
gonna
liked this movie as much, man. Fucking. So we got 2 pussies on the podcast right now.
I think it's definitely probably
Was that the third pussy? I think.
No, that's just you and Jeremy.
I think between Freaky and this film, it's probably the 2 movies that I'm going to remember the most, or think about the most when I think about this year. I don't know.
What about that gothic girl who's like, I'd hit it?
Then why aren't they 1 and 2 then?
Because here we go.
Just
Remember that
Play
time
3 is
Jeremy
number
said,
three.
I have my list, but I'm having trouble with my 6 and 7 spot.
Right.
Yeah, instead of bumping the one down, he completely removes like 7 off the list.
Yeah,
and
he's
throws
like,
another.
I was like, wait, what about your 8, 9, and 10? He's like, no, I got those ones already. I'm like, what?
I can't have 2 zombie movies on the list, okay? One's gotta go.
Shit.
All right.
All right.
Carly.
Yes, number 4. Okay. I had anything for Jackson. And this might come as a surprise, but I like this movie.
It
but
doesn't
I thought
surprise
was
me.
And number
No,
4,
it's a
that's weird.
joke because everyone's like hating because Jeremy like pisses on me for saying I like a movie. But anyway.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, thanks. Anyway, yeah, no, this movie was actually scary to me. It was probably like the creepiest movie for me this year, and that is why I liked it. For me, it's like the most horror in the sense of like I was actually really creeped out watching it, and it had a lot of unsettling moments to it. So for that, and also the story was pretty cool and unique. But for that, I give it a 9 out of 10.
Yeah.
Cool, dog.
Good choice. Good choice. All right. So coming in number 4 for myself, and yes, I'm the oldest here, and that makes me the dirty old man. You know why? Because I'm fucking with the Golden Glove.
Oh, shit.
I'm out on you.
Fuck,
Hey,
man.
this.
Okay, when I watched this movie, this is one of the earliest watches of the year
like
for me.
it enough, damn it.
So this movie, actually, I came up so much higher on my second watch. Because like I said, this is the movie I was referring to off the top of the show where I watched and I was like, man, you know, like it stuck with me. But I was like, I felt like I underrated it. And I was like, I got to rewatch that shit, man. Because I enjoyed it. I really did. But it was just, I didn't know what to expect from it. And it was confusing the first time around. I'm like, is this supposed to be comedic or is this just like ridiculous? Like I was having conflicting results on how I was receiving this movie. So
super
watching it
happy
again,
to have it on your list.
I knew what to expect. I knew what to expect, and I watched it for what it was, and I was like, holy fuck, this movie is really good. You know, it's based off the real life serial killer, and it is. It's like a dark comedy at parts and stuff, but it doesn't overdo it. Like, you kind of have to look for it and stuff, maybe even have a twisted sense of humor, but fuck me, man. If the aesthetic of this film isn't perfect, like it's set in early 70s, it's so gritty. The casting is perfect. Like our lead, what's his name?
Everybody,
fucking Honka.
the entire cast is perfect.
But I'm just saying, him alone is crazy. But that leads me into the red light district, man. Everything in the red light district is so done. So like everybody's just greasy and gross and like, oh my God, dude. It's just, this movie's disgusting to me, man, on all levels. It's perfect. I love it. It's really phenomenal, man. I don't know how, I think who said that they kind of felt sorry for him a little bit as he became.
Me.
Yeah, I don't think that was the intent there. I mean, he's still a degrading, greasy fucking, murdering fucking asshole and shit like that. But
this is the real greasy strangler.
Right. It's just like, you can't really feel anything for him at that point. But dude, I just love the whole aspect of this guy is like, he's got the fucking dumb shit. Who the fuck kills people, hacks them up and just puts them into a cubby, like in their attic, kind of thing, right?
That's because those.
Yeah, Gacy.
He put him in the crawl space.
But he's in an apartment. Like that shit's gonna stink like shit, and eventually was his downfall.
Yeah,
kind
but
of
it's
thing.
the Greeks downstairs. They cook day and night. Nasty shit, man.
Yeah.
But the funny thing about him is that there is a scene where, which had made me laugh too, that he actually takes some of the body parts out and he just kind of throws them in a bush and stuff. I'm like, who the fuck is not gonna find that? It's like
nobody cares because they're prostitutes.
Right?
That's back
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh man, but his performance is so
all
good.
that happened. That's what's interesting about it is like when you say like who does that, it's like, well, the Fritz guy did it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what
because
I'm saying.
he did go dump some body parts and shit like that.
He wasn't a calculating, Ted Bundy type killer and stuff. Like this guy was a little bit more spontaneous, and your guys is fucking, you guys like that movie, but but you know what I'm saying. This guy was a little bit different. Like he was always on the prowl. But I don't think his intent every single time was a kill. Like, I mean, for one thing,
no, I don't think it is at all.
The weirdest thing about the movie is
to kill people.
Is when he brings in the girl that ends up being his fucking maid and shit like that. Like, it's the weirdest aspect of the movie. But I love that shit. This guy's super degrading towards women and stuff, but he brings her in, still treats her like shit and stuff. Which the craziest scene when he comes back and he fucking busts her in the lip there and breaks her fucking teeth, and she's like, "Where's my teeth?" It's the fucking craziest shit ever, man. But. What a disgusting movie. I love this. This is definitely not going to be for everybody. It's a tough watch, I think. I mean, some of the kills are fucking brutal and stuff, but it does what it's supposed to do. It's a filthy ass killer, and it's showcased properly. It's everything I wanted.
It's
in the
not
movie.
about boxing.
Did you guys notice the weird God stuff in it?
The weird God.
He gets hit out front. He gets hit by the bus outside of in front of the church, and he goes to the hospital and he changes his life around. The woman passes out in front of that church, and her life is saved. The other one who goes there, one of them is killed. And then on top of that, there's a scene where the girl who's living with him is the maid or whatever, and the religious lady comes and talks to her and saves her life because she goes with her.
I did, but I never really put a lot of second thought into. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to incorporate that into the flushed out narrative here because
but it's there. I think it is there.
It is there, but like, what are they trying to accomplish with that though? Like, I mean,
I don't know. Maybe the director's religious.
Because
maybe
I mean, if anything,
story.
it's open booked. It's open booked at that point, right? Because I mean, I think and these type of movies, these type of serial killer films that are based on real life, a lot of times the endings can be super anticlimactic and. I guess not knowing the actual story of this I didn't really know much about this guy going into this.
I never even heard of it until after I watched it.
Like I always had problems when you watch like the older Ted Bundy movies and stuff, where the movie kind of picks up in the middle of it and stuff, and you know the story,
if you
so
know
you're
the
missing.
Story
yeah,
you're
missing
like picking apart.
Yeah, you're missing everything that's happened and stuff.
Well, Bundy's harder to do because he was traveling and he has a core. His movies aren't as cheap to make as like a Dahmer movie, which is just like some guy in a fucking apartment.
Yeah,
hey,
exactly.
You leave Dahmer alone. That's one of the best.
Yeah.
All his movies are good.
No, the Dahmer ones are all good. I'm talking about the same
Bundy
year.
movie.
The same
The
year
Bundy
they did that
movies
Bundy.
suck.
Yeah, the Bundy
No,
movie
I don't
was
think it
hard.
sucked.
It didn't. I don't think it sucked, but it missed a lot of the crucial information, in my opinion. But
I'm not talking about the evil one either. The old Bundy movie sucks.
Talking about the one from like 80 something.
oh
No,
yeah,
no, not the Deliberate Stranger. I'm talking about the one from the 2000s.
yeah, that one the same
Oh,
year that
2002.
the same year
Yeah,
that
that one's
Gacy
garbage.
came out.
That's
The
a
same year
I
that
garbage
like
Gacy-
that one.
See that one?
I turned it off.
That one's weird, man, because that's one of the ones I'm talking about. It kind of feels like it picks up in the middle of the story and shit. It's a little bit off.
It also plays like a comedy.
It's also long as shit, and that doesn't help all the time. If
Yeah,
you're
plus
gonna tell half
I hated the way they
story.
edited that shit too. I just hate the way they told that story. But anyways, this one right here, like I said, a lot of serial killer movies can be a little bit anticlimactic because the stories and stuff. In this incident, I didn't really know, but the way this one ends is fantastic. It's a great fucking ending with a great line, and it just kind of ends. But what sells the shit, man, is just the grittiness, man. The
What
dirty.
about SS Norbert?
It's a dirty,
I almost
disgusting
threw up
film.
when those fucking maggots start falling
Yeah,
out.
it's a dirty, disgusting story filled with dirty, disgusting characters with a gross fucking lead. Like, everything about this is so fucking gross, man.
Yeah, that's why it should have been your number one.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I like when the lady.
I actually don't know how to take that, but I'll
I
let you
picked
have
it
that
as
one.
your number one. I don't know.
There's a lot of
It seemed like a
awkwardly
moods movie.
funny
Yeah.
shit in here. Like when the one lady's just sitting there after he beat the shit out of her, and he's just like staring at her. And then like the same lady earlier is in there like talking to the nun, saying all this nasty shit, and the other women are just ignoring her.
Right.
Like, blah 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 blah.
There's just these weird scenes in the film where, Honka's brother comes over, and then they fucking have dinner, which the maid that he just decides to let live at his place, cooks fucking dinner, and they just start drinking and shit. And it's just like weird scenes like that, man. Like, it seems normal.
He
But
makes
it's-
her
it-
write that contract.
But
Yeah,
it's
they're all
not
We
normal.
had a contract. We had a contract.
Right. It's just, oh man, there's just so many great scenes in this. But yeah, him stuffing those bodies. I love the scene where he opens up the little cubby there, and he just instantly pukes everywhere because it's so disgusting.
Oh, dude, yeah, that was
Face.
gross shit.
And
I
also,
can't-
It's so good.
it's like the
wonderful
movie
use of,
stinks.
the
Like, you
germ.
can
Oh yeah,
smell
you can
the
smell it.
movie.
You can
smell it.
literally smell the apartment for sure. You can. It smells
And,
like Greek tzatziki in fucking rotting flesh.
The Greeks can't stand him either.
He's like, it
They have
stinks. He's
They
like,
have
it
that
ain't right.
racism. There's like this racism in here for sure. But I love that. What was I gonna say? Oh, they use "Seasons in the Sun," the German version at the end, which is a great song. If you've ever heard that by Terry Jacks, we had joy, we had fun,
I
we
love
had
the music.
seasons
It's
in
so
the
good,
sun.
man.
A
The
lot of good
music
needle
actually-
drops in the beginning too. It's playing that great song with that like light upbeat song. This is a really good movie. This is one that I think will age well. That people will bring up. It's one of the best serial killer movies ever made.
Yeah, I agree. I actually really, really agree, man. I think that he's terrible at picking up girls when he's.
I can't believe it made 3 lists.
Yeah, I'm actually
know.
a little bit surprised about that too.
Wait, it made 3 so far. Yeah.
But yeah, anyways, 9 out of 10. Golden Glove, loved it. Great film. I came up immensely on that one.
Yeah, I was like 7, man. That's not right.
No, but I knew that I'd underrated it. But it's fucking
Fucking
ratings.
gross.
Its ratings are for dummies. Lists are for dummy. Who cares?
You probably watched it during dump month, dude. It has an effect.
Well, I did watch it in the first. This is an early watch. If you look at my Letterboxd, I log everything in order, and it's like
Right.
definitely in the first probably 2 months
Because
of
it'd
the
be
year.
weird if you logged it out of order.
Yeah, that would be weird.
Yeah. It was one of the first I watched too.
Yeah.
There's a couple. I wish I would have.
Yeah, no, I remember this being one of the first films that dropped, and I was like, I don't really feel like watching a boxing horror movie.
So dumb.
Boxing. What the fuck? It's actually a funny concept.
Dude, can you imagine?
Come on,
a
you're telling me
boxing-
you heard that title and didn't instantly think it was about boxing.
No,
No.
because I heard about it. Fucking.
Although his face doesn't look like he
You're
got
You're telling
fucked up
me
by Mike Tyson.
You're telling me you saw the title of the platform and you didn't think that it was going to be about a platform?
Most of the time, I listen to podcasts and people talk about movies that are coming out.
Although if you
Months
do
in
look at the
advance.
cover of the Golden Glove,
Nobody knew the
his
Golden
face
Glove was
does look
coming out.
fucked
No.
up.
Yeah, my friend Joe.
Joe
talked
who?
about it
Joe
from
Chanel.
Vinegar Syndrome. He told me about it.
He doesn't have a podcast, you lying fuck.
Yeah, but I talked to him.
So you lied.
And also, Mark Nato mentioned the Golden Glove.
Mark Nato, he mentions too much.
Well, you should have paid attention.
All right.
All right, Jeremy.
Number 4 for me. Anything for Jackson.
Ooh, this one's almost on everyone's list here.
3 lists.
It's great fucking movie. I think the performances are fantastic. I love the way that the spirits, like Moot said earlier, stick around. Like the guy who Copper gets shot over and over and over again. It's just fucking fantastic. I mean, it scared the shit out of me the first time, and she reappeared. I was like, oh, I wasn't expecting that.
Cool.
And then when all the other spirits of the rest of the movie start showing up too, it's just so fucking cool. I think that's definitely the coolest aspect of this movie. But like I said, on top of the performances, the story is really interesting and it's shot really well. Who would have thought the guy made a shit ton of Hallmark movies?
No.
But he actually made something that's fucking scary, has one good gore scene at least, and an original story. So have to give him major props for that. Shudder comes through with this one. I gave it a 9 out of 10, the first 9 so far. So anything for Jackson, highly recommended, and that's coming from somebody who doesn't like possession movies. So
wait a minute.
And I love the
telling me. You're telling me that this guy directed Hallmark movies? What?
Shut up.
and I love the redheaded.
Dave got annoyed that everybody talked about how he directed Hallmark movies on
He's
every
like,
other
"Oh,
podcast for
he
too
directed-
long, and then we do it for too long.
Yeah, but I'm making fun of it.
See, I don't even incorporate that into anything, man. It's like, those movies are obviously fucking, he's just hired to direct them, man. It doesn't mean that's what his love is. He's getting fucking paychecks. He's getting fucking money, man. People are taking that shit way too serious. He may be a genre fan. He may be a huge exploitation horror fan, but this is, he finally got a break after doing a bunch of shitty ass Hallmark movies, and this is what he wanted to fucking do. And now that he made a good one, guess what? He's gonna do more. Because now he's
Or maybe
recognized.
he's like gonna go back to his
Hallmark
love,
movies?
and he did this one for a director.
Dude, some of those Hallmark movies, oh my god, they're so good.
Oh, Steve, shut up! Stop trying to justify your love for Hallmark movies. You're making fun of us for liking spontaneous. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, but that's just out of season, man.
Give me your moods.
It's okay to be in the season and like those shitty ass Hallmark movies. I'm telling you. Fuck it.
Oh, that's crazy.
You know
Okay,
what? You know what I'm
Lacey.
gonna do from now?
If you're
Every
lazy,
video
you
I
should
make,
start
I'm
a
gonna wear my
podcast.
Hallmark. I'm gonna wear my Hallmark fucking shirts in every video from now on. I'm gonna be so damn proud of it.
No,
If
you
you
and
and
Lacey
your
should
family don't
start
take a Christmas
podcast.
picture, if you don't
If
take a
you-
Christmas
I got
postcard,
a
I'm gonna be
hoodie.
very
My
upset.
wife bought me a hoodie and a fucking shirt for Christmas. It was amazing. The Hallmark
dear.
Christmas movies, because I watched so many last year. She's like, I need to buy him this. It's fucking.
Well, now you don't need the social distance because that'll do it for you.
Fuck off, man. They're good.
All right, the listener's number 4 with 86 points on 14 lists, which actually popular vote wise would be number 3, but points wise is number 4. It is Invisible Man. So,
Ooh, that one's,
yeah, I mean, I guess
that
you guys
one's-
are kind of right that people liked it.
Yep.
That one is. Oh, that one's on how many lists right now? Out of the 6 lists, that one's on 1, 2,
There's
3, 4.
What?
4 out of the 6 lists. 4 out of the 6 lists so far. That's besides anything for Jackson, most popular one right now.
Hold on. There's 5 of us, right? Harley.
Yeah, but we got the listeners.
Oh, the listeners list. I didn't know
Dude,
they were.
the fuck are you? You're the one doing the listeners list.
Okay.
You're fucking retarded.
42 shots.
All right, Dave, get into that number 3 action.
All right, number 3. It's already been mentioned once, and this is pretty high. This is the South Korean monster movie, Monstrum.
Damn,
I watched
are you
this.
fucking
earlier.
kidding
I
me?
love this movie, man. I
I,
remember really.
I wasn't crazy about it, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
but-
you're fucking.
dumb.
You're dumb.
The CGI was rough.
It didn't
dude.
bother me for some reason.
wa-
I remember just really enjoying. I've been watching. I was watching a lot of Asian movies around the time, so I think that probably helped. But I dig it. I really enjoyed it. I've never been
That was my
avid,
biggest
like,
critique of the film, but I think the whole thing is fucking phenomenal, though, man. Like,
I like
It was
the-
like very. I don't know. It was a little. I get bored by action stuff, man. I don't know.
dude,
I
just
like
admit
the
it. You don't like
beginning a
reading the
lot
subtitles. Your list never have. You don't have any subtitled movies on your list. Of course you don't, because you're fucking lazy.
You're actually right.
Yeah, I know I'm right. You never have
You're right.
subtitles.
You're right for now. I'll say that.
I got 3 so far for Monstrum. I'm gonna give Monstrum an 8.5.
Yeah. Fuck, I totally just. Sorry about that noise there. I just smoked my fucking knee. I got a little excited.
Well, me and Moods are the only ones that have it. We're probably going to be the only ones that have that.
Now, don't get me wrong. I still liked it a lot. I gave it a 7.5, but I think I was a little more hyped this period piece monster film, and I thought it was going to be like a little maybe more scary or something, but it was kind of like this more action oriented. But it was cool. I liked the mythology and like the political aspects of it.
Yeah, but Sparkles fucked shit up though.
And the plague thing was cool too.
The plague thing was cool. The boils were gross.
That's a cool aspect. That's a cool aspect that thing was causing that. It's fucking cool, man. It's really interesting.
I'm really surprised Metamorphosis hasn't showed up.
I didn't watch it.
Oh, that's a bad mistake.
Well, to be honest, dude,
cinematography of the year.
For me, it was like Day of the Lord, Metamorphosis. Like it was, like I said, there were some really good kind of possession films, and
yeah, I liked both of those quite a bit.
Yeah,
I'm surprised Impeticor hasn't showed up.
Me too.
I know Sam really liked that. I was a little bit indifferent on that one.
It was good,
but it was good though. I liked it. All right, JP.
All right, my number 3. Fuck you, Jeremy. You lose. It is Rent-A-Pal.
Damn it.
Wow.
I'm glad you had it on your list at least.
I did sandbag this one a little bit, where I said that like
set him up.
Yeah, so I could see where he was coming from with that.
Cue Jeremy moving furniture right now.
The lead male in this is absolutely amazing. But honestly, Rent-A-Pal's amazing too. Both of them playing off each other was fantastic. And it's funny because they're playing like it's a screen, So it's like, right. But it feels like they're in the same room together, and obviously that's the intention. You feel so bad for this guy, man. I mean, he's stuck in this unfortunate situation where he has to care for his mother. And there's some heartbreaking moments in there, especially the moment where he freaks out and tells the mom that the dad's dead and stuff like that, which causes her brain to basically malfunction and fry because she can't comprehend it. And it's like really tragic. I hate dementia. I hate Alzheimer's. I hate all that. It's like one of my worst fears. And it's something that I've personally have been dealing with in my real life. And it just really isn't. I was almost like hating. Man. I didn't know that that's what this was about because I avoided Relic on purpose because it was just a little too sensitive for me at the time. And
pussy.
Nah, dude. Seriously, man.
I get that shit, man. I get that.
My grandma had Alzheimer's. She had Alzheimer's and dementia. My mom was crippled. She had to take care of her. It was a fucking man. My brother was a junkie at the time. It was a fucking mess.
Mm-hmm.
Can relate.
They're all in the same house.
Right.
Yeah, dude. I get that.
It's tough. It's tough.
It was fucking awful.
So that definitely is a touchy subject with me, and but I don't think that the movie it is there and it's there, but there's some they use a little levity with the comedy in there too, like when the mom is like, I soiled myself and stuff, and that didn't feel that realistic to me, but it was nice because it was a breather of like the seriousness of the situation, and I kind of needed it at that moment. But I think the star of this is just the tape and the back and forth and watching this guy progress from just like he knows it's a tape. Like at the beginning, he's not crazy. He knows it's a tape. He knows how it's made. He knows that it's playing a game of now you respond. He's well aware of that. But then he wants it. He wants companionship so bad that he starts playing into it. And then eventually he starts playing into it so much that it becomes, the lines get blurred. And that's what's really cool about it, that progression for me. It's a really great movie. I gave it an 8.5 out of 10.
Cool.
Nice.
Yep.
Was that four lists?
Yep.
Yeah. And the visitors list, the listeners list.
So 5 out of 6?
Yeah.
All right, Carly.
All right. Speaking of depressing movies, my number 3 is The Swerve. Yeah, this was super depressing, but the lead actress was amazing, and just the progression of the film and seeing her spiral out of control is phenomenal. I mean, the beginning you see she has 2 prick sons, which I just kind of like what Dave was saying, like it makes you feel bad for moms because you realize like what a dickhead you are to them, and they're like taking care of you because they love you, and her kids are like, you know, at that age where they're like, Mom, you're stupid and stuff like that, and then her husband's like not really paying attention to her enough, and like
Her husband's garbage.
yeah, trash. And then like at work, you know, I've had teachers like this, so you just feel like you get the sense that they're miserable with their lives. So it's just like one of those things where she's very successful. She's not like some drug addict with no family. She has a family and a life and a career, but it's just not doing it for her. And I really like this movie. I connected with it, and I was iffy on putting it on my list, but I felt that it gets disturbing enough towards the end, and there's a few moments like in the middle too that I find rather disturbing and stuck with me to where I felt that it's a little bit too dark to consider a drama. Like I wouldn't recommend this to someone and say like, oh, it's a drama movie. Someone who likes dramas, which, you know, I don't know anyone who likes those, but because it's a little bit too dark, and I think that puts it in the horror category for me. So I gave this a 9 out of 10. Good move.
I've had teachers like that too. That I fucking hooked up with. Yeah.
It was that Hallmark. It was that
Pervert.
Hallmark sweater you were wearing.
Fucking rights, man. That's how you get them.
They're like,
you wear the Hallmark
Like these
sweater or
Christmas
t-shirt.
Hallmark movies? Do you know that one of those directors directed a fucking horror movie called Any?
Shut up.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
That's
me.
amazing. All right, so number
You.
3. Number 3 for myself. He's rotting all alone. The Dark and the Wicked.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Just a quote from the movie. I just really like that. Yeah, it's another one I came up on quite a bit. I watched it, and I was like, I need to revisit that one because I really liked it. I like these very, slow burn, atmospheric type films. And what really drew me to this movie
Did
is
you watch this and Day of the Lord back to back?
probably. Yeah, I don't know.
I thought I remembered you saying like you had a good night.
Yeah,
the night
I
before
think I might have.
movies.
I think what really drew me to this movie was the very nihilistic approach to this movie. It's so nihilistic, and I can relate with these characters because I personally don't believe in God, and I get where they're coming from. And
What? I'm off the podcast.
I don't.
Yeah.
I just feel. See, when I was younger, I did, but I've had so much insane tragedy in my life, and I'm like, there's no fucking God. There's no way. There is absolutely no way that the people that I've lost so many. Okay, put it this way. Before I was even out of high school, I'd been to over a dozen funerals. And it's just like in some of the shit that's happened to me in my life, it makes you lose faith. It really does. And like growing up when I was a kid, I went to church when I was young. And I tell you, man, when you see so much tragedy, so much unnecessary bullshit that happens, you lose faith. And right away, I was connecting with these characters.
Did someone touch your poop shoot moods?
Absolutely not. Nothing like that. I'm talking just crazy like just the amount of shit. I've lost my best friend. I've lost so many people in my life. Like it's fucking insane. But anyways, enough about me. This is not about me. But I like the nihilistic approach to this film, and I could relate to these characters, them not believing in God. And it's kind of interesting because, a lot of people take this narrative and they're like, hey, it's totally unexplained to why this devil is doing what it's doing, why it's there and shit. And the only explanation I can have is because these people don't have any faith, and it opened up the floodgates for this devil to come in and do what it's doing. I truly believe that people that have faith and stuff, which leads me open to it, I guess, it kind of protects them from evil a little bit too. Maybe not fully, because that's not obviously the case in reality, or, in other people's reality, that, even if you have faith doesn't mean something bad or something demonic is not going to happen to you or whatever. But I just feel like that's kind of the reason here, is that this family is so nihilistic. They don't believe in this shit and stuff. It opened up the floodgates. It was just an easy kind of pathway for the devil or this demon or whatever you want to call it. I think it's actually,
based in religion, that is who the devil would target.
Exactly. And that's how I see the movie. It's like they were so against religion, and it's brought up so many times in the film. Like the mother did not believe in it. We don't really get to know much about the father. He's obviously just sick, and he's the one that is the easiest to, you know, to possess or whatever the final goal is for the devil. It's a really atmosphere. It's acted so well, man. The music
and the title. I love the title, The Dark and the Wicked.
Dude, it's so foreboding. The foreboding horror level in this movie is great. I love the fucking scene, and it was chilling to me. The fucking lambs being brought to the slaughter. That shit chilling. It was so fucking chilling to me. I was like, oh my God, that's really going to happen. You know it's going to happen.
What else could go wrong?
Yeah, you know that's going to happen.
They believed in God. Those lambs. They got ripped off. It's a pothole.
But you see it coming and it doesn't matter. You're like, oh my God. And then it happens. You're like, oh my God, that's fucking crazy. It's this lambs coming to slaughter, which is just, you know, symbolic to like what's happening to them too. And I think it's a fantastic movie, man, all around. I came up on this one a lot. I think it was great. I think the ending was awesome too. You know, it's very downbeat. It's fucking, again, it's very nihilistic, man. I like it, man. I really, really enjoyed the movie for what it was. And it really kind of took me by surprise a little bit because I don't really know why. Like, when I first watched it, I was like, okay, but that's why I rewatch. 9.5 out of 10. Thought it was great.
I'm gonna give this one a rewatch eventually. This one is one I think that I was wrong on.
Yeah, you're often wrong.
I personally like.
You don't know shit.
I know the meat.
Invisible Man.
See, I don't know what it is about devil movies this year, but they seem to, or possession and devil, like anything to do with that.
Yeah,
type
there's
of evil
a ton.
So many good ones too, and like, you know, my
and
list.
None of them sucked. Usually, there's a couple that suck.
You know,
and
this
that's
one's super
another
mean
thing
spirited. Super mean spirited. Like, you're gonna make this guy fucking kill. Like, it's so crazy the shit that happens in this movie, man. I just thought it was fantastic, man. It's great, really great stuff.
Awesome.
Yeah,
misery porn. That's what this is. Misery porn.
right. Yeah,
I like misery.
There's a lot of misery porn this year. This whole year's been misery porn.
I agree, man. I agree.
Right up my alley.
Jeremy,
you've been jerking off a lot.
Speaking of misery porn, number 3, we have The Swerve. I knew it was going to be on my list.
Yeah, I'm out.
I've been a fan of this movie for a year and a half, 2 years.
Fuck.
Absolutely love it. Think it's fantastic. The lead performance is still absolutely fucking fantastic. The way that she's able to use her face to get out the emotion that she's feeling is absolutely fucking fantastic in this movie. And, you know, most of us, pretty much all of us, suffer from mental illness on here in some sense or another.
Excuse me?
Yeah, it's true.
Speak for yourself.
Oh, fuck you, Carly. I didn't say what.
I got ADHD. That's not mental illness. That's being hyper.
It is.
Illness. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is.
No, it ain't.
Your brain's like, maybe,
my brain's like, you guys bore me. Let's go.
I mean, maybe Moods is not the only one that doesn't suffer from anything.
No, I think we all. I mean, I don't have anything, you know, directly diagnosed, but I mean, I think everybody suffers mentally.
Yeah, everybody's crazy.
I've had enough shit happen to me in the last 3 years that I'm pretty not all right now, even to this day.
So these kind of movies, you know, I think that's why I connect so much with these kind of movies because, you know, I feel a certain relation to them. So when I first saw this movie and I saw what the lead character was going through and all the shit that was going on in her life, it just shows, I feel like the filmmaker was trying to say that not everything in life is fucking easy peasy. You know, somebody may look as happy as they can be on the outside, but on the inside they might be fucking miserable. And I feel like that's exactly what he's trying to say about our lead actress in this movie. Just a really, really well-made film. I'm happy who's releasing Epic Pictures picked it up to release it on hopefully Blu-ray. They usually release everything that they pick up, so
yeah, that'll be blue.
Hoping to pick this up down the line. I think it's a really fantastic movie. Like I said, it's the guy's first film, and him pumping out this is a good sign because if he keeps on writing great character pieces that don't have to rely on things that are so saturated in the genre, I think that, or you know, in film in general, I think that he's going to go places. So hopefully we see more films from him, but I give The Swerve a 9 out of 10. It's a really fantastic fucking movie.
The thing I don't get is if you saw this 2 years ago and loved it, why didn't you say anything?
You're a dickhead.
What?
I remember.
Like, you could have mentioned it on the podcast.
I did mention it on the podcast.
I don't know.
What, this podcast?
Yes.
Oh.
Really? What
Weird.
episode?
I don't have a fucking clue.
Call Derek. He'll know.
It ain't horror. Rock.
Is it horror though?
It's not horror.
Right,
what about-
so the listeners number? What is that?
3.
3.
3. The listeners number 3 is. Hold on, sorry, the list disappeared.
What? What a fucking unprofessional
The
bastard.
list number 3, Dave, you're wrong. It is The Dark and the Wicked with 91 points. But this was only on 12 lists, which speaks highly of where people rated it.
Wow. Crazy.
So lining up with moods, I believe.
It's interesting. The listeners have. Ooh, they got 1.
They've
2,
lined up with a couple people.
They got 4. They got 4 on my list. Crazy.
Huh.
I think me and Dave have 4 so far too, though. So.
Do we? Are we at?
1, 2, 4. Yep, we got 4.
Are you sure?
No, we only got 3. Never mind. I'm counting. Oh, I'm fucking looking at the wrong one here.
All
I
right.
know we got. Wait, I don't know.
What we got here?
My
1,
turn.
Yep,
2.
number 2.
This is the first time this movie's on the fucking list. Either you're all crazy or it's higher up. But I guess I guess I'm one of the only ones that like this fucking movie. This is The Wolf of Snow Hollow.
I was
Yeah,
wondering
we're
why
the
no one.
only-
Yeah, I figured that was
You're
going
the
to
only
show
one
up.
that liked it.
Yeah,
I liked it a lot.
Comedy
No,
is
just-
subjective. It's funny for me. It was clever. Some people say they don't like the character. I don't need to like the characters. I just need to be entertained by them. And I did like the character. I thought it was funny. I thought the editing was very well done. I liked how they cut with the murders. I liked the relationship between the father and the son. I
But it's
liked
not
the reveal.
horror.
It's not really horror. Every movie on this list is not really horror, is it? But the fucking reveal at the end, I loved it. And I don't want to
Me
spoil
too,
it.
man. Me too.
I
But
like
he's
it.
like, can you please stand up to your full height? Oh, that fucking was good. It reminded me of a more comedic True Detective.
It's another one. It's another one I saw in the theaters that I really liked it.
I love this movie. True Detective, like I said, it has that kind of quality to me where they're figuring it out. And the murders were gory as hell. And I love the scene where the guy, they bring the items of his dead girlfriend back to him, and he's like real cocky and annoyed with the cops because they're not doing a great job. But right when they hand him those items and he sees them, he's just like his face, like it's like, oh man, it was very well acted.
Yeah.
I think it's great. I think it's different. I think it's unique, and a lot of people aren't liking it, but I can't watch the same fucking movie every goddamn time. So I love this thing.
I think people just didn't understand the
I thought it
character.
was decent.
I don't
I
think
mean,
people understood Jim Cummings, like his character. Like I think people were so drawn away because he was so unlikable. But I think that was kind of the point,
I
though,
liked
too.
him.
See,
Yeah.
I didn't get the unlikable thing. I just
I
didn't
didn't
think
like
it
the
was
comedy.
very funny.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
subjective.
but you have a shitty sense of humor.
But comedy is subjective,
I mean,
though,
that's-
too. I found
It's
it
very
funny.
subjective.
I found it funny as hell, too, man.
I found it funny, too,
very
yeah.
quirky comedy. It was very.
kind of reminded me of
different.
a
Fun time.
Wes Anderson kind of
It's a different movie.
comedy.
8.5 for Wolf of Snow Hollow.
I like the.
Nice.
I don't know. I think that. I don't know. I think I
You
would
should
have
give it another
a
chance.
serious movie. I think because I like the atmosphere and the
Your
setting and stuff like
expectations
that.
ruined it. I think like you wanted it
Maybe.
to be something else, and
It's
sometimes
possible.
that happens. Like
Yeah. But to be fair, I gave it a lot higher rating than Carly. I think I came in at like a 7.
I gave it a 6.
a 6 is fine.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're right. I expected like a very serious
That's
sort of
the- that's-
atmospheric wolf movie, and I got comedy.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
You thought you guys were going to get Hold the Dark, and you ended up getting the Wolf of Snow Hollow. See, I don't really have expectations. Like,
See, that's one thing I've
I don't
learned over
know
the
if I
years too.
expected
I
it
never
or I just
expect
wanted
anything
it.
going into a movie because of the letdown, right? It's like
Yeah,
in
I
reality
don't know.
with me, like the wife always asks me why I never get excited about anything, and I'm like, why get excited when you're just going to be let down?
That's how I am.
Yeah,
I'm
but
dead
sometimes I
inside,
get
too.
excited for stuff and it over delivers.
I never allow myself to get excited. Like we'll be on a plane to Mexico, and she's like, "Why aren't you excited?" I'm like, "I'm not excited until we're there, until we land and I'm at the wherever we're going."
Yeah, because the plane
I
can
don't-
crash and you could die. Like,
Yeah.
The only time I
Exactly.
get
It's not over.
I'm like-
I'm not there.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
excited. Right? It just
You know what I
happens. Yeah.
I don't get excited like happy, like anticipation. The only anticipation I get is like, all right, hurry up! I need to get this shelf so I can put this together and hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. I won't relax.
You're
until
like
it's
a
done.
dad.
I am very much like a dad without kids.
No, I don't know. I like to get hyped for things. Like I'm
man.
super hyped for NFL football.
I hate being let
tomorrow,
down, man. Like, you get all hyped up for a fight. Like, this happens so many times when you're a kid. You're like super hyped up and shit, or like, you know, maybe when you're a little bit older, you get super hyped up for a film or whatever, and then it's shit like completely lets you down. You're like, fuck.
It's like Double Dragon. Or
Yeah,
some
but
shit.
it's worth it whenever you're hype and then it over delivers, because then you're like, holy shit, that was amazing.
I don't know. I'm just dead inside.
If you keep your
Yeah. Leave
me alone.
expectations at a minimal, then it's like,
With some things, like this Halloween film that we're going into, Halloween Kills, my expectations are pretty fucking low.
I don't even know if I want to see it.
well, it's a Halloween film, so my expectations,
dude.
actually, I'll just lower them right
You
now.
gotta go see it, bro. Come
Dude.
on.
I hate
I'm gonna
fuck
watch
the Halloween
I
films.
have
I gotta
fucking
go see
Halloween
it, like,
films.
Halloween
Yeah,
Kills
you
is the
got
one
it.
Yeah,
that's
it's fucking
Oh.
Michael Myers.
Halloween, dude.
Halloween Kills,
Michael Myers
the
is
worst title of
worse bad movies than he
2021.
does good.
It's the worst
I don't
title of
care.
2021. I don't give a fuck. I haven't even seen any other titles of movies, but Halloween
Hey,
Kills
Moose.
is the worst title of 2021.
Oh yeah, Moods. You gotta see Halloween Kills.
What do you mean you want to see Halloween Kills?
Anytime one of the big three show up on the big screen, you got it.
It's gonna be
I'll go
numbered.
see Nightmare or Friday. I'll go see Halloween Kills, but I'm not gonna be like, first in line.
tenner. It's a top tenner.
I gotta see Turkish Loomis's ghost.
I just got to see if it's any good. Okay, so my turn.
Yep.
Yeah.
What did you rate that garbage?
8,
Um,
8.5.
I hope they flip the
So what
script
did
and
you
make
rate
and
that?
remake Halloween
I said,
3.
what did you rate the movie?
Yeah, I don't think you said that because you would have said move because you can't say full words because you get late.
Fucking move.
See, Dave actually listens to our podcast, so he knows all the ins.
Dumb shit.
All right, my number 2. This is a big fuck you to Mood since he said that I didn't have any foreign movies on my list. This is the, I don't know, is it Spanish or something? I don't even remember.
Jesus.
The Platform.
I already said that.
Yeah,
dude,
but
so
it's not really horror, is it?
it's not horror.
Oh yeah,
I'm
definitely.
just kidding. Of course it is.
I'm
Cannibals.
honestly shocked that this is so high on your list. I mean,
I'm glad.
it's not because well, actually, I shouldn't be shocked because I had it number 9 and you had it number 2. That's equivalent to number 1 and number 10.
Yeah, it is. But
So
if you like, dude, I was hyping this film for months. So,
I must have
shit
missed all
me.
this. I forgot that maybe you like this one that much, but
Yeah, I was telling you, Dave Z, and this Dave to watch it when we did that episode.
I already got it because somebody picked it for Patreon, my friend, and I was gonna watch it anyways. That's what he picked though.
yeah.
Okay, you had friends.
Okay.
So yeah, the Platform. You know, we kind of talked about it a lot, but I love just the metaphorical, like, social commentary and how they do it literally. It was just so
Yeah.
cool. I was like, this is literally couldn't be more perfect. Like, how has this not been done already? Because it was so perfect for what was happening. Like, the idea of this platform with the food and the people at the top get to basically control what happens to the person under them.
Did you guys- Did you guys notice one thing? Like, you know, it didn't matter what level the food was at. It always seemed like that huge tower cake was always still sitting, like, half eaten. Did nobody, like, what kind of cake was that? Like, was it filled with shit or something? Because no one ever ate that fucking
It
thing.
was
I'm
the
like,
poopy cake.
right? It's the weirdest thing. Like, they'd be on level 35 and there'd be like half the cake left. I'm like, that's fucking weird.
I'd go for the meat, or I'd go straight
Yeah.
for the.
Oh, dude, I would be
steak
going after
and
fruits
meat.
and veggies and protein too. Fuck, you know, you gotta stay healthy.
Yeah, straight up.
fruits
Yeah,
and veggies and meat.
just
Right,
the
eating cake and
concept
shit,
is
you
so
just
brilliant.
die. You would just die.
One of my favorite viewing experiences in my life was when I rented Cube at like I don't know, like 7 or something years old, and just absolutely loving it. And it's been a favorite of mine ever since. And watching this, it reminded me so much of the first time I watched that, where I was so into what's going to happen. Like, who's, like, you know, there's so much mystery to it that you're just wondering, like, where it's going to go, and like how they're going to end it and stuff like that. And what, obviously being, you know, a very political environment this last year or whatever, the whole, you know, you start thinking about like the capitalism and stuff like that, and it was just like perfect timing. It was just something I was already interested in, and I thought it was super dope. It honestly was my number one foremost since it came out, but again, this wouldn't be my number 5 probably in a lot of other years. I still think it's great, don't get me wrong, but it just shows the quality of the other years compared to this one. I think it's a little down, but I still think it's so cool. It's a super cool movie. 8.5 out of 10. And I don't think I've ever had an 8.5 as my number 2 in years,
Carly.
All right, my number 2 is Rent a Pal. Yeah, pretty much everything's been said on this one. Very depressing.
Carly's got synchronic or fucking spontaneous as her number 1.
Why? What did you predict Renabao?
What?
Did you predict Renapal for?
No, I predict spontaneous.
Oh, okay.
I can't believe I'm still in for everybody.
I'm still in for
except for Jeremy.
Everybody
except for
Jeremy.
JP. For Jeremy, I'm out on him.
What did you pick for me, Moods?
Why the fuck? I'm still in for you.
Oh, I thought you said
you can't say it. Don't say it. Oh, JP's the only one.
No, I said I'm in for everybody but Jeremy. He's the only one that's upset me, which doesn't surprise me.
All right, so Rent a Pal is a good movie, and it's depressing and stuff, and it's a great film, I suppose. And it's a slow build up to like a very horrific end, but the whole movie I'm just sitting there with like that just sad look on my face because I'm like, this guy does not catch a break. Like that part where he keeps going and asking if he got any matches, and they're like, no. It reminds me of that
just
old
getting his money.
It reminds me of that old Match.com commercial where they're like, yeah, I signed up for eHarmony and they told me I didn't get any matches. Like it's like that type of thing. But no, it was a great film. Very, very sad. I like the few beats of comedy in it too. They worked really well for me. But
good music too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I give
that.
Oh yeah,
had a great score.
Yeah, and Will Wheaton and him, like, it just works perfectly. Like, the whole videotape is great. I give that a 9 out of 10.
I love that he, at the end, they're like, this one's on the house. That's very generous of you. And then he goes and takes another tape.
I avoided that one for so long because I thought it was about a robot.
No,
I'm dead serious. I actually did avoid it because I thought it was like a killer robot movie.
Okay, I'm literally starting to think you're retarded for real.
Why? You didn't think that?
Like,
I
dude,
pictured like the Child's Play remake type of thing.
I didn't really think about it. Okay, I just fucking heard it was good. I watched. I wasn't like.
I thought
I didn't put that together.
I didn't check out the Golden Glove because I thought it was a boxing movie. Gee, are you? Jesus Christ!
You know you thought it was a boxing.
Why would
movie.
anybody in this realm of film talk about some random boxing movie? Check out the Golden Glove.
Because it was a good boxing movie.
For fuck's sake.
What do you mean? If it was a good boxing movie, we'd be talking about it.
Yeah. It's 2020, and hey, check out the new Rocky
clearly
movie.
More retarded than me.
I've never said that to anybody. I'm a saint.
What's that?
I don't.
Called somebody retarded.
If you went to see Underwater,
I know it's not politically correct, whatever, but at the same time,
not set underwater at all. You'd be like, what the heck?
We all know that JP's not
the guy's
actually mentally handicapped, but I'm starting to think that he might be a little bit. Yeah. That it, Carly?
That is it.
Okay. Number 2. BFW.
God damn it.
Dude, seriously, you ain't fucking with this shit, man. Fred Williamson, George Wendt, David Patrick Kelly, Stephen Lang. Like, I mean, dude, this movie is like Assault on Precinct 13 on crack, man. It's got the fucking gore. It's got wicked music, great lighting. I love the look of this, even though, which now I'm kind of pissed off that it wasn't. I mean, if we've confirmed that it's not shot on 60 millimeter, it's not really going to change a whole lot, but
I don't think it is, but I don't care.
I don't know. It's some of the filters that they're if that's the case, it's a pretty decent one though. Christ, I actually thought it was. I actually thought it was shot on 60 millimeter, which is crazy. So, it's just a high octane fucking film, and I love these siege movies, but it's just the cast that sells it for me, man. I mean, if you're gonna get these type of people in your film and fail, you should not be making movies. And
Great.
I think we've pretty much established that Joe Bigos is becoming, one of those dudes, man. Like, this guy is 4 for 4 for me. I mean, he was on my, top 50 directors list and stuff. I mean, this guy's doing big ass fucking things. What can I say, man? VFW is the shiznit. You got to check it out, man.
I can see him being like the next guy to direct like one of the superhero movies or something soon.
They're gonna ruin them.
I actually hope that doesn't happen.
That would
I mean,
actually be
for
a good
his
one.
for his financial status, I wish him all the luck in that.
We'll see how
but
Wingard does with King Kong versus Godzilla. But
that's what happened with Wingard, man. Like, he was making fucking. Oh God, dude. I just hope not. But I don't know. He seems to be doing pretty damn good in this realm. So, but 9.5 out of 10. I think it's phenomenal. It's just a fucking blast. I can watch it right now.
I'm stupid because I know you're number one.
Music
now.
is ridiculous in it. It's so good. Fucking so good, man.
Okay. It's a good movie. I agree.
Is it only on me and Mood's list?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit
You all are
shocked.
poop faces. You guys are all diarrhea heads.
I like it.
I liked it a lot,
Poop heads
but
and
like,
diarrhea.
I don't remember it enough.
Yeah,
I mean that with the most insulting.
I watched it
way
twice.
possible. I watched it twice too.
Yeah, it's so good, man. It's one of those things I could throw in all the time. But it's like Carpenter's
probably
Precinct
the
13.
one
It's one of those
film
movies I
on-
can throw in all the time. It's just
It's honestly, yeah, I think it's probably the one film that if I was going to be like, which one do I want to rewatch the most times, it would probably be that one.
Should be on your list then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking good, man. I just free from start to bottom, man. I'm
You had to
intrigued.
put
It never has a
Invisible
dull
Man
moment.
on there.
Never has a dull moment to me, man. I think it's just great.
Well, it would have been Swallow that got the bump for that.
Ain't nobody gonna rewatch Invisible Man. I guarantee.
Swallow
it.
that shit.
Oh, dude,
Swallow
I
that
definitely
shit.
will. I picked it up on 4K. That's
So did
gonna-
I, and I ain't never gonna
I'll
watch it
rotate.
again.
What?
I bought it for
He
fun.
I'm gonna watch Invisible Man. I picked it up on
I
4K.
won't watch it again.
Are you fucking with me?
It was $10.
JP, you know that shit's
$10.
gonna sit on your shelf for 5 years, maybe 10
No, I
years
bought it.
before
I
you
hadn't
watch
seen
it.
it. I just bought it because I hadn't seen
okay.
it.
I was about to
It was
say.
$10.
This guy fucking
I
told
bought
us
it
off
for
the
$10 on 4K to watch it. I put it in, and I'm like, "Oh, this isn't for me." I knew I wasn't gonna like it, but it was $10. I was like, "Fuck it." Somebody might want to watch it if they come
JP
over. I'll watch it again if they want to watch it.
literally fucking admitted before the show started that he has more fucking unwatched movies.
I
in his
didn't say
collection than
that.
he has
I didn't say more.
Buddy.
I
Dave
don't-
said more. I said I got about 60-40. 60% watched, 40% unwatched.
Yeah, I got over like 10,000 movies.
But
I got
he's also
everything.
but he's also got like a ridiculous collection. Like, I'm just saying, dude, you shouldn't have that.
Okay, my
percentage
collection
happening.
isn't small anymore either, dude. Like, come on.
I
I'm
know.
grown up
When you get
now.
everything for free, it grows
Dude,
fast.
I don't get that much for free.
Oh,
You're
stop
tripping.
fronting like a motherfucker.
Oh, serious. I mean, maybe back in the day, but
I'm just fucking with
No,
you, man.
not
Anyways,
lately.
I'm just breaking your balls. But I just thought that was pretty interesting. The new shelf that you had, and it was like filled with non-watches. I was like, holy shit, dude, that's a lot of fucking
yeah.
movies you haven't
But
watched yet,
honestly,
man.
those are DVDs, and a lot of them are like literally.
Oh,
from,
because
like,
you
the
know what?
past
You
year from Dollar Tree.
became a fucking snob towards DVDs. You admitted it earlier on the show, and that if your shit ain't
I
on
think we're
Blu-ray,
all
and
kind
now,
of snobs
you know what's
towards
going to happen?
DVDs now.
I guarantee. Mark my fucking words. Mark my words.
What?
By the midpoint in this year, you're going to be fucking hating on Blu-ray. It's not good enough for your
No,
fucking
no, no. I
Mexican
love
ass.
Blu-ray, homie. Blu-ray is the shit. I like Blu-ray more.
You're
than
already
4K.
starting to say, why don't that movie get a 4K release? I'm like, fuck, man. Who cares?
I
dude?
got breaking news here.
What?
Donald Trump just signed an executive order. Everything's going back to DVD.
Dude, you had me fucking glued to that.
How many
Yeah, I know, I
started
was
doing?
like, wait a minute,
How many
what's going
started
on
doing dumb shit like that? Like at the last minute, just like inconvenience everyone. Like, all right, nobody can buy peanuts on Wednesday. Like, just to get me so mad.
He put a
Everyone gets
hold on
rewired.
4K replications. Oh my god.
He's like, I just put all my money in DVDs. That's right.
Whose turn is it?
That is
Mine.
fucking hilarious.
What
Whose
did you
turn
rate
is that?
VFW units?
Dude, that was me that just went,
Gave it a
yeah.
9.5,
I gave it a 9.5,
right?
man, because it's fucking amazing. I like it. Jeremy, your turn.
Number 2, The Dark and the Wicked.
I'm not out on
That was the first film I
with.
picked for Jeremy. I was like, The Dark and the Wicked at number 1, and then I changed it to The Swerve, and I was wrong both fucking times.
Yeah.
Fuck.
It's probably the scariest movie of the year, in my opinion. I mean, as I've said in the past, he's just a master at building suspense, holding shots, not having anything in the frame, and just letting suspense just build and build and build. And he does it once again in this movie. Not as strongly as The Strangers, but it's really fucking good. Just the
Is
dread.
that NFC or no?
No, it's
Image RLJ. That did sound very funny, though,
Damn,
Jeremy.
Image was putting out a lot of good shit.
They
too.
did great. They did all the Shudder exclusive Blu-rays too. That did sound hilarious, Jeremy, because you're like, he just puts nothing in the frame and films it. I know exactly what you mean, though, but it just sounds great. He's like, he's just the best at filming nothing.
He lingers a lot.
He lingers. He pretty much films nothing, but
He
that's
just
what
fucking
builds.
zooms in on a fence with fucking a skyline.
Yeah, and it's
but with
scary.
good music and stuff like that,
It works.
work.
Yeah, I think this movie's even it's fucking scary, man, and the performances are amazing, and you feel when the fucking mom hangs herself. I mean, you fucking feel for what these characters are going through because their dad's fucked up. Now their mom just did this. I mean, it's just a depressing ass fucking movie, and I love it because I love depressing ass movies. So had to give some love to The Dark and the Wicked. I think it's absolutely fucking fantastic. Gave it a 9 out of 10. It's really, really good.
Nice. So the listeners' number 2 with the popular vote. So this one was on 19 different lists. So if it was purely by how many times it made it on a list, it would be number 1. But with 118 points, VFW lining up with Moods. So your number 3 and 2 are the same as the listeners.
I'm telling you, man, I'm the people's champ.
Yeah, you
call me the motherfucking Rock,
ears
man.
Your ears to the community this year. Normally that's me.
You call me the motherfucking champ, man. I'm the Rock. All right,
but
fuck you, man. Fucking guy can't even watch his fucking movies. He's talking shit over here.
He watches them in double speed now.
He probably.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I'll
I'll
throw on some.
Dude, that's a
1.5
Dave Z
speed
thing to do, man.
affiliate.
Dave always talks about how he watches
I
movies
did
on
that
double
before
time.
Dave Z.
I'm like, that's fucking hilarious, man.
You don't count that.
He's like, the movie was fucking
doesn't count
kind of lacking, so I put it on double time.
You're
I'm like,
telling
what
me
the
you want to
fuck?
watch Zombie Rampage 6, and by the hour mark, there's 20 minutes left, and you're like, let's just move this along.
No,
Who the
you'll
fuck
fucking
fast
be
forwards
like
the last
Zombie
20 minutes?
Rampage fucking 3 I watched, and I gave it a 4, and you didn't even watch the whole thing. If you can't watch the whole thing, it's like fucking 2.
I did watch the whole thing. I just watched it really fast.
No, you didn't. That's bullshit. You need to hear that dialogue in full fucking SOV style. You need to see those
Honestly,
cameos
I
by
don't-
his mother.
Honestly, like most of the SOVs that I watch, I do like, so.
Yeah, they're like an hour long most of the time.
Yeah.
Numero uno.
It's which they should be, man, really.
Yeah, no shit.
Oh, like, for example, horror, what was that one called? Horror, the one from 81 that somebody gave me, it was fucking horrible.
I know what you're talking about. It's supposed to be one of the worst movies ever made.
It's the one where I read the review online.
Horror of Death?
No, it was.
Oh,
it was
yeah.
Night of Horror.
I don't think
Night
I've
of
actually
Four.
seen that one.
Oh my god, dude! I was watching that on YouTube and I was like, let's speed
Who
this
just
up.
got that? Somebody's got to give that to you because you said, I don't think I've actually seen that one.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well, actually, honestly,
That's
we just
genius,
established that people don't give me picks anymore for what
We
we
just
watched.
got in a few more picks while we were recording.
Yeah, and they were all for you, and they were given to me because you had
No,
too many.
they were one for each of us. Which by this point you could probably just give them to us, Jeremy.
Wait,
'Cause we're
what?
all pretty
Yeah, I'd
close
like.
now.
I wonder how many I have. now
Tyler
because-
sent in his picks.
I know they're already on the page. They're already on the spreadsheet.
Do we have more
Okay.
feature reviews and stuff too?
Yeah, we have a Cronenberg show coming up.
What? Oh, okay. See, I never
Cronenberg
pay attention to this shit, man. I'm so far behind the times.
Cronenberg
But
too, buddy. I wanted it.
all right, so number one, Dave.
All right. So I know I've had some
It ain't
controversy about this movie, but it's the I'm just kidding.
How mad would you be?
That would be
Could
the
you
ultimate
imagine?
swerve.
That's a good one.
No. Yeah, man. You guys could tell I probably like this one quite a bit. How I explained it. It's spontaneous.
Yay! I got you right.
Yeah. I really like this, man. I was surprised.
This is why I had no
call him a
idea.
pussy, Moods.
He can call me pussy. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, all three of my co-hosts are
Mecca
pussies.
Yeah,
That's
but I don't
cool.
watch Hallmark. That's so
I know,
weird.
right?
Dude,
Like he's making
if
fun
you
of us.
okay, put it this
That's
way:
like
if you
me
can
being
admit,
350 pounds calling a fucking
if you
200
can
pound guy
admit
fat.
that you watch Hallmark Christmas fucking movies and shit, you are not a pussy because that's something generally someone who would never ever admit. You got it. You got it.
yeah,
You
I
can't be
just
front.
admitted I watched
got caught
Spontaneous.
by logging them on your letterbox.
Fucking shut up.
Hey,
Why are you bringing up
JP.
old shit?
JP,
What?
Ernest Scared Stupid's too kiddie for him, but he watches fucking some fucking
Well,
Christmas
those movies
movie.
aren't kiddie though. They're literally adult movies, but
You can
not
literally
adult
like
movies.
just fucking make up names. Christmas in Atlanta.
That's actually
In
Atlantis.
that one
What the
takes
fuck
that
is
one
this?
takes place in a
Christmas underwater,
submarine.
JP.
It takes
Yeah.
place in a submarine.
We're having-
It's
We're
a
having
good love
Christmas
story.
on the bottom of our swimming pool
Have
this
you
year.
ever seen a Christmas movie in a submarine? And they have a really kick-ass tree down there. It had lots of really cool fucking lights and stuff. It's awesome.
Listen,
they
my
got
friend,
torpedoed.
my friend was describing a Hallmark movie to me once, and I was just like humoring her, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I cried at the end when they were on the Ferris wheel," and she was like, "I know," and then she looked at me and she was like,
What the
"Are you just joking?" And I was like, "Yeah, I've never watched any of those movies." And
I
she-
was
I
like,
was
if you keep talking to me, I'm going to cut off one of our fingers. I don't know who yet.
All right.
All right, I loved it. I explained why I like it, man, and I do think the movie might date itself, but I don't know if that'll. I like. It did feel a lot like Heathers, which I love, and I know people don't. Younger people, I guess, are like not getting Heathers, but it's just like I don't know.
I don't know. I saw Heathers for the first time this past year, and I really liked it.
Dude,
I think it's great.
I have like way too many copies. I need to pick up that fucking Arrow Blu-ray, but
I got it.
I got like 3 or 4 copies already of it, so I've been kind of hesitant. I love Heathers. It's great.
Joe Bob showed it. Damn it!
Yeah, I love it.
This movie
Been
hit
a big
a point,
fan.
like where you think it's she's telling like the story at the end, and you think it's going to end. It's getting real sad, and then she's like, "No, fuck that." It goes further. I don't know. It really got to me. Like it actually did affect me at points, and I
Yeah.
don't know. It's probably the music and like it
Didn't
put
you
me in
want to
that
like
spot.
cheer her on? Like, yeah, fuck that.
Yeah,
This
it
might
put
be
me
the
in a
most
mindset.
shocking moment in the history of 22 Shots for myself. I still don't even know what to say. I never,
movie,
ever,
Vince.
ever
a
would
good
have
movie.
picked this as your number one. No, just I mean, I could see it being on a list or whatever, but like not a number one though.
It's
For
not
Dave.
even my
Wow.
favorite movie of the year. I don't think.
What?
I think it's not my favorite movie of the year is Promising Young Woman. This is tied with it. I'd say they're about the same. But
Really?
Promising Young Woman's not a horror movie
Yeah.
at all.
I agree.
So, but I couldn't do it. But that one really it was so refreshing. This one too, it was different. Like didn't really see anything like this, man. It just spoke to me. Like I said, it put me in that mindset. Like when I was back in college, I started thinking like I did back then. You know, so it got to you. That's how they get you to put your guard down. You're laughing, and then pretty soon, if a movie can make you laugh, they can make you cry. That's how it works. So, 9 out of 10.
So you're spontaneous as my fucking trains, planes, and automobiles.
Well,
I can't watch it without
actually-
crying, dude. I bawl every time I watch. It's fucked. I've seen it like hundreds of
Scrooge.
times, and the wife, I won't even watch it around people anymore because I'm like, I can't contain myself. It fucks me up every time I watch it, dude. I don't know what it is. It's
That's
crazy.
Scrooge for me with
It's that-
Bill Murray when he gives that speech at the end, and he's like, "You want it? You gotta have it." You
Dude,
just don't-"
trust me.
And I'm just like,
I watch
"Oh."
Scrooge every year. I rewatch it around Christmas time.
It's the best, isn't
Yeah.
it? The best Christmas movie.
It's awesome, man. It's great.
I think being an asshole.
Do you
like
watch
that-
it like in between your marathon of Hallmark movies? or-
Shut up,
Okay. Here comes the 15th time the joke's been told.
Oh,
That was the first
says
time I
the guy
even
that
said
tells the
anything.
same fucking
Only when
joke
JP
over
does
and
it.
over again.
Yeah.
Jeremy is the
on,
biggest
JK.
hypocrite in the world of fucking. Oh my god,
Yeah,
he's horrible.
he starts every one with like, "Oh, this is an 8 out of 10. I got to do it every show."
Guaranteed. Someone just show up late purposely next show and guarantee that meme comes out. Guaranteed.
Judy.
You're late. You're late. You're late. You're late. Fuck.
No, here's what we do. We tell Jeremy it's 7:30, but it's actually 8.
He brought up the Saw blur or the It blur again. Fucking like how many times in the last 2 weeks? It's like, dude,
What?
when did we do that? We did the Saw show 3 years ago.
Yeah, but reoccurring jokes are funny.
Yeah. I
No, when
agree.
Jeremy tells them, I tell you,
Well, he
it has
doesn't
a
tell
different
jokes, he
approach.
just does annoying shit and says that it's a joke.
He's like the guy who steals your wallet in a prank, and it's like, it's a prank. It's like, you're stealing my wallet. You ever see
Right.
those things? Like,
Right.
literally, like, that's not a prank, dude. You're,
Yeah, Jeremy likes those videos.
Jeremy would never do that.
Yeah, they're like running away as the guy's trying to beat him up, and they're like, "It's a joke! It's a joke! It's a joke!"
Hold
It's
on,
like
guys.
they like punch your mom in the face. It's a prank, bro.
All right, JP, get to your goddamn number one.
Okay, my number goddamn one is
The Empty Man.
Oh God, no! This is the worst movie I've seen this year. Spoiler. Let's see if anybody had it. Is everybody out on me?
Yes.
Hold on, buddy. I
Nope.
am not.
Nope, I'm not out either.
Dave? Yeah, you're
I'm out. You know I'm out.
Listeners? Oh, they're out too. We have the Golden Glove.
Yay, I did it!
Oh, thank God.
You got it right, Carly?
I did, buddy, because you seemed...
What?
You seemed
Well, that
like
would
you
make
liked it a lot.
I had you did. So you mean to tell me that you didn't even have anything for Jackson on your list?
Nope.
So I picked a
fucked.
film that wasn't even on your
Yeah.
fucking list. Holy fuck! I don't think that's ever happened before.
Wow.
I literally picked a movie
Dude.
that you didn't even like.
You didn't even want to watch this fucking movie.
I told you to
bitch.
watch this movie
I thought
37
it was
times,
about
and then you
boxing.
ignored me. I
Oh
literally
my!
told you to watch
JP
it.
is the
Listen,
worst.
JP,
This guy is
it's not
fucking
about
pulling
boxing.
punches like.
You never said anything about boxing. You just ignored it. I was like, JP, you should watch this. JP, you should watch this.
This
JP,
is
you
his
should
MO.
watch
This is his MO. He says the stupidest shit about something, you know that he watched that shit and loved it. I ain't watching no goddamn boxing glove movie.
Yeah, but honestly, like, I didn't know what the fuck it was
There
about.
is-
And then when I watched it, I was like, why didn't anybody recommend this to me? This is clearly a me type of movie.
And then I told you I did like 40. I literally, there's probably like 50 messages if you search Golden Glove.
Dude.
Anything good? You should watch Golden Glove.
I'm so fucked up right now. Honestly, the Golden Glove should have been Dave's number one, and Spontaneous should have been JP's number one. I'm like, I don't know what's going on right now. Seriously, what the fuck
Do
is
I
going
get a
had
on?
platform on my
That's all
list.
I want to know.
I feel like I'm fucking Marvin Gaye, like singing the motherfucking song right now. Like, what the fuck?
No, dude, this
is
movie
crazy.
hit hard for me. I was
What's
just like,
going
I
on?
love this. I love it. While I was the whole time, I was like, I love this because I think for one, like just the way they handle the alcoholism, it's like so anti-Hollywood. Like, you know, it's like cool to be drunk sometimes. Like
I've been
be a
drinking
drunk.
schnapps this
It's like
entire show.
just horrible in this one. Like this guy's life is shit, and he's a scumbag. And not only his life shit, but all the people around him's life is shit because that's who he's around. And all the women. So there used to be this bar that was like where my cousin's bus stop was, and it was a bar, but it was a giant house too, and all these kids lived in it, in the basement. We called them bar kids, which probably wasn't the nicest thing to do, but you know, I used to spend a lot of time in that bar when I was a child, and like the people that would come in there, the hardcore alcoholics, man, like the older women and stuff, it just reminded me of that so much because these women looked like horrible in their you know, just alcoholics and stuff. And then just the murders are just very raw, and everything's raw in this movie and filthy and nasty, and just feels less glamorized than horror is usually. You know, it looks like a movie, but this doesn't look like a movie. It looks like reality, and that's scary. All the murders are just raw and look like how nasty, like messy, you know, like how you figure a murder is. And the apartment is disgusting, and I love the ending. Like you guys brought that up. The ending is great because it's like the apartment's on fire, and then I'm like, oh, they're gonna find those torsos in the crawl space there. And that's actually what happened to this guy in real life. You know, he was out, and he came back to his thing, and there was an accidental fire, not in his apartment, and the fire department and the police found the fucking bodies in his crawl space. And did you know this guy was released from prison?
Really?
No,
Yeah,
I
he
never
only-
looked into the story.
He only served like a couple years or something.
And he went to like a nursing home for the rest of his life.
Yeah,
You ever,
What do you mean he only did a couple years? They never convicted him of the 4 bodies that were in there?
was that plea
they
bargain?
sent him to a mental institution. This
But
was
how
back
did-
when you could plead insanity, buddy.
Yeah, I guess, but
Yeah, it was a lot easier
he
back
only
then.
he didn't do much time, which is
Wow.
crazy.
that's crazy.
Was he in a mental institution for his life though?
No, he got released and then he went to he died in a nursing home at old age or
I
something.
bet you the
That's
first
like
thing
the
he did when he got
Austrian
out of there,
Strangler.
he went and grabbed himself a bottle of schnapps, man, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was freaking nuts, dude. Like the real story is kind of crazy, but it's very accurate. I saw some people saying that it wasn't accurate, and I was like, everything I read made it seem pretty accurate.
I mean, they probably talking about details of the characters in the bar. And
Oh,
shit,
that's
but
some
that-
Sam shit to say right there. Oh, it ain't
Yeah.
fucking like the book, but fuck, Jesus Christ.
Sam, like when we talk serial killers, Sam will be like, he killed 3,000 people. It's like that's a fake exaggeration
Yeah.
that he said himself. He's proven to kill like 3. What are you talking about?
I feel
Like
like
up these trash bags. They're
I'm
all
s-
fucking losers.
I'm starting to come around on JP's number one pick right now of the Golden Glove because I feel like this is what JP would have turned out if he didn't get into podcasting.
Dude, that's fucked up.
He's short too. That guy was short. He was like 5'6".
Okay, he did 15 years in a
I'm
psychiatric
just fucking with you,
hospital.
man. You know I love you, man. I'm just fucking with you.
He shouldn't have been. He should have never walked the streets again.
Yeah,
Carly's
he got
like, "Don't
out
talk
in
about my boyfriend like that."
1993. He was released from prison in 1993, and he spent his last years in a nursing home in Hamburg, and he died October 19th, 1998.
So Hamburg was Russell Crowe there?
I wonder if he was allowed to drink schnapps in there. Fuck.
Probably.
No. Well, come on.
But I mean, it's the time. Like, who knows? I don't know.
Why don't you write him a note and ask him?
Just dead,
What?
dude.
Yeah, he got one count. He got 1 count of murder and 3 counts of manslaughter. I don't know how the
What?
fuck.
But it's all the same result. They were all hacked up bodies in one location. How do you
I'm sorry.
differentiate?
Manslaughter when somebody puts hot mustard on your dick and you strangle them. That's
I guess that is defensive, right?
right?
It's defensive.
Bro, dude, just literally think about this. This guy got 15 years of prison. Like, it's fucking ridiculous.
They did
He
that
didn't
with
even
the,
get 4
the
years
Vienna
of body.
Strangler. He killed like a bunch of prostitutes. Then they let him go because he was super smart and wrote a book.
Do you
and
know
was like,
why?
I'm
You know
better
why,
now.
though?
And then he killed a bunch more.
He got 15 years because he was killing fucking red light district fucking hookers and shit, man. Nobody gives.
They
a
weren't
fuck.
even red light district. These were like bar flies that fucked you for drinks.
Well, it was in. I mean, these people really
They used
they
to be.
were around there. I mean, they lived in that neighborhood. I mean, once
I
if
think
you're
the
in
first
those,
one was a prostitute.
if you're in those establishments, man, you ain't coming
Yeah.
from the suburbs. Put it that way. So.
Oh no, these people were homeless. Some of them.
Absolutely,
Yeah, most-
absolutely. That's
yeah.
why the system failed itself.
Yeah,
It's
they
like,
didn't
don't
give a fuck about 'em.
They don't give a fuck. That's why it. In
'Cause then
some
they have
cases,
to clean
people.
it up and nobody wants to walk in the
It's like
apartment.
fucking Robert Picton here, man, in Vancouver. You know, he killed like 50 hookers and shit. And a lot of people praised him. They're like, he was just cleaning the fucking streets up
They call it the less dead, man.
because he was
Nobody
literally
gives a
killing street scum. That people, you know, the way people look, you know, it's the way people look at shit, and it's really fucking sad, man. It's really sad.
Or if, like, back in the day, the cops didn't want to get involved in any homosexual murders because they were like, oh, that's gay stuff. You know, the last podcast guys say they were just like, they didn't want to get involved
Exactly.
because they were just fucking stupid.
Yep, that's right. That's right.
So I gave the Golden Glove a 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10 is your number one film. Wow, dude.
Yep, hasn't
I was the
happened
same.
since
I was the same.
2014.
I feel like I'm in Jerry Bizarro world right now with Spontaneous with Dave and Golden Glove with JP. This is fucking bizarre.
In 2014, my number one was Sacrament at a 9 out of 10. Hasn't happened since. So yeah, normally 9.5 or 10 gets my number one spot. But like I was saying most of the year, I was like, my number one was the platform at 8.5 for most of the year. So I just didn't think there was anything that was 9.5 or 10 like ultra amazing like the last couple years. So definitely a down year in terms of like the top of the top, but overall, you know, like I said, there could have been dozens of films in my 9-10 spot probably.
We had 4, JP. We had 4 of the same.
4.
Yeah, it's not bad.
All right.
All right, Carly, spontaneous.
All right. Well, I guess my ending is anticlimactic as it is spontaneous.
Got it right.
I got it right too.
Buddy, you're fake.
I'm a
Why
fucking
am I fake?
I'm a
You
fucking
know, I
genius.
told you.
I got Carly's right. And I
Everyone
thought
got
Carly
it.
I thought she would be the only one that had it on her fucking list too. So fucking wrong about that.
I did too, actually.
Boogs, I don't
well,
think you know what a bad day is.
I figured Dave would since
Fuck
he
that.
recommended it, but yeah,
Fuck.
I almost took this off my list last minute thinking it wasn't horror enough, but I did not. So it was almost Rent-A-Pow as my number one. But yeah, spontaneous. I just love the message in it about, you could die any day. So you can either choose to lay down and be depressed about it, or you can continue to live your life and try to do as much awesome stuff as you can. Right, be spontaneous. And just the blood explosions I thought looked really solid. There was just so much blood.
I like the guy
thought
that was wearing
great.
the whole suit and the shit explodes in his mask. That shit was awesome.
Dude,
Yeah,
was
that
the
actually
best.
really grossed
That
me.
was
Yeah.
funny.
I was like,
And
God
the
damn
suit
it.
is like stuck in the pose because it's all like tight.
Yeah, that shit was awesome. That was cool.
Yeah.
They did really well building small characters too. Like you knew who everyone was that had speaking lines.
Yeah, that little montage where they're being interviewed definitely helped with that.
Yeah, but it's good stuff. I gave it a 9.5 out of 10.
All right, well, at least I got someone's right. Christ. All right, coming in number one for myself is...
I bet I know what it is.
I
Me
don't.
too.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a film that I said was going to be your number one, and then all of a sudden blanked on.
Yeah.
And
Possessor.
no, I didn't do this
Possessor.
because it's Canadian, and it's just by chance.
Yeah.
And it is
I
Possessor.
when I seen it, I was like, "This is
Oh,
going to be
fuck, I
Moose's
love
number
this.
one." What
Me
do
too.
I guess?
I put Shirley. I don't know why.
I'm so stupid because I predicted it when I saw it, and then I just I didn't put it as my answer.
I did the same thing. I put
Man.
Shirley. I should have put Possessor. Dumb.
Put random acts of
This
violence.
is one of those rare incidences where I wasn't getting my hopes up too high because I wasn't sure really what to expect from
It's
his next
kind of
film.
hard whenever people are telling you it's going to be your number one.
But well, that was the weird thing, right? And I was like, so I went in with like just my normal expectations. I was like, no, I'm gonna take it for what it is, kind of thing. And then I was completely blown away by the narrative. I was like, holy fuck, this is such a cool idea. But man, dude, like I love how this movie is kind of like set in the future a little bit, but it doesn't try to be too futuristic at the same time. I love that. Because you guys I don't think anyone here has been to Toronto before, but it's kind of cool. Like there's some scenes where,
I thought you were going to say the future. And I was going to say, yeah, I have.
the future. Yeah. You got a DeLorean? Fuck, I wish I had one. But there's some really cool scenes where, they're overlooking the city and shit like that. And I was like, that's fucking awesome. But it's the whole idea, man. It's the way it's executed too. I love the whole mental breakdown of this assassin in there, and how it develops and stuff. I mean, it's you would honestly think that that's plausible. If you were body jumping and stuff, it's going to affect you from time to time and shit like that. I love that aspect, man. I love the battle that ensues at the end and shit. The fucking violence is like relentless. It's relentless. It's fucking vivid. It's like almost oracle, man. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. I fucking love it. One of my favorite scenes actually is, the poster art for the film is just like one fucking scene, right? It's that scene where, the face gets crumpled up and fucking puts a face on. But that's super cool how it's done because that's kind of the joining of the personalities right there and shit. I absolutely love that stuff. I mean, what else can I say without ruining the whole goddamn movie? But I absolutely love Possessor. And I'm coming up on my original rating. And if you guys are familiar with what that was, I can't see anything
You're giving it a 10.5?
plausible to take it down. Like I rewatched it again last night and I was like, or was it the night before? I can't remember. Maybe it was last night. I don't know. Everything blends together. But anyways, and just completely was fucking floored by this shit, man. 10 out of 10. I think it's not only the best movie this year, but it's definitely my favorite. So I think it's definitely a movie that people need to rewatch if they've only seen it once.
I would agree, probably.
Man, dude,
Yeah,
I
it's good.
I loved it the first time I watched it, but then when I was watching the second time, I was just catching more stuff. Like, dude, the performances are so good. They're so damn good in this, man. Like, brutal violence, sold, man.
Well, it's so weird that the person's having a battle of personalities between two people, but she's having a battle of consciousness between herself.
Right. And see, the
It's
beauty
crazy.
of it though, it starts out like she's this assassin that's doing a job. And then she gets to the point where it almost seems like she fucking loves doing it.
Well, yeah, she became a sociopath either from doing it too much because that erases her consciousness, or she always was.
But honestly, I get where you're coming from there. But the interesting part about it is, you know, who kind of not really saves the day, but who does what they do at the end there. And then, you know, they kind of get their way.
Oh, they do that for a reason, you know?
Exactly, because, you know, there's a whole diabolical plan there.
Yeah, corporate shit, too.
Right? Because this person knows that she is the person for this job, but she needs to be freed.
Yeah.
I love that
you know what
aspect
she
of
need
it.
to do? She's struggling with that, too. Like, she wants her life here and she wants her life there, but she has to choose.
Speaking of that, Jennifer Jason Leigh is, again, I love her, man.
Unrecognizable?
Dude, it's so funny that you bring that up because I always said that Jennifer Jason Leigh is one of those fucking actresses that is in so many movies and she's always unrecognizable. Isn't that the
She's
weirdest
so
shit?
good in Hateful Eight.
Right?
Yeah.
It's so crazy how she does these roles and you're like, you have to look at her like, holy fuck, that's Jennifer Jason. Like, you don't see her, you know.
I didn't even recognize her until I saw the credits. I was like, what?
Yeah,
What the
dude.
fuck?
And like her character as Grindr, man. Oh, dude, like just it's pretty diabolic, but I think there's a little bit of a message there too. And it's just a great fucking movie, man. It really is good. I can't wait for Brandon's next movie. I really can't.
And Sean Bean's such a dickhead in this movie.
Oh, yeah.
He's such a douche. He's that typical fucking corporate fucking capitalist,
Rich
you know?
asshole.
He's just a capitalist. Like he's just a douche. Straight up douche, but his daughter, holy fuck, she's so hot. That chick is hot.
All right.
I felt bad for her. Her demise was pretty brutal, but whatever.
Everybody's demise is brutal in this movie.
Yeah, that eye gouge. Oh my god, dude. I don't know if I could, like, you know me with eye gouges. Everybody knows I can't handle that shit. And like, oh, it was killing me, man, watching that twice. That's why I love Fulci, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, Jeremy.
My number one, with a 9.5 out of 10, is Hunter x Hunter.
Got it.
Probably already knew.
Are you
I got it.
fucking
I got it.
kidding
Got it.
me?
all get
What?
it?
Yes.
Okay, did I miss a conversation here or something?
Probably.
I never. Oh, of course I missed. I never pay attention to the chats, but really, Hunter? What? I never would have guessed in a
Absolutely
million
love
years.
this movie. I think that this is another film that
I can't wait for Dave
builds
to
on
go
the
off.
suspense. It builds and it builds and it builds and it pays off with a fucking amazing finale. And I just think everything about this movie
I
is
agree.
fucking amazing. It doesn't do much, but it's the fact that you just feel the dread and the
It's
what's
isolation
the good word?
survival. It's isolation
you
survival
just
horror,
feel,
man.
You just feel for these characters like, oh shit, they're in such dire straits. You know, they've always had at least the father around to at least help them, but now they're by themselves and they have to fend for themselves. And you could tell that they're like, oh, they're having oh shit moments because this man shows up and they're not used to having strangers around because they own all this land, and them having to figure out what to do just builds so much tension, and then it fucking pays off at the end, and it's amazing. Now I know JP says, "Oh, I would have went to the cops right." Maybe it was Moose.
I
would have
said
went,
that,
or Dave.
too.
I would have went to the cops right away. But this guy has so much pride. and
We
he's-
know why.
No,
I would've just
it
said,
wasn't
hey,
me.
Don't let
It
anybody
wasn't
in
me.
the house.
He's a more.
That's all you have to do on the walkie-talkie is say, "Don't let anybody in the house."
No.
I agree about
I completely
him
understand.
having pride and stuff, but
It's all
here's
about
the thing:
that.
like, I don't care how much pride you have. If you find a bunch of dead bodies in the woods, like I'm pretty
But
sure,
he's
like,
never
legally,
never asked for help
supposed
from
to-
anybody.
I know, but
he's-
you got to turn the bodies in.
And also, you need to let your family know not to let anybody in the house.
Yeah.
but he,
But again, it comes
Yeah,
back
but
to
because-
it comes back to the
guess what?
he wants
You
to
don't know
solve
where the
this
killer is. He could already be on his way.
He could
Right.
be at the house.
He
right.
could be at the house. It was dumb. He's not a very smart guy, and he's punished for
But
it.
he's a hunter by nature, and like his
he wanted to hunt the guy.
he wanted to get
Yeah,
him.
but-
He didn't want to put
But you gotta
anybody.
make sure your
in-
family's safe.
But the thing
before
is,
you
he
start
didn't
the
want to
hunt.
even let his family know because they're already on the
He didn't
fritz
wanna-
of having to leave there and stuff. If he lets them know this shit's going on, it's a definitive thing, man. Like they're gonna have to fucking leave.
He
Whether
was
there was
selfish too.
a little bit. He is selfish,
Very
but at the same
selfish,
time,
actually.
but
Very
it's the pride
selfish.
thing though too. And they have these conversations throughout the film, like about, like he was a provider one time. There obviously was a big lull there and stuff, but I mean, he's trying to save the fucking day. I get this heroic thing. Yeah, he may have made some questionable decisions and stuff, but I understand where he's coming from because this is his last straw. There's no other means here, man. If this fucks up, they're done. He's not thinking about death. He's not thinking about death and his family and stuff. He's thinking if he saves a day and they don't know about this, we can continue to trap and live our lives out here where we're supposed to
It doesn't make
be.
any sense even less. They're gonna find them bodies eventually.
Yeah,
what are you gonna do? Just not tell the police
This
about
movie
the
makes
bodies
less
ever?
and less sense the more I think about it.
That was really the only problem I had with it, though. But it was frustrating because I was like, dude, you can't just.
Yeah,
like,
but
I don't
Dave,
care
that
who
doesn't
you
have
are,
to
you
be
can't
connected
leave a
to
bunch
his
of dead
situation.
bodies in the woods.
It doesn't have to be connected to the situation. Say if there actually was a wolf and say he kills this shit, so they find a bunch of bodies out there, lets his wife know, blah, 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 blah. This could be a totally connected or unconnected fucking situation.
Right when he found the
I
bodies,
think
he
him
knew.
not
Yeah, but the
being
bodies
there-
are like tied up and murdered.
No, I know,
He
but I'm
found
not-
because he knew.
Yeah.
No.
It wasn't
Obviously,
a
I
wolf.
understand. I'm just saying. But the family was under the impression that he was hunting a wolf. If he comes back and say he does get the guy, right, and eventually, obviously, this body situation comes out, it's a totally unrelated type of situation. Is how he's kind of seeing this too. Like I get where he's
So
coming
he's just
from.
gonna kill this guy and bury him in the woods and say the bodies were there and never let the families of the victims know anything.
Dude,
No matter what you cut this, he is dumb or he's a fucking piece of shit. I don't care about
I
him.
don't think he's a piece of shit.
I don't think so. I don't think
What,
so.
the-
I think
the hunter?
I think he's just
dumb.
I don't think he's making the right decisions personally, but I'm saying I understand where he's coming from. It's
I mean,
it's
I
his last
understand
straw.
where
He
the
doesn't
glory
want to
is
lose.
coming
game.
from,
What is
but
his
he
game
is still
plan? To
stupid.
kill the guy that's killing the people, and then if he's worried his family's going to want to leave if they knew there was a killer there, like they're going to know after he kills him.
I
Either
think
way.
he
Well, they don't
he
have to
wanted
know
kill
that.
the guy
They don't
and not
have to
let
know
his
that.
family know that there was a killer because he
Dude,
didn't want to worry them.
They're in the woods
Yeah.
here, man. He kills this guy. He kills the serial killer and dumps the body somewhere down the river, whatever. I mean, dude, it happens every single day. They don't find fucking bodies, right? I mean, that's probably what he's thinking right now.
That's stupid.
They would have found the bodies if there's hunters out there. But that's not what he's thinking. Is this? I got to kill this guy before my family finds out because I don't want them to worry about anything.
Exactly.
They would have called eventually.
That's
But
what he's
Yeah,
doing.
but that's dumb because they
he
should
doesn't
be
know
worried
where the
because-
killer is. He does not know where he is. He needs to let his family know to be very aware to not let anybody in the house.
But it's
because
the
when
whole-
if he would have called and told them, they would have saw him and they would have let his fucking dying ass lay there and went to town.
But there's
And
a reason,
also,
but
I
it's
mean-
but it's specified in the movie why he
Dumb
doesn't do it.
character.
There's a specific reason why he doesn't let them know because he doesn't want to let them know that he can't handle the situation.
Yes,
It's
but
not
they're
up
gonna
to
get
him to handle the
killed.
situation.
They're gonna get killed if he doesn't because he doesn't know where the killer is.
He might
If
not
I
get
know
killed.
that there is a monster
He's
in
a
the
hunter
woods
by-
and I
by
am not
trade.
by my family, I'm going to call them and let them know because guess what? I might not be able to get to the monster before they get to my family.
But he's
It
a
is
hunter
not
by trade.
logical
He's a-
thinking for a hunter.
Just like he warns them about the wolf.
He's a hunter by trade. He's a hunter by trade, and he figures
logic-
he can
but
solve the
there's a difference
situation.
about being a hunter and being stupid because he lets them know about the wolf so they don't get killed by
Dude,
the wolf.
in my opinion, hunters are stupid because I have a lot of hunter friends around here that hunt bears
Okay,
and shit.
there we
They hunt-
go.
I'm telling you, straight up, man. I've got fucking friends around here.
I mean,
that
yeah,
have-
look at the hunter and alone.
I'm
He's
not
fucking
joking. I'm not
retarded.
joking you. I have
That
friends
guy is-
around where I live and they get grizzly tags and they know that when you hunt a grizzly, it's not always you hunting the grizzly. The grizzly hunts you too, right? So it's a battle out there. It's a fucking battle.
right,
They're-
but
we're
hunters
agreeing
are
that,
fucking
but
stupid.
if their
My
family
friends are
is in
fucking
the
stupid.
area
dumb.
of the grizzly there and they know there's a grizzly like in the area of the
Hunters are
family,
dumb.
they're going to be like, hey, family.
It's all about
Yeah,
pride.
well-
It's all about the fucking
We're,
game.
we're
It's all
arguing
about the
about
hunt.
the same thing.
They're
Boo's
all
already
the
said
same.
the guy's dumb. We all think he's dumb. End of
Yeah.
story. That's where we're at.
Hunters,
I'm not saying he wouldn't
hunters
happen.
are
I'm saying
all
the guy's dumb.
insane. If you're hunting grizzlies, you're hunting something that's going to hunt you. You're fucking dumb as shit, man. And hence,
Yeah, the guy's an idiot.
I know a lot of hunters too, and I don't think they're dumb.
I don't
Just
think all the hunters I know
like
are
to
dumb
hunt.
at all. My dad's best friend was
No.
a trapper, but he didn't hunt.
I'm saying when
grizzly.
I'm saying not all. I'm saying when you hunt grizzlies, you're fucking dumb because that's
I
an
think
animal that
this
hunts
character's
you.
dumb. And I
But
explained
guys-
why.
you guys
when
don't have-
hunt
I don't think you guys have
you're
grizzlies around
hunting the grizzlies. You're the only person that's it might be dumb for you, but it's like whenever other people are involved, it's you can't.
Yeah,
be
the grizzly
selfish.
bear's not going to walk to your house, knock on the door, and bust in. Not likely.
No, but Grizzlies literally hunt you, though. It's
I
crazy.
mean, if he's close enough to walk to this murder scene in less
it's not
than
gonna knock on your door. It's gonna come
daylight,
out behind you after it's fucking trailed you for days, and it'll kill you. It's crazy.
No,
it happens.
All I'm
happens here.
saying is there's two reasons here. The guy's either an idiot, which I think he is, or it's a plot hole. You guys can pick which. That's the
think
only
it's a
two
plot.
explanations.
I don't know.
Do you?
Either way,
I like the movie enough to try to try
I
to
really
figure it
wish
out.
his walkie-talkie would have broke. His walkie-talkie should have fucking broke before he saw the bodies.
Yeah, I mean that could.
And
fix
then he should have
some
tried
of
to
the
head
shit.
back to his family.
Yeah,
He
but
should have
that's
tried
a
to head
cop
back to
out.
his
But
family,
that's
and that's when it
a
comes
straight
from.
up cop out though, because if he's walking through the woods and he trips and breaks his like, come on, dude. It's
Or if it falls
The
in the
battery
water.
it's the whole
die.
cell phone
Million
thing
things
at this
could
point.
happen.
It's the whole cell phone thing at this point. You know, I
Yeah,
mean,
but it's better to explain the way the cell phone than to just, even though we hate it.
Didn't you really like this movie?
I did. I loved it. I thought it was great.
How the hell wasn't it on your list anymore?
Well, because I had a lot of movies that didn't make my list that could have been on there. Yeah.
No, and don't get me wrong.
Like I had the
really
Swerve
like
at a
this
9 out
film,
of 10.
too.
That was one I actually cut off my list because I just
That thing's
didn't.
great on this
I just
movie.
wanted my list to be a little bit more horror. I guess I love the Swerve. You know, Shirley was another movie I loved.
I really like the movie.
I love
It's
Shirley.
high for me, but I just do have a problem with that.
The ending is great. The ending's one of the best of the year, but I just don't give a fuck about the mom and dad.
Oh, I do. I care about the mom a lot. I think that the struggles, because you could tell that she wants out of this situation.
Of course she does.
And
Of course she does.
She
She's
should have
not
left him.
happy.
That's
They
his
should have took her
overbearing.
14-year-old
because-
daughter they forced to raise out in the middle of nowhere because they're shit parents. And
Right,
they're dumb.
Dave. Right.
Fuck them.
I agree.
Fuck them.
Yeah, but
I
she
didn't
was,
really like
but
the
she was
movie
also
that much.
born into that though too, right? So
Yeah, she was.
She didn't know any
they,
difference.
They mention it just because they
I
mention
can't
it.
hate people for wanting to live off the grid and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
but
You
because
can't make
they
that decision for your daughter.
You
They say
can.
it, too.
Well, I have
They say it.
I have
They say it,
family
too.
like the wife's parents live off the grid. They live in a fucking in a cabin. They've got 2 cabins on their planet.
What's
on
she
their-
gonna do? Fucking find a raccoon to marry?
Well, no,
So-
I mean, when she's 20 or 18, I mean.
Well,
what-
but there's
you
a
know.
difference of raising them out
You got
there
great
and
social
isolating
skills
them
when
too.
you're
They have
down.
to have some people experience. Like they can't just be. I mean, unless
That's like me making my kid be a vegetarian because I'm a vegetarian.
Well, I assume they
But
have
kid
some
make
sort
up
of
his
We
own
do that
experience
shit all the
because
time.
they
That
sell
shit
pelts
sucks.
and they sell pelts and shit, so they must have some sort of you know.
Yeah,
I don't
but
know.
it's
I mean,
different
the-
associating with people for 5 minutes and actually associating with people on a daily basis, right? For
Right.
hours.
And,
Like, it's
and
different.
also, we saw them at their worst time. We didn't see them at their best time. So we don't know if it was good. Maybe it was all right out there.
I mean,
I
honestly,
mean, dude, there's people that do live like that, and they're fine.
I don't have no problem. They can live however they
Some
want.
people want to live like even the kids want to live.
yeah,
that
and
way.
the kids can live however they want. But
I mean, the
Yeah,
daughter's like
there's shit-
really into it. She likes it.
because she doesn't know anything else.
I know, but I mean,
so I
whatever.
get where all the problematic stuff is coming from here, but I mean, you can't deny
Black
the
Coat's
ending.
daughter has a problem too. It doesn't matter. I still fucking love that movie.
But the end of
I
this
still
movie is
love this
crazy.
movie, so.
I just thought it was so interesting that the daughter showed her how to skin, and then it comes into a play at the end, and I'm like, holy fuck, man!
That ending's
Brutal.
great. The ending's
Yeah,
really
the
great.
ending's great.
It was
It's
fucking.
unmatched in brutality.
All right,
It is fucking
Are
brutal.
we getting into the listener number one?
Yes.
That's what's left. Yep.
All right, with 154 points, it really wasn't close. This one led the entire time, and every time I submitted a list, it got further and further. VFW kind of had a little bit of a
I
run
already
in the
wrote in
middle
what
there.
number 1 is here because I don't even need to hear it.
What is it?
Possessor.
Yeah, so you lined up with your top 3 with the listeners. How about that?
Dude, nobody ever, it's funny because once somebody posts who has the best list, it'll probably be Dave every time.
No, you got five
No,
in there.
I don't give a fuck. I hate those things. They're so stupid.
You win a lot.
I think my
never-
list was pretty good this year. I
Yeah,
think.
Everyone's lists were good. Everybody always has good lists. You can't complain. I mean, these are favorite films. They're all
There's not
good.
one movie on this list.
I think they're the best films.
Really dislike. I've seen all of them too.
They're literally the only film out of
I don't like
any
Invisible
list
Man,
that I
that's-
don't like is Swallow.
I forgot about Swallow.
Yeah. Okay,
Even though her
so
performance is great, but I didn't really care for the movie.
Do you got okay? So we're not doing honorable mentions because we are doing an extended list. We swear we're going to do it this time, where you'll be able to hear a couple of our 25 through 11 picks, and that will be available on Patreon and then later released down the line on Moods' YouTube channel, most likely.
So we talking about movies that suck?
Yep.
Okay. Dead Earth. That movie was complete and utter trash. I thought it was absolutely fucking awful. Gave it
What'd
a
you give it?
2 out of 10.
Veronica.
Sleepless Beauty. I thought that movie was complete another shit too. I don't know what
wasn't that
Dave. I don't know what Dave saw
Had a
in
good
that
dream
one.
sequence.
I gave it a 2 out of 10 too. It was absolutely fucking shit. The Grudge, absolutely shitty, and The Empty Man is shit. And this movie called Before the Fire from Dark Sky. That movie was shitty too.
It was okay. It was a little boring.
Yeah.
Okay.
Veronica, dude. Veronica was
Oh
the
yeah,
worst.
Veronica. Yeah.
I thought
Veronica
that
was
came
the
out
worst.
last year.
No, it counts this
No.
year. It's hands down the worst. I'm telling you.
I didn't watch it.
Oh,
but
it's
when
so
Jeremy saw it at Cinema Apocalypse, or when the reviews came out from that, I don't think he saw it. It was the night before. I remember I was like, "Yep, avoiding that one."
You gotta watch it though. It's so bad that Jeremy. Don't they kind of have to just see like 5 minutes of it to see what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Man,
He's doing another movie.
I've got
Yeah.
films at the end of my list here that I can't even remember what the fuck they are. They're so bad.
All right, well,
Get Gone. Did
amazing.
you guys see Get Gone? That wasn't very good.
nope.
Yeah.
Porno. I did not like porno at all. Not funny at all. Jokes didn't land, and it
That
was like
can't
this
be a
takes.
bottom.
I completely
Dude, I gave
like
it
it.
4.
An 8
I
out
gave
of
it.
10.
I gave it
I gave
7.
it 4.
I liked it.
I don't like it. It didn't
I
land,
liked it,
and it
7.
thought it was ballsy because it showed a dick, but it never went anywhere with anything. It had no guts. I didn't think it was funny. Man, I
Did it
not like
show the
at all.
balls with the dick though?
No, I
Because
just
that's
I don't
pretty
know, man.
ballsy.
The concept was great, but all the characters were lame, all the jokes were lame, and it was like, hey, it's the '90s, and then it played like it was 2007.
Yeah, it didn't feel like the '90s at all.
You know, these
I
people didn't grow up
disagree.
in the '90s.
I thought it was actually quite fun. I liked a
Yeah,
lot
I
of the
liked
character. I liked that whole fucking the religious dude. It was kind of funny and
All right, who's going here?
Didn't like Dead Dicks. Didn't like that.
All right,
Oh, Dead Dicks.
I'll go.
Sucked.
I'll go. I
That
mean,
was all right.
the
I
worst,
give that a
the
6.
worst
I'm
movie of
almost
the year.
done now. I got like 2 more. Marshes, that sucked. Marshes is terrible, and Mom. I did not like Mom at all.
Ew, I didn't even watch anything.
Mothers of
MOM.
And Alone. I didn't like
Dude,
Alone.
that actually ended up on Exploding Heads list.
Yeah, Mom.
Yeah.
It pissed me. I didn't care for it at all.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow.
Man, like it's fucking bizarre. I'm looking at my list here, going, I don't know what the fuck movie this is, but I remember this one because it was so bad. It was the worst one of the year. Light from the Tower. It was like I think it was like a UK film or something. Like I gave it 1 out of 10. It was horrible. Smiley Face Killers, which I thought was going to be pretty decent. Yeah, that was fucking atrocious. I'm not going to name all these bottom ones because I got a couple more 2s and 3s and stuff. 12-Hour Shift. I know that was one that was people were kind
Wow.
of digging. I fucking hated it. I hated 1BR with a passion.
That
Garbage.
one was fun.
The Blackwater sequel. JP, you're fucking weird. Blackwater sequel, Abyss, was an abomination. It was absolutely fucking horrible.
I saw that in a family video yesterday.
I didn't like it, but I didn't rate it like super.
Oh,
low
it
either.
was
Yeah.
bad, man. And we watched this fucking UK or this British film called Are We Dead Yet? Did anyone see that one?
no.
No.
Oh, fuck, dude. Oh, man, it was bad. Actually, I'll mention this one, too. A couple of these films. We Summon the Darkness. I fucking hated it, man. I
liked
reviewed
it.
that with
I liked it.
on Fresh Cuts, man. Oh, dude, just blasted the shit out of that one. I hated it. But The Pale Door, I seen on a bunch of like pretty high
Top
lists and shit.
list.
I was like,
yeah,
what
I've
the
seen it on a few top lists.
Maybe
It
sucked.
was garbage. Fucking garbage. So I'll mention that. One that I really... the Boy 2 was fucking terrible. Spree, I hated. But Zombie Child, which I was really looking forward to, man. That shit was like coma-inducing, boring, shitty. It was just Shudder exclusive. And it was like probably the
It
worst
actually
Shudder...
wasn't a Shudder exclusive. It just dropped on Shudder.
Okay, whatever. But it was on Shudder, and I was so disappointed with it because everything I'd seen from Shudder this year was good. Like I rated pretty much everything high except for I never watched Veronica, so fuck that shit. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot more shitty ones that I don't really need to get into. But
All right.
Yeah.
I will go next. I would give like 6 here. These are all ones that are rated 3 and under, which is the only ones I had 3 and under. First up was Aquaslash. It had one cool thing about it, and the rest of the movie was pretty, honestly, garbage. It was garbage. I know you kind of liked it,
I
Migs,
kind of did actually.
yeah, I thought it was. I mean, it was, that one scene was cool. Yeah, I'll give it that. But this could have been a short film. Hunter's Moon. It was like a werewolf thing. Pretty shitty. 3 out of 10 on that one. She's Allergic to Cats. Garbage. 3 out of 10.
I turned it off when they got.
Didn't even hear
Gary
about
Cage
that one. Wow.
They're
Yeah,
like,
it
Carrie
ca- it
came
was
out in
like-
1978. I was like, no, it didn't. I'm done.
It came out. It was released originally in like 2016 or something in festivals and didn't get released wide until this year. And then probably the biggest movie on the list was Grudge, which 3 out of 10, just fucking horrible.
Fit dummy death.
Followed was fuck. That movie was so. I think it started off like semi okay. It was based on that legend about the like elevator and like the ghost or something. I don't remember, but it sucked. We saw that at the drive-in. And then the worst film I saw of the year, absolutely atrocious, was The Empty Man. 2 out of 10.
Wow.
Turning
I didn't
was
really
terrible,
see any of
too.
these bad ones. Jesus.
It's not good, but it's not the worst movie.
What'd you say, Dave? The Turning?
Yeah, didn't you name that?
No, I gave that like a 4, I think.
Oh, okay. I didn't have that bad. Veronica was the only thing really under a 4.
Carly, you're probably gonna have the same ones.
Pretty much, yeah. The empty trash, hunter's trash, followed trash, aqua trash, all the ones you named.
Aqua trash actually works.
Yeah, no.
She's
Outback-
allergic to trash.
Yeah, I like that one. Outback is I thought was pretty horrible. And I know people like this one, but Trash at 60,000 feet, Exorcism at 60,000 feet, I didn't
Dude,
really like.
It was kind of funny. There was some parts in it that made me laugh.
3.5 out of 10.
I gave it 5.5. I thought it was actually kind of funny.
I had it at 4. Then
It
some
had
movie called The
potential.
Binding off
It had potential to
Netflix.
be like a trauma type fun thing.
But I
Higher
had The
button.
Binding from Netflix, which was pretty bad. And then I didn't.
I skipped that one.
And The Pale Door, I thought sucked. But
Oh,
yeah, that's pretty much
That one was
it.
super disappointing because it was like a Western, and I love Westerns and horror, and I was like, okay, giddy
Yeah,
up.
the
and
description sounded cool.
And the fucked up thing, I seen a lot of people praising it, and I was like, okay, cool, man. You know, this might actually be really deep. Fuck me. Horrible.
Yeah.
So that's all the worst ones.
Man.
All right. So, yeah, worst films of the year. So I guess we'll, since 2020 is done, we might as well take a look at 2021.
Yeah, brief.
Which
look,
is pretty-
Jeremy.
which
I
is
assume
pretty
you have it
much-
pulled up.
Which is pretty much fucking 2020.
I mean, it's just everything from 2020. Antlers, Spiral, finally.
Spiral. They're showing trailers. The Spiral again. It's kind of interesting because they're not showing any like of the gore or the traps or anything. It looks like
Yeah.
a police procedural type thing. So I think they're
Yeah.
either holding that back or it's going to be the most tame Saw film we've ever seen.
Well, we got Last Night in Soho, which is Edgar Wright's new movie.
I know. I'm looking
Yeah,
forward to
who's
that.
in that?
I'm looking forward to that one.
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
Who's starring in Last Night in Soho?
Anna Taylor-Joy.
Yes.
Oh,
Anya
and
Taylor-Joy. I
Russell
love her.
Crowe and Vince Vaughn.
Really?
I wish.
Dude, he's joking. Fuck.
Then we got Candyman,
Candyman.
The Conjuring 3.
Conjuring 3.
Doesn't Don't Breathe.
Malignant.
Don't Breathe 2 coming out?
Try to say Malignant.
Halloween
again, I'm gonna
Kills,
kill you.
Spiral, Escape Room 2, The Forever Purge. Which
You're
is
going
the
too
last-
fast.
Oh, it's nothing but sequels,
Nobody
man.
can say anything.
Don't Breathe 2, I think, is coming
Don't
out
Breathe
also.
2.
Fuck. So many sequels. There's already more
Terrible.
sequels now than there was
I
all of
have
fucking
no-
2020.
What about that Human Centipede guy? Tom Six, he had one, didn't he?
Yeah, he did have one. I forget what it's
The Texas
Club?
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Wrong
Curious on
Turn
that.
comes out this month.
Oh, the Nightmare on Elm Street's coming out.
I mean, you guys don't want to see the Texas Chainsaw Massacre? I mean,
No, we
I
gotta
do.
watch the Halloween first.
then we
Yeah,
got.
no, I'm always
Friday
down for a
13th.
chainsaw film.
What about the new
straight up.
Paranormal Activity movie, which is bullshit?
No, that's a couple
The
years.
Paranormal Activity.
Right.
What's the
Terrifier.
there's another
Terrifier
Insidious
2.
I think on deck.
Yeah, The Insidious.
The Reckoning,
Terrifier
which is
2.
the Neil Marshall's new movie. That looks really cool.
Well, Terrifier 2, I'm excited for that.
They
Terrifier
made a
2.
sequel to Smiley Origins. That movie was fucking trash.
You ain't never
Garbage.
seen Smiley 2?
Fucking
They-
garbage.
They actually made a fucking sequel coming 2021, Smiley Origins.
I'm
Garbage.
gonna watch that.
And guess what? It has fucking Cool Duder in it. Shut the fuck up.
It's probably
Now we
not
gotta
an
watch
official
it.
film.
Now
Oh
we're
my
watching.
god. Oh, the collected 3. The Collected. That's gonna be awesome.
I've never
I feel like
seen
it's going
those.
to be cheap. It's going to be too cheap because they couldn't get the budget. Don't you guys feel like the Collected 3 is going to be like real cheap?
It might be, but the last one wasn't, was it?
No, but they.
Oh yeah, didn't they make a Ghostbusters movie that was like
yeah?
done?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the trailer for that Ghostbusters movie in theater, and I was like, "What is this?" When I went and see Promising Young Women, and I was kind of upset they didn't incorporate the Ray Parker Jr. song in the trailer at all.
Yeah. Quiet Place 2. That's one.
Yeah.
I'm kind of looking
Ghostbusters
forward to.
Afterlife isn't what it is, something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Why not, right?
There's
I'll watch
the
it.
new Mortal Kombat.
Yep.
I'm excited for Hotel Transylvania 4.
Yeah,
You guys would be fucking excited too if you had kids. Fuck off.
The first Omen,
Never seen.
prequel to the horror movie classic The Omen. What the fuck?
that
I've
movie.
actually liked all
Oh.
3 so far. They're fun. They're fun.
No, I don't mean that. I mean fuck that Omen movie. That sounds like trash.
Oh
bags.
yeah, I'm talking about Hotel Trans. They're fun.
Yeah, I'd watch
They're
those.
they're
I'm just
fun.
kidding.
They're fun. Yeah.
You're talking to a guy who had spontaneous.
Anyway,
number
I
one.
I tell you,
think
man.
COVID-21, lethal virus.
I tell you,
Oh, that
Quiet
was-
Place 2 though, that shit sounds so uninteresting to me, man. Holy fuck.
Godzilla vs King Kong. Did you name that
Oh,
one?
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, most of those are coming to HBO Max.
I'm looking forward to that like a motherfucker. I can't wait for that movie.
Untitled Blumhouse production project 2.
Shut up, dude.
It says that.
Dude, I love Untitled Blumhouse Project Part 2.
Terrifier
Here's-
2, man. Is it the same director?
Yeah,
Here's-
it's done.
Here it says Urban Legends 2021. The movie will center on the first cast of college students as they navigate a series of bizarre deaths that resemble urban legends. I mean, that sounds like
Ooh.
fucking.
Man, I gotta say, man, I'm still super like worried about Candyman.
Dude,
I don't know.
so hyped for that.
I don't know. My peeps told me it's good, so
It looks
Okay.
really good.
But
It
are they
looks
horror
really-
fans or are they just movie fans?
I kind of trust my peeps. I don't know.
All right, because
Guess we'll
I don't
find
know.
out.
Why are you talking to fucking marshmallows?
My coworkers, is that more?
My peeps, my fucking peeps. What is this? A fucking Matt Stoney video?
Untitled Part 3.
Blumhouse?
Come on.
What was that Blumhouse movie again, Jeremy?
Untitled Blumhouse production part 2.
But I ain't seen the first one yet.
Well, that one's next to it too.
Oh. Wait, what was the first one called again?
Untitled Blumhouse Productions.
And what's the other one?
Untitled Blumhouse Production 2.
Okay.
I'm keeping that in.
Final production.
All right. What other films did we got from 2021? That's it. I honestly never even thought about looking up.
Because we don't know if they're even going to come out.
Well, that's exactly.
Yeah, I don't even. I think Disney pulled Antlers, so I don't know if that's going to come out.
Yeah, that's
Dude, the
fucking
problem-
crazy.
This shit might not come out until the middle of summer.
Right.
Maybe.
Right.
Everybody thinks like COVID's going to like fucking be okay. It's going to take them forever to get the vaccine to us.
Is Scream? Is the new Scream film supposed to be? Oh, or is that maybe 2022?
That's January 2022.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
called The Scream.
The Scream.
Is it actually called The Scream? I was making so many stupid fucking jokes. I can't remember.
No, I think it's actually called Scream. I think, which is very typical.
Bullshit.
You know,
I can't wait for The Wrong Turn.
fucking stupid.
Jackass 4 is supposed to come out. I think it got pushed though. Fucking COVID.
It's not horror. It's not horror.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, you
Wanna see
can't
it.
fart in people's face with COVID-19.
Jackass will never get not be funny. So
It is true though. It is pretty fucking funny.
Yeah, if you're
It's-
farting in people's face with COVID.
that's
I wish
one.
they-
You know,
that's
Johnny
the-
Knoxville is going to be doing that shit when he's literally an old man.
That's one thing that's timeless that will never get old. Is fucking Jackass. It'll live forever. It'll always be funny.
I do kind of miss the days of everyone being all fucked up on drugs and alcohol though, because those guys, they were fucking stupid, man. Like Steve-O was pretty fucking funny on that shit,
I
but
like them better when they actually had to do like pranks and like when they're just like hitting each other in the nuts. It gets old. Like I like the stupid shit when they literally like bring like a poodle turd in a restaurant and put it in when they're like salad. And they're like, "What's this?" And start arguing with
The best
waiter.
is when he takes a fucking dump in the fucking hardware store
That was
toilet. Oh, that's the best one.
He's like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Is this the worst you've ever had to go boom boom? No. One time I took a shit at the state fair.
All right. Well, do we have anything else?
No.
I think that's it, man. So, Carly, thank you for coming back to the show once again, man. You had a great list.
Thanks. And thanks for having me again.
Oh, absolutely, man. Welcome back
It was
anytime.
great.
Welcome back anytime, of course. 22 Shots Extended Family, right? So,
Yeah.
All right.
yeah, man. I mean, that's it, man. 2020 top 10 show. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And I think that's everything. I think we covered everything. So, Jeremy, you want to just take us out of here or what?
Yeah. All right. Thank you, everybody, for listening to episode 202 of the 22 Shots of Movies.
Is he moving furniture while he's
No, that's
fucking-
I was
fucking
moving a
Dave.
goddamn dresser during that
Dave
whole
just said-
thing. Just to
Dave
get a
just set
joke,
it
but no
up.
one did anything about it.
fucking hilarious?
Fucking Dave. If you want to follow the man Moods himself, you can do so at youtube.com/NESRuler. Oh my god, /Mood66. If you want to follow JP on his channel, youtube.com/DoubleShotJ. Follow me on my channel, youtube.com/NESRuler22. Follow the old man, dickhead, Mr. Parker, youtube.com/Mr. Parker. And you can follow the Olive Garden Pooper over at Carly. What's your channel?
Carly317.
Right, youtube.com/Carly317. Please leave us a voicemail at 724-426-6665. Leave us an email at the 22 shots of moods and horror at gmail.com. Unfortunately, we will be not hearing from Peter anymore. Follow us on Twitter, twitter.com/22 shots podcast. Join us on the Facebook page, facebook.com, search bar 22 shots of moods and horror podcast. And please support the Patreon to get the sand stuck down in my vagina. Patreon.com/22 shots podcast. All right, everybody, that should do it for episode 202 of the 22 shots of moods and horror podcast. We'll be back in 2 weeks with finally some paranormal activities going down in 2 weeks.
Finally. And then guess what? We're going to have to do a roundup like a year later.
Yep.
Hey.
So stay.
That's the way it
What
goes,
day?
right?
You're not going to tell them about your new podcast, where it's like a new take on the Antique Roadshow, where Jeremy goes on and he moves ancient piece of furniture across the floor, and they try to appraise how much it is by the noise.
It's called American Movers.
I love
American Movers. How much do you think this?
Summers ago? It's awesome.
How much do you think this dresser's worth?
I'm not even going to joke. I love American Pickers. That's like one of my favorite shows to watch. I love that shit. It's great.
I used to watch all that shit, like Antique Roadshow, just to be like, I don't know why.
I know.
love Antique
I'm-
Roadshow, man. It's fucking great.
yeah.
My dad loved it. It was his favorite show.
All right, dudes. That is going to conclude 2020. So fuck off or go big.
I love you.
And we are moving on to 2021. Hopefully, it'll be a little bit brighter than 2020.
I don't think so, but
I don't think so either. Very pessimistic about this shit, but check y'all later. Yeah.
Fuck 2020, 2020.